Chapter 1504 Leave. Kachacha. The sandstorm guarding the outermost edge collapsed at the touch of a touch, the purple shield reappeared, the light was dim, and the spirituality was greatly lost. On the contrary, those thunder arcs remained undiminished, and once again attacked the big net woven by golden blood threads. The golden light was dazzling, the thunder snake flew in the air, and the golden blood thread suddenly dimmed. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became pale. The golden blood thread is an existence between the secret technique and the secret treasure, and it is connected with the mind of the practitioner. If the golden blood thread is injured, Yang Kai will not have a good time. This is the only drawback of the golden blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai suffered a small loss at this moment. Fortunately, the flaws of the golden blood thread are not concealed, and they are extremely powerful. After being blocked by the large net woven by it, those invincible lightning arcs have finally disappeared a lot, and the remaining power has also been greatly reduced. Immediately, it hit the protection of the keeling firebird. The crisp sound of birds chirping sounded, the fire blazed into the sky, and the scorching heat distorted the space with a radius of hundreds of feet. The monstrous flames and those lightning arcs formed a difficult tug of war outside Yang Kai's body. You retreat and advance, and you come and go, very anxious. However, Yang Kai's face was extremely gloomy. As the master of Qi Ling, he can naturally feel the pressure that Qi Ling is under. It can't stop. If you insist on going your own way and let it continue to block it, it is very likely that the spirit of Qi will die and disappear in this world. What kind of secret treasure is that bead? There is such a powerful power, why is there still the power of emperor power coming from it? In just a short moment, the protection of the weapon spirit was about to be broken, and the monstrous fire seemed to be poured with cold water, gradually annihilated, and its chirping sound was obviously not as loud as before. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and took the artifact spirit firebird back. He didn't want Qi Ling to perish here. A burst of red light shot into Yang Kai's body. Without the protection of the firebird, Yang Kai's body was immediately exposed to the attack of countless lightning arcs. The thunder arc bounced like the sharpest blades, and shot towards him. Yang Kai's face was pale, and now, he can only urge Sheng Yuan to protect himself. Yang Kai, this old man is here to help you. Fei Zhitu's voice suddenly came from the side. He grinned, and didn't know what secret technique he had used, but the originally banned power returned and sacrificed the blue jade bowl. The faint blue light swarmed out from the bowl, like moonlight pouring down, turning into a dense mass of substance, blocking the front. There was a loud chirping sound, and the beating lightning arcs shot into the faint blue light, and the blue light quickly dimmed. After only 3 breaths of time, Fei Zhitu spit out a mouthful of bright red blood, his face was as pale as paper, and his breath was exhausted to the extreme. And the sapphire bowl that he relied on most unexpectedly also made a crisp sound, cracked a series of small cracks, and then shattered and scattered all over the ground. This powerful high-grade virtual treasure was actually destroyed by those lightning arcs in just one encounter. This made Fei Zhitu even worse. Old Fei. Qian Tong's complexion changed drastically, and he looked at him nervously. Fei Zhitu shook his head slowly, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. He had suffered heavy injuries when he was captured, and later Ku Zheng pierced his body with a short spear. Now that the secret treasure connected to his mind has been destroyed, it can be said that he has reached the state of exhaustion. However, his efforts were not in vain after being stopped by the blue jade bowl. Those thunder arcs were no longer as good as before. Although they were still powerful, Yang Kai could no longer feel the fatal threat. Shish! The jumping lightning arcs were like steel needles, piercing into Yang Kai's body, causing countless small holes to appear on his body, and blood flowed continuously. Yang Kai took a deep breath, and Saint Yuan came out, enveloping Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu, who looked down with sullen expressions. Everyone's eyelids twitched wildly. They thought that they would never be able to survive the violent attack just now. But Yang Kai did it, although there was a reason for Fei Zhitu's desperate assistance, but he endured the rest of the attack. Unexpectedly, the breath did not decrease, but became crazy. Is this still human? He really only has one level of void return. Fang Peng and Ku Zheng's expressions were dull, and the gray-haired old man was also full of fear. Yang Kai, get out of here first, I'll charge him. Qian Tong shouted anxiously. Yang Kai's crazy aura stagnated suddenly. As if he had recovered, he nodded slightly, bit the tip of his tongue, and spit out a drop of golden blood from his mouth. The blood sank into the void with a slight shake, and he didn't know where he went place. Immediately, a wave of extremely weird power fluctuated from the front of Yang Kai, and a small crack suddenly appeared. Initially, the crack was barely detectable, but soon it expanded, as if 2 invisible hands were tearing it apart from left to right. Inside the crack was pitch black, chaotic, and nothingness, as if it could swallow everything. Impossible. Mo Xiaosheng's eyeballs trembled violently, and he exclaimed, impossible, this is absolutely impossible, this cannot be a space crack. What? Fang Peng was shocked, crack in space. He was stunned, Ku Zheng was also stunned, and everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the crack in the void, almost unable to believe their eyes. Spiritual thoughts searched inside, but found nothing. Only Yang Kai protected Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu, stood proudly in front of the crack, glanced coldly, and said with a vicious expression, today's matter, my suzerain has 5 inscriptions, and I will pay it back 100 times in the future. His cold voice is like the cold wind blowing from the 9 nether purgatory, chilling people from head to toe. As soon as the voice fell, his figure flickered, and he got into the crack in that space. Stop him. The gray-haired old man was the first to react from the shock, hissing. But at this time, there was no trace of Yang Kai, and the attack that everyone sent out reflexively did not enter the space crack, like a stone sinking into the sea, without any ripples. After a breath, the space crack automatically closed and disappeared. Everyone's face was livid, and their expressions changed. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. In front of the quiet palace, only Mo Xiaosheng's muttering echoed. Being attacked in his most proud field, Mo Xiaosheng's pride was torn to pieces. Ku Zheng and Fang Peng looked at each other, and they could see the fear and annoyance in each other's eyes. Ku Zheng turned his head to look at Mo Xiaosheng, and said in a deep voice, Old master, you read that right, it's a crack in space. Hee. Mo Xiaosheng's eyes were loose, his smile was bleak, and he replied after hearing the words, I hope that I am wrong, but that kind of thing can only be a crack in space. He can actually tear apart space. At such a young age, he actually can. The power of space be cultivated to this level. It's over, the entire gloomy star, I'm afraid no one can keep him. If he wants to leave, no one can stop him. He was just playing with us before. No one can keep him. Ku Zheng's expression turned ugly. Mo Xiaosheng shook his head slowly, looking devastated. Master, you don't know the difficulties of people who have cultivated the power of space, I understand. If you don't kill him this time, we won't have another chance in the future. Quote. Ku Zheng frowned. Recalling Yang Kai's threats before he left, his heart was pounding. Ling Xiaozong is now deep in the flowing flame sand field, no one can invade, Yang Kai himself is so difficult, and can tear the space to escape, offending him this time, I am afraid that the days to come will not be safe. Old Bai, look, Fang Peng kept silent at the side, until now he turned his head to look at the gray-haired old man in a brown robe, with a look of inquiry. The old man was also apathetic at the moment. It seemed that he had paid a huge price for using that bead-like secret treasure. Now that this old man can handle it, this old man will go back to the mountain and report to the sect master, this matter will be left to his old man to decide, so I will leave. After he finished this sentence, he didn't care what other people thought, sacrificed the star shuttle, and fled away directly. Fang Peng didn't even say the words to persuade him to stay. He could only look at the direction where he disappeared in annoyance. After a long time, he cursed bitterly. This time, the reason why he and Ku Zheng would offend Yang Kai was because of Xingdi Mountain's order, and they suffered heavy losses, but they never thought that at this time, others would put aside their ties. What is this? Crossing the river and demolishing the bridge or cooking a rabbit to death? He didn't get any benefits, and he provoked a difficult enemy for no reason. Fang Peng vomited blood angrily. But when he thought of Ku Zheng, his mood improved a lot. Although Lei Taizong also suffered losses this time, no matter what, Fang Tianzhong was fine, unlike Zhan Tianmeng, where even Ku Changfeng, the leader of the Young League, died tragically here. Brother Ku, this is the end of the matter, Fang has also left. Fang Peng coughed lightly. Brother Fang, do you want to leave like this? Ku Zheng raised his eyes and looked at him suspiciously. Fang Peng sneered. Brother Ku, you also heard what that kid said before he left. He will never let things go. Fang is planning to go back earlier to make some arrangements, and then stay in seclusion for decades. No matter how powerful that kid is, he won't hit the chief rudder of my Thunder Typhoon sect, right? If that's the case, he's too presumptuous. Brother Ku, I advise you to go back and make arrangements, and order the disciples not to go out if they have nothing to do, so as not to be attacked one by him. Quote. Brother Fang is just this brave. You're going to be a coward after being intimidated. Ku Zheng looked contemptuous. That's what I said. Fang Peng curled his lips, Fang is just making use of his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. He has his own food at Xingdi Mountain, and I don't want to worry about it. Humph, if you don't avenge your son's murder, I swear that I will not be a human being. Brother Fang likes to be a turtle with a shrunken head, so he will do it. He never came back, Ku Jung shouted in a low voice, his face grim. Then I wish Brother Ku's wish to be fulfilled as soon as possible, and success will come soon. Fang Peng clasped his fist slightly, then waved his hand, and quickly left with the rest of Lei Taizong. Rat, Ku Jung looked at the direction where Fang Peng disappeared, and spat contemptuously, but soon, his expression became sad again, and he looked at a certain place, and said sadly, take the body of the young leader, let's go back. Yes. Immediately, someone walked over there, picked up the dead body of Ku Changfeng, who had lost his head, and turned into a rainbow to follow behind Ku Jung, gradually drifting away. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 1505 Healing. Tens of thousands of miles away from the ancient Zongmen ruins, there is a barren mountain. The aura of this barren mountain is thin, and there is not even much vegetation. It looks extremely desolate. In such a place, warriors seldom set foot here, because there are no geniuses, treasures, or valuable things, so naturally they cannot attract people to come and explore. The mountains are not big, only stretching for more than 10 miles. It is similar to the Longshe Mountain in the past, and it is not as good as the Longshe Mountain in terms of scenery and aura. A rainbow light came from afar, and when it passed the barren mountain, the rainbow light turned a corner and fell straight down, rushing into a natural cave halfway up the mountain. The light dissipated, revealing 3 figures. Each of them looked extremely embarrassed and covered in blood, as if they had experienced an extremely difficult battle and survived a near death. The 3 are naturally Yang Kai, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu. The distance of tens of thousands of miles should be safe enough. It's not that Yang Kai doesn't want to run farther, but the current state of Fei Zhitu is not optimistic. He dare not continue to delay. This barren mountain just provides them with a place to rest. After rushing into the cave, Yang Kai immediately put Fei Zhitu down, let him lean on the cave wall, put his fingers on his wrist, released Saint Yuan, and checked his injuries. Now among the 3 of them, Fei Zhitu was the most seriously injured, and his breath was extremely disordered, as if he had reached the point of exhaustion. After a while, Yang Kai frowned, his face gloomy. Yang Kai, I'm going to charge him. Qian Tong was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, ignoring his own injuries. Looking eagerly at Yang Kai to ask. The situation is not very good. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice, and immediately looked up at Fei Zhitu and asked, Philadelphia City Lord, what kind of secret technique are you using that is so harmful? Hee hee. Fei Zhitu let out a miserable laugh, his face was as pale as paper, he slowly shook his head and said, it's not a secret technique, the old man has never practiced such a heaven-defying secret technique. It's not a secret technique, could it be? Qian Tong's face changed when he heard that, as if he remembered something. That's right, when I was captured. The old man took advantage of their inattention and took that explosive yuan pill under the tip of his tongue. Explosive yuan pill. Yang Kai also changed his face. As an alchemist, he had naturally heard the name of this kind of panacea. This is a kind of elixir with great future troubles, although after taking it, it can greatly increase the strength of warriors for a short time. But once the effect of the medicine passes, it is bound to cause unimaginable damage to the warrior. What it overdraws is the vitality of the warrior. This kind of panacea is rarely refined, and it is rarely taken because of taking it. Need to have the courage to die and survive. It's no wonder that even if Fei Zhitu was issued a restriction, he could break through it in an instant and restore his strength. It turned out that he had contained a pill of this kind in his mouth in advance. Yang Kai understood. While speaking, the effect of the explosive yuan pill seemed to have completely disappeared, and the sequelae followed. Fei Zhitu's hair turned snow white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his skin was wrinkled and dry, and many deep wrinkles appeared on his face. The years seemed to flow through him for hundreds of years and thousands of years in an instant. Fei Zhitu originally looked only in his 40s, just in his prime, but at this moment, he turned into an octogenarian, looking old and dying. Even his cultivation level gradually declined, from the 3rd level of returning to the void to the 2nd level, and then to the 1st level, almost falling below this level. Old Fei. Qian Tong was heartbroken. He and Fei Zhitu had a lifelong friendship for hundreds of years, so he knew better than anyone else where the explosive yuan pill came from. When the two were young, they went out together to practice together. At that time, they happened to get a yuan explosive pill. Qian Tong scoffed at it, but Fei Zhitu kept it. Unexpectedly, after 200 or 300 years, Fei Zhitu was still alive. Put it to good use. For a moment, Qian Tong was heartbroken and guilty. If he had kept the explosive pill back then he would be the one who would suffer the backlash of the medicine today, and he wouldn't have to watch his old friend's life pass by without being able to do anything about it. Fei Zhitu was already severely injured, but now that the hidden danger of the Yuandan explosion occurred, and his mind was shocked when the blue jade bowl was destroyed, it seemed that he would not live long. Old Qian, why do you have to put on the expression of a dead parent? Fei Zhitu grinned. I know my own situation, this time it was you and I who didn't notice, and caused Yang Kai to suffer, but it didn't work out. It's a big mistake, my old life, the confession is of some value. Old Qian, listen, Zhan Tianmeng and Lei Taizong dare to risk the world's disgrace this time, and deal with you and me. Some dependence. Reliance. You mean, Qian Tong frowned. This is just my own guess, but I'm not sure if it's true. Don't rush to take revenge. I, Shadow Moon Palace, are no better than them. If we really clash with them because of this matter, we will always be the ones who suffer. Just leave it to me for the matter of revenge, Lord Fei Chung, don't be impatient. Yang Kai said in relief. Hee, Yang Kai, you have a heart, and since this is the case, the old man will not bother this god anymore. Fei Zhitu nodded slightly, and then fell silent. Qian Tong's eye circles were red, and tears flickered in the corners of his eyes. What are you two doing as if you were parting from each other? Yang Kai observed his words and couldn't help chuckling. Although the Lord of Philadelphia is seriously injured, he may not necessarily perish. Hearing this, Qian Tong's eyes lit up. Fei Zhitu also looked up at Yang Kai in amazement. As he said just now, he knows his own situation well. If it is just a simple injury this time, it will not be a serious problem. At worst, he can go back and recuperate for a few years, and he may be able to recover. But after taking the explosive Yuan Dan, it will be different. His vitality was being squeezed, and he couldn't stop the deterioration of the injury at all. It would be 3 to 5 days later, or a few hours sooner, and he would definitely die. Yang Kai, it's time now, don't joke around with this old man. If there is any way to bring old Fei back from the gate of hell, you should let go and do what you want. I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Qian Tong said urgently, like a drowning man grabs at a straw. Fei Zhitu also looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Can live, who wants to die? However, Yang Kai really has a way to save his own situation, or is he comforting himself? Boy naturally dare not make such jokes with the two seniors. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, flipped his wrist, took out a jade bottle from the space ring, untied the bottle cap, and a scent of fragrance instantly filled the air. As the aroma entered his nostrils, Fei Zhitu's originally pale face suddenly turned a little rosy, and even his sluggish spirit improved a bit. What is this? Qian Tong is also a person who knows things, and he can tell at a glance that the things contained in this jade bottle must be very important, but he has no idea what it is. Looking at its color, it is white and flawless, just like milk. The 3 great divine waters must be familiar to the two seniors. Yang Kai smiled slightly. What? The 3 great divine waters? Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu were both shocked. That's right, this bottle contains one of them, life nectar. Yang Kai said, shaking his wrist. A drop of pure white life nectar flew out of the bottle, and under the wrapping of his Saint Yuan, it floated towards Fei Map. It's life nectar. Qian Tong was overjoyed. If this was really one of the rumored 3 magic waters, then Lao Fei might not necessarily die. The biggest reason for his current state is that his vitality was overdrawn, which made him unable to suppress the injury. If he could replenish the overdrawn life, with his level of cultivation, it would be no problem to suppress the injury. The life nectar is known as one of the 3 great waters, and its biggest function is to replenish the power of qi and blood and vitality. It can be described as prescribing the right medicine. Qian Tong couldn't be more excited. Philadelphia Lord, please accept, Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Fei Zhitu's face was convulsed with excitement, but he didn't hesitate at all when he heard the words. He opened his mouth and swallowed the drop of life nectar the size of a fingernail. As soon as it melted in the mouth, a hot stream flowed from the mouth to the abdomen, and the vigorous vitality suddenly spread in the body, making Fei Zhitu startled. He closed his eyes and activated the holy essence to refine the effect of the medicine. Seeing that Fei Zhitu's aura became stable at an extremely fast speed, as if his life was no longer in danger, Qian Tong couldn't help crying, feeling excited that his old friend escaped from death. Yang Kai, your gift is too great. Qian Tong wiped the corner of his eyes and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. Elder is serious, Senior Fei was also implicated by me, and he took the explosive yuan pill in order to defend the boy against the attack. The boy is too grateful, and a mere drop of life nectar is nothing. It is Elder Qian, your injury. The old man is fine. I can resolve the restriction in my body by myself, but I just need to meditate for a few days. As for this arm, it doesn't matter. Although the old man is old, he is also strong and strong. It just breaks, that's all, it's going to get better. Well, since that's the case, let the elders start healing. I have some healing pills here, the elders will get twice the result with half the effort if you take them. Yang Kai said, took out a few bottles from the space ring, and poured out a pill from each bottle, pass it to Qian Tong. Qian Tongbin still wanted to decline, after all, as the elder of Shadow Moon Palace, how could he not carry a healing pill? But when he saw what Yang Kai took out, he swallowed the words again, took it generously, and said with a smile, the things you took out are indeed good things, but this old man will be disrespectful. It should be, the boy will protect the two seniors, and the two seniors can concentrate on healing. Well, you should also deal with your own injuries, and don't leave any hidden dangers behind. Soon, the three of them occupied a place in the cave and meditated cross-legged. Fei Zhitu's injury is the most serious, but now there is no need to worry about his life. How much he can recover depends on his own ability. Qian Tong's injury is not a big problem, let alone Yang Kai. With golden blood, his recovery ability is already many times stronger than others, and his physical body is also extremely strong, so even if he was hit by those lightning arcs at that time, he did not suffer much damage, and now he only needs to recover a little, that's it. To be continued. Chapter 1506 Nirvana Lightning Bead. Half a month later, 3 streaks of rainbow light flew out from the cave, quickly rushed to the horizon, and soon disappeared. After such a long period of recuperation, Qian Tong has basically recovered, and so has Yang Kai, except for Fei Zhitu. Although his life was pulled back from the Ghost Gate by Yang Kai, the sequelae of Yuan explosive pill were too great, and now he still can't fully recover. Her hair was still snow white, but her face was very ruddy, and she no longer looked like she was dying before. And his cultivation realm has finally recovered to the second level of returning to the void. The rest will not recover in a short time, at least it will take more than 10 or 20 years before Fei Zhitu can hope to break through to the third level of void return. This result is helpless, but it is still there within the acceptable range. However, this increase in cultivation is recovery, not a real breakthrough. Fei Zhitu will not encounter any bottlenecks, all he needs is time. In time, he will surely recover. The 3 of them were all fine. After some planning, they rushed to the Flowing Flame sand field together. Zhan Tianmeng and Lei Taizong tried their best to deal with Yang Kai this time, and Yang Kai had already told the 2 of them that after learning that Xingdi Mountain had actually intervened behind this matter, whether it was Qian Tong or Fei, the picture is deeply disturbing. He didn't dare to go back to Shadow Moon Palace, for fear that he would find another opportunity there and use it to blackmail Yang Kai again. Anyway, in Shadow Moon Palace, only the 2 of them have some friendship with Yang Kai. As long as they are not around, they will not attack Shadow Moon Palace if they want to come to Xingdi Mountain. Going to the Flowing Flame sand field is the best choice. The defense there is impregnable. Even if Xingdi Mountain is fully occupied, it is impossible to attack the inside. When Yang Kai came here before, he flew all the way here, and when he encountered a city, he would enter and purchase training materials, but now it is different from the past, so he will not waste time on the road in vain. After a toss of teleportation, it took less than 10 days to arrive at the outskirts of the Flowing Flame sand field. In the past 10 days, the 3 of them also searched for news many times, but unfortunately they found nothing. What happened in Luodi Mountain that day, no one in the entire Gloom Star knows. On the contrary, the 2 chief rudders of Zhan Tianmeng and Lei Taizong were suddenly heavily guarded, and the news that they were allowed to leave and not allowed to enter was spreading. No one in the world knew why these 2 giants had such a sudden reaction, only Yang Kai and the other 3 knew it very well. They were really afraid that they would seek revenge by themselves, and they were already making preparations. But just like this can stop yourself. Yang Kai sneered again and again. He didn't want to make more troubles, and there was not much enmity with Thunder Typhoon Sect and Zhan Tianmeng, but this time they went to take the lead in attacking him. Yang Kai naturally would not let it go. Before leaving the Gloom Star for a long voyage, it seems that he has to take care of this trouble first, otherwise Yang Kai will not feel at ease. After all, this long voyage cannot be completed in a short time. Once he leaves for too long, God knows what will occur. Outside the flowing flame sand field, in front of the palace where the space magic circle connecting the inside and outside was located, Yongkai looked gloomy. Without him, the palace where the space magic circle was placed was razed to the ground, and it can no longer be used. There are many bloodstains on the ground, which shows that a battle took place here. The Ling Xiaozong disciples guarding this place are generally weak, and they don't know whether they are dead or alive. Unable to directly use the space magic circle to enter Ling Xiaozong, Yongkai could only take out the communication compass and communicate with the inside. Although he can also use the Star Emperor token to enter and exit safely, the protection blessed by the Star Emperor token can only protect one person, and Qiantong and Fei Zhitu cannot safely pass through the hot area. After waiting for less than an hour, in the roiling heat wave, a small thing like a battleship flew quickly, passed through the hot area, and stopped in front of Yongkai and the other three. It was the flying shark battle shuttle refined by Yang Yan before. The hatch opened, revealing Wu Yi's figure. Yongkai, you are finally back. Wu Yi's face was a little anxious, and after seeing Qiantong and Fei Zhitu, he quickly bowed again. Let's go up and talk. Yongkai nodded lightly, took Qiantong and Fei Zhitu onto the flying shark battle shuttle, the hatch of the battle shuttle closed, and with a slight sway, he galloped towards the inside at an extremely fast speed. Who destroyed the space law formation? Are there any casualties among the guarding disciples? Yongkai asked after entering the inside. I don't know exactly who destroyed it, but the disciple who guarded it was injured a little bit, and it's nothing serious. More than 10 days ago, a group of uninvited guests suddenly came outside the flowing flame sand field, trying to capture the space magic circle. Fortunately, the disciples with sharp eyes and quick hands, he triggered the self-destruct formation that Yang Yan had arranged before, and then teleported back. Well, that's good. Yongkai nodded lightly. Ling Xiaozong now has few disciples. They are all warriors who left the Haike family with Wu Yi. They supported each other and went all the way to today. Will be very sad. Yongkai, do you know who is trying to harm my Ling Xiaozong? Wu Yi asked angrily. Probably Zontianmeng and Leitezong, Yongkai said lightly. Wu Yi's pretty face changed slightly. Why did they deal with us? Didn't we offend them? Little girl, you should understand the truth of the innocence of a husband and the guilt of a jade. You really didn't offend them, but they coveted your things, so they will naturally start. Yongkai was also besieged by them when he went out this time. Qiantong sighed aside. They are so courageous. Wu Yi shouted, her pretty face stern. My Ling Xiaozong is in a corner and has nothing to do with the world, so they think we are easy to bully. It seems that we don't want to give them any color. No more. Yongkai and the other three looked at her in astonishment. Fei Zhitu clapped his palms and smiled. Little girl is not old, but she has a lot of ambition. She is indeed the person who follows Yongkai, she has courage. Wu Yi's pretty face blushed after being praised, and said in a low voice, the junior is just talking casually, how to do it depends on the suzerain's will, the senior should not laugh at the junior. Naturally, I want to teach them a lesson. Yongkai snorted coldly, there is nothing to say if there is revenge. Wu Yi's expression was shocked. An hour later, Zhan Shuo stopped in Ling Xiaozong Square, and a group of people walked out from the inside. Yongkai asked Wu Yi to arrange for Qiantong and Fei Zhitu to rest for a while, and walk to Baihuaju by himself. He is going to find Yi Xian, and he wants to ask some questions. In Baihuaju, Yi Xian is taking care of the flowers and plants. Her strength has reached her level, and she can no longer practice. The suppression of the law of the dark star heaven and earth prevents her from breaking through the Void King realm, but she has reached the limit of the Void Return Mirror. No matter how hard you practice, it won't help. So usually, she is doing some insignificant little things to hone her mind, hoping that one day she will be able to find another way to break through to the Void King realm. Her temperament has always been indifferent. The suzerain is back. Before Yongkai could walk over, Yi Xian's words came over, obviously he had been spotted. Yongkai nodded slightly, and came straight to her side, seeing that she was pruning a plant. Is this trip going well? Not too good. Oh, Yi Xian turned her head, what happened? Been fooled by someone. Yongkai twitched the corner of his mouth, briefly describing what happened in Luodi Mountain. You mean, Xingdi Mountain is behind this incident? Yi Xian's pretty face turned slightly cold. That's right, but it doesn't matter. No matter who the enemy is, if they dare to provoke me, I won't make it easy for them. The suzerain's body is a man, so the grievances are naturally clear, and the grievances are happy. I came this time just to ask, is there a secret treasure in the shape of a bead in Xingdi Mountain? It can split countless, and it is of the thunder attribute. The suzerain is talking about the Nirvana Thunder Bead. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that you were attacked by this secret treasure? Yes, I almost died. Yang Kai was a little terrified, thinking of the power of the secret treasure. He felt a little nervous. He had never seen such a powerful secret treasure. Is it called Nirvana Thunder Bead? Is it a virtual king level secret treasure? It's not of the Void King class. To Yang Kai's surprise, Yi Xian shook her head slowly, put down the scissors in her hand and straightened up, as if caught in a memory. After a while she moved lightly with lotus steps, and walked towards the stone pavilion. Walking over, he said, "Sovereign Master, come and talk." Yang Kai followed closely. In the stone pavilion, the two sat down separately. Yi Xian personally poured a cup of tea, pushed it in front of Yang Kai, then stroked her hair and said, "The suzerain can retreat under the Nirvana Thunder Bead. It is really no small matter. This palace used to it seems to underestimate you. It's just luck. The Nirvana Lightning Bead has such a great power. Isn't it a King Void secret treasure?" Yang Kai took a sip of tea and looked at her suspiciously. "It is the Junshan treasure of Xingdi Mountain, and it has surpassed the level of Zhuang. It is the Emperor treasure." Emperor treasure? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The great Emperor's secret treasure. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded slightly. No way. Yang Kai changed his face in shock. He had seen the Emperor treasure before, and the 3 flame rings were the Emperor treasure. It's a pity that Yang Yan only collected one of the fire rings that day, and the remaining 2 still lie across the land of Gloomy Star, forming a forbidden area like the flowing flame sand field, which has become the strongest defense of Ling Shaozong. The Nirvana Lightning Bead is a good Emperor treasure, but with the strength of those people in Xingdi Mountain, they can't exert its power at all. Even if I use it myself, I can't exert 10% of its power. One achievement is so terrifying. Yang Kai's expression changed in shock. Well, the power of the Emperor treasure is beyond what you and I can imagine. Moreover, with a low level of cultivation, it will take a lot of money to forcibly activate the Emperor treasure. After that person attacked you with the Nirvana Lightning Bead, did you breathless? Indeed, that's it. If he can fully activate the power of the Nirvana Lightning Bead, even the Void King realm can easily kill him instantly, let alone you, the suzerain. Yang Kai looked shocked. This time, if Fei Zhitu hadn't used the blue jade bowl to block himself at the critical moment, he would have been seriously injured. This time he could escape by luck. What about next time? To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Pomang. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1507 The Stone Embryo has changed. The suzerain actually doesn't need to care too much. Although the power of Emperor Bao is unfathomable, but they are limited by the realm of cultivation, it is just a one-shot deal. After one blow, they are powerless. You have experienced it yourself, and you should know it better than anyone else. Seeing Yang Kai's fearful expression, Yi Xian said in relief. That's true. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The fear in his heart was greatly reduced, and he suddenly relaxed a lot. The power of the secret treasure has always been linked to the strength of the user, so no matter how high the grade of the secret treasure is, no matter how powerful the power is, the martial artist who uses it is not strong enough, and it will not be able to arouse the shocking power. Dragon Bone Sword Dikui is like this. Although Yang Kai uses it like a finger, it will not be half obscure, but he always feels that it still has great potential to be tapped. This potential does not lie in the Dragon Bone Sword itself, but in itself. His own strength limited the ability of the Dragon Bone Sword. If the suzerain wants to take action this time, you might as well bring me with you. Since Xingdi Mountain has gone against the original idea, then naturally I can't just sit idly by, and I also want to see an old friend. It's an old account. Oh, Yang Kai raised his brows, his heart aching with rage. He actually wanted to know why Yi Xian left Xingdi Mountain back then. After all, she was the helm of this behemoth at the beginning, and her status was extremely respected. If it wasn't for some unavoidable reason, it was absolutely impossible for her to leave there and live in seclusion for hundreds of years. Out. But this kind of thing is really hard to ask. If Yi Xian is willing to say it, he will certainly listen to it. It is meaningless if he is unwilling to say it reluctantly. What is certain is that there is definitely a grudge between Yi Xian and Xingdi Mountain. After a little thought, Yang Kai didn't ask his doubts, but said seriously, "This is what I planned. Great Elder, listen to me. If there is anything wrong, please give advice." At the moment, Yang Kai explained his plan. An hour later, Yang Kai left Baihuaju and returned to Tianyi Palace. The palace was extremely quiet. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, took out the sleeping spirit arrow, and poured Saint Chi into it to recharge it. This secret treasure obtained in Luodi Mountain this time is really powerful. Although there is a limit on the number of times it can be used, it still cannot obliterate its miraculous effect. Warriors at the second level of returning to the void can't stop its power at all. Such as Ku Jung, who returned to the third level of void return, can only avoid it and dare not force it. In the Fallen Emperor Mountain, the energy of the Yuling arrow was exhausted, and Yang Kai naturally wanted to charge it again. It took less than half an hour before and after, and it was ready. Yang Kai put it away carefully, and when he was planning to make some preparations for this operation, his expression suddenly changed. He grinned and stared at a certain place on the ground, waiting quietly. After a while, a small head with sharp edges and corners emerged strangely from the ground. Its lines were tough, like a rock, but the two eyes on that head were extremely bright and energetic. Stone puppets. This time when Yang Kai went out, he didn't bring the stone puppet with him, but left it in the sect. For one thing, Yang Kai didn't expect that there would be so many twists and turns in this trip, and he had to deal with such a battle, otherwise it would be a great help to bring stone puppets. Secondly, stone puppet has other missions. The task of the stone puppet is to guard the stone embryo of another stone puppet. After coming out of the Emperor Garden last time, Yang Kai fused the blood essence stone with the stone embryo, hoping to give birth to a second stone puppet, so he handed over the guarding task to Xiao Xiao. Now that he returned to Zongmen, it sensed something and immediately came to Tianyi Palace. I don't know if the second stone puppet was born smoothly. Yang Kai is full of expectations. But when he looked at the little stone puppet, he couldn't help frowning, and asked quickly, "What's wrong?" In its originally clear and bright eyes, there was a look of panic, and as soon as you sprang out from the ground, he immediately crawled up to Yang Kai with hands and feet, then bent his waist, and grabbed Yang Kai's trousers, and didn't know it in his mouth. What strange language was issued, and Yang Kai was eagerly dragged out. What happened? Yang Kai, as the stone puppet's owner, can naturally feel its impatience and anxiety, but the stone puppet is also a living creature, and its intelligence is not high. Yang Kai only absorbed a drop of it when it was born. Golden blood, so I can't clearly feel its thoughts. Let me go with you. Yang Kai asked again, and stone puppet nodded his head. Lead the way. Yang Kai nodded lightly, letting the stone puppet drag him and let it go out. Soon, one person and one stone puppet left the main rudder of Ling Xiaozong and went to the depths of the continuous mountains. The main rudder of Ling Xiaozong now stands on the site of Taishuanzong, the ancient sect, and this site is extremely wide. Ling Xiaozong's family business is small, and it only occupies a small part. Now the place stone puppet is taking Yang Kai to is the main rudder of Taishuanzong, but it is above a peak. The peak is tall and straight, towering into the clouds, with craggy rocks and beautiful scenery. An hour later, stone puppet took Yang Kai to the top of the mountain, where there was a spacious platform like a square, and a beautiful palace stood there. Presumably it was the palace built by Taishuanzong before, but now it is empty. Just before the palace, there was a blood-red, face-sized strange boulder placed on the ground, which could be vaguely seen, and the rich aura around it was drawn by it, and drilled into the boulder. You can even hear bursts of heartbeat-like gurgling, coming from the boulder, powerful and rhythmic. The stone embryo of the second stone puppet. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. The stone embryo was well taken care of by Xiao Xiao. After merging with the blood essence stone, it almost had its own life, but what was strange was that the creatures bred inside did not break out of the shell. Logically speaking, so after a long time, it should have been born. Yang Kai frowned. With his eyesight, he can naturally see that something is wrong with the stone embryo. No wonder Xiao Xiaohui is so impatient. After arriving here, Xiao rushed to the stone embryo, circling around anxiously, scratching his ears and cheeks, looking like a monkey that was tickled. No matter what he did, he couldn't do what he wanted. Let me see, don't worry. Yang Kai gave a sigh of relief. The stone puppet was really obedient, and immediately sat aside, watching eagerly. Its kind is conceived in the stone embryo, and Xiao Xiao knows how to love the same kind even if his intelligence is not high. Yang Kai came to the stone embryo, released his spiritual sense to investigate. His face changed slightly. An unimaginable amount of energy was condensed inside the stone embryo, and it was still growing continuously. I don't know if it was because the aura of heaven and earth was too strong here or what. The sound of the heartbeat became more obvious and more powerful, but no matter how Yang Kai searched, the creatures bred inside it showed no signs of breaking out of their shells, not even a trace of soul fluctuations. Without the fluctuation of spirit and soul, it means that its life is incomplete, and it has not produced spiritual wisdom. Yang Kai was at a loss. He didn't know how to deal with it either. Yang Yan told him about Stone Puppet's special life, otherwise he would not have known that such a strange life actually existed in this vast world. As for how the Stone Puppet can be born safely, and what to do at this moment, he has no idea. Maybe if Yang Yan is here, she can solve the confusion for herself. But since Yang Yan came back from the Emperor Garden, he has merged with the Emperor's body and fell into a deep sleep. Even if Yang Kai went to find her, he could not get any help. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai reached out and touched the stone embryo. No matter what, the energy stored in the stone embryo at this moment is too huge, so something must be wrong. The failure of the stone embryo to be born smoothly, and the inability to give birth to wisdom, is very likely to be related to this huge energy. The so-called deficiency does not make up, probably this is the truth. Yang Kai wanted to guide the energy inside, so as not to cause any damage to the fragile stone embryo. But just as his hand touched the stone embryo, a complex pattern suddenly emerged from the stone embryo, and after the pattern spun around, it turned into a terrifying energy, striking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly turned sideways to avoid it. With a whistling sound, that energy flew past his body and shot straight into the sky. After a few breaths, a hole appeared in the distant sky, as if the blow pierced through the sky. Yang Kai was stunned and didn't dare to act rashly anymore. Xiao Xiao stared at him, spit out inexplicable words, as if begging for something, both eyes were full of sadness. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Now that things have come to an end, he is afraid that there is nothing he can do to help, and everything has to go with the flow. As if she had understood the thoughts in Yang Kai's mind, her little expression became a little sluggish, she drooped her head, and just sat there stupidly, staring at the stone embryo in front of her. As time passed slowly, the energy contained in the stone embryo became larger and larger, and the heartbeat-like rhyme became more and more rapid, so rapid that it made Yang Kai's heart throb. It was an extremely abnormal rhythmic movement, as continuous as drumbeats, and as the sound sounded, the light on the stone embryo also began to flicker, flickering and flickering. This situation continued for 5 full days, and the situation did not change until the 5th day. The blood-red light on the stone embryo suddenly exploded, extremely dazzling, and at the same time, a sensational energy fluctuation erupted from the stone embryo. Yang Kai's eyes widened, staring at the movement in front of him for a moment. Slowly, the light dimmed, and the dense drumming sound was also annihilated at the same time, and the terrifying energy fluctuations contained in the stone embryo also dissipated invisible. Yang Kai's heart sank, and he sent out his spiritual sense to perceive it there, his face darkened. That stone embryo, even the original life fluctuations disappeared, as if it was really just a stubborn stone that can be seen everywhere. Xiao Xiao was also aware of it, and quickly rushed to the stone embryo, patted it with both hands, murmured and didn't know what to say, then picked it up, brought it to Yang Kai, and stuffed it into his arms. Obviously wanting him to think of a way. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but finally he was speechless and sighed deeply. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Shaolin Air. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1508 Insanity. As the Little Master, Yang Kai can naturally feel the impatience and uneasiness in his heart at the moment. If he can, he will definitely not refuse the little request. However, Yang Kai didn't know much about stone puppets, so he didn't know what went wrong at the moment, which led to the second stone puppet not only failing to break out of its shell, but also annihilated. Even if he wanted to, there was nothing he could do. The master and servant are connected with each other. Aware of Yang Kai's helplessness, the light of Qi in his little eyes gradually dimmed. It sucked its nose lightly, like a wrong child. After a long time, it gently placed the stone embryo in front of Yang Kai, and touched it carefully, as if it was afraid that it would cause any damage to the stone embryo if it moved too much. Immediately, Xiao Xiao rushed to the edge of the cliff of the Wanren Peak, beating his chest with both hands, sonorous and forceful, making a sound like a drum beating. His small body grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he became a stone giant more than 10 feet tall. Like a huge orangutan standing on the top of the peak, with a hunched waist and hands hanging on the ground, staring at Yunwan Yunshu. A long howl, like a rolling dragon's chant, came out of its mouth. The whistling sound spread directly into the sky, containing unimaginable destructive power, and turned the sea of clouds upside down. The howling sound was full of indelible grief and sadness. A drop of crystal-like jade slipped from the small eyes and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The stone puppet cried. Yang Kai never thought that the stone puppet would cry one day, he couldn't imagine the meaning of the second stone puppet's stone embryo to Xiao Xiao. Let it be so sad, but looking at it at this moment, its back is depressed and lonely. It seems that in the world, only it is alone, and it will be lonely for a lifetime. Yang Kai stood up abruptly, hurried to the stone embryo, stretched out his hand and popped a golden blood thread, swiping around his wrist. A wound several inches long, with bone deep visible, appeared immediately, and golden blood flowed out from the wound. Drop by drop, it dripped into the stone embryo. It shouldn't be like this. The birth of Xiao Xiao was extremely smooth. Yang Kai was also confused at the time. It was completely Xiao Xiao who fused the blood essence stone in the black book space, and then easily broke out of the shell. Why is the second only so hard? Even at this moment, even the fluctuation of life is gone. No matter what, it is also a small one of its kind. Little about its birth. I placed expectations 1,000,000 times more than myself. Yang Kai didn't believe that such a creature with such a strong vitality really died like this. Do everything. Listen to fate. The sound of tick-tock came out, and drop after drop of pure golden blood fell on the stone embryo. The golden blood contained unimaginable energy and vitality. When Xiao Xiao was born, Yang Kai had done this before, but only a drop of golden blood was paid. But now, he no longer cares about the cost. Sensing Yang Kai's movements, Xiao Xiao immediately turned around and ran over, squatting in front of Yang Kai, looking at him gratefully, and looking at Shi embryo from time to time, with a look of worrying about gains and losses. Time passed little by little, and the stone embryo was completely dyed golden, but to Yang Kai's disappointment, his golden blood didn't play any role, and the stone embryo showed no signs of absorption. This made him look sad. Xiao Xiao was also anxious like an ant on a hot pan, writhing restlessly. Yudi, a very weak wave came out from the stone embryo, and Yang was excited, thinking that he had expected too much and had an illusion, but when he carefully released his divine sense to investigate, he couldn't help it, live beaming. There is really a wave of fluctuations coming from the stone embryo. That is the wave of life. As if a single spark could start a prairie fire, when this extremely weak wave that could be annihilated at any time spread, the stone embryo actually began to absorb the pure golden blood dripping on it, and the golden blood that was originally not accepted was visible to the naked eye bit by bit. Drops poured into the stone embryo. Boom! The sound like a heartbeat echoed at the peak again. It was the rhythm of life. Yang Kai grinned, and the grief in stone puppet's eyes disappeared, replaced by nervousness and worry. Boom! The sound is getting louder and the interval is getting shorter and shorter. The originally annihilated life wave is transmitted from the stone embryo again, and the dim light is also blooming again at this moment, but it is different from the beginning. The light at this moment is blood red. Among them, golden light is mixed, which is extremely mysterious. Patterns emerge from the surface of the stone embryo one by one, like living creatures, disappearing in a flash. Yang Kai looked amazed. When Xiao Xiao was born, he had never seen this kind of scene, and he didn't know the difference between this stone puppet and Xiao Xiao. The sun and the moon rose, and 3 days passed in a flash. Yang Kai had already stopped dripping golden blood into the stone embryo, and after absorbing a full 20 or 30 drops of pure golden blood, the stone embryo regained its brilliance. At this moment Yang Kai is waiting anxiously beside Xiao Xiao. Slowly, there was a light click, and Yang Kai's expression lifted, and he quickly looked at it intently. After seeing this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. A small crack appeared on the stone embryo. Not long after that crack appeared, more cracks appeared one after another, and immediately after, the stone embryo was covered with dense, crisscrossing cracks like spider webs. Click! The stone embryo shattered, revealing the life conceived within it. The second stone puppet. Just like a chick breaking its shell, it struggles out of the stone embryo and looks at this new and strange world. Its movements are very clumsy. It seems that because it was just born, it took a long time to get out of the stone embryo and sit on the ground. It was a golden stone puppet, which surprised Yang Kai. His whole body was shining like a golden armor, and he didn't know if it was related to the amount of golden blood he had dripped. Exactly the same as when Xiao Xiao was born. After this golden stone puppet sat up straight, the first thing it did was to swallow all the fragments of the stone embryo into its stomach. The speed was so fast that it didn't even chew. After swallowing it, it just sat there stupidly, motionless. It's small, jumping up and down, the joy is beyond words. Before it was over, it rushed to its companion, picked it up with its arms, put it on its shoulders, and ran at the top of the peak at high speed. One circle, and another circle, monotonously repeated, without any fatigue. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, but his brows were slightly wrinkled when he was overjoyed. Creatures like stone puppets are born with low spiritual intelligence, and Xiao Xiao is the same. It is only happy for the safe birth of its own companion, and happy to have the company of its own kind in the future, but Yang Kai feels that something is wrong. There seemed to be something wrong with the golden stone puppet. After a long time, Yang Kai stopped the little play and let him put down the second stone puppet. If you are so small, you will naturally not resist. Only then did Yang Kai investigate carefully. After a while, his brows frowned even tighter. Sure enough, this golden stone puppet, although it looked stronger than Xiao Xiao at the beginning of its birth, its intelligence was not as good as Xiao Xiao's, and it could even be said that it was completely in a state of chaos. After Xiao Xiao put it down, it just stood there blankly, far less lively and active. Yang Kai tried to give it a few commands, but it didn't respond at all. Insanity disabled. Yang Kai's face sank. Although creatures like stone puppets are not very intelligent, they are intelligent anyway, but there are almost no golden stone puppets. I don't know if it has anything to do with the various hardships when it was born. Although the current golden stone puppet is still a living being, it is no different from a fool, even worse than a fool. Realizing this, Yang Kai became silent. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao couldn't notice this kind of thing, otherwise, she wouldn't know how sad it would be. While meditating, Xiao Xiao opened his mouth as if offering a treasure, and opened his mouth to spit out a piece of unrefined rare ore, and graciously sent it to his companion. Fortunately, although the golden stone puppet has no intelligence, it still has an instinctive reaction. It actually knew how to pick up the rare ore and gnawed it. The sound of clicking came to my ears, and it swallowed it in 2 or 3 times, and then continued to stand still. Xiao Xiao didn't seem to know where he offended this companion, making it so indifferent to him. Scratching his head in confusion, he could only keep taking out more ore and sending it over. The latter also never refuses anyone who comes, and the tacit understanding of the two little guys' cooperation is incomparable. Looking at the golden stone puppet, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Although the current situation is better than the beginning, it is not perfect. Fortunately, he has tried his best. The golden stone puppet has no wisdom, and he is really powerless. Looking at it, Yang Kai's expression changed, and suddenly remembered something. His expression changed endlessly. After a while, his eyes lit up, and he carefully sized up the golden stone puppet, with a hint of excitement on his face. He suddenly remembered how to make the golden stone puppet act on its own. The Jinshi puppet's dementia now is nothing more than due to insufficiency of intelligence. If this problem can be solved, then all the problems will be easily solved. Yang Kai couldn't complement its intelligence, but it could be implanted. He knows the art of distraction. The technique of distraction was created by the great demon god. On the Tongshuan continent, the great demon god is amazingly talented. There is no one in the past, and there will be no one in the future. He is a legendary figure of a generation. Back then, Yang Kai got a drop of the great demon god's golden blood in the holy tomb of the 9 heavens holy land. After refining it, he learned a secret technique of the great demon god from the golden blood, that is the technique of distraction. Although he had also cultivated at that time, he never found a suitable carrier, so he could only nourish this ray of distraction in the sea of consciousness. Later, he entered the star field and drifted to the hanging continent, where Yang Kai was persecuted by the ghost ancestor to test the operation of the space magic circle for him. Although the space magic circle suffered a great deal of distraction and was almost annihilated, after so many years of nurturing, that ray of distraction has been restored to its original state. Not only that, it is many times stronger than before. This ray of distraction is a very special existence, because Yang Kai is cultivating and nurturing alone, so it has nothing to do with his own sea of consciousness. Even if it disappears, it will not affect him. To be continued. Chapter 1509 Battle Sky City. Back then when he was practicing the technique of distraction, Yang Kai knew that as long as he found a suitable carrier, injected the distraction, and cooperated with the distraction, he could become a Dharma body-like existence, which could be used to go to places where the main body was inconvenient, or to do things that the body is inconvenient to do. For example, Yang Yan is the Dharma body of the great emperor. The great demon god is only in the realm of the holy king, so with his talent beyond the heavens, he has comprehended the art of distraction, and understands the secret art mastered by the great emperor. It can be seen that he can become a legend for a generation, and his reputation is not in vain. The golden stone puppet has no intelligence, but has a sound body. Isn't this the most suitable carrier? Yang Kai stroked his chin, staring at the golden stone puppet, silently meditating. After a long time, he decided to give it a try. He didn't know if it would succeed, but it was better than Jinshi puppet being in a state of dementia all the time. Ordering Xiao Xiao to protect the Dharma nearby, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in front of the golden stone puppet. Urged by the vast sea-like spiritual power, a grey shadow suddenly shot out from his mind. The shadow was a bit illusory and unstable, but if one looked carefully, one could find that the shadow was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's outline. This is naturally Yang Kai's distraction that has been raised in the consciousness sea for many years. The distraction rushed straight to Jinshi puppet's mind, and disappeared in an instant. Ling Xiaozong, the meeting hall, all the void-returning warriors in the sect gather here, headed by the great elder Yi Xian, who sits down and often rises. Howen, Zhe Qi, Ning Shangchen, Wu Yi and Qianyu are the deacons of the sect at this moment. Also in the hall. Not only that, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu are also here. The hall was quiet and silent, everyone had a cup of tea in front of them, and disciples kept coming to replace the cold tea. Where did the suzerain go? Why hasn't he been seen for more than a month? The subordinates ordered people to investigate before, and he doesn't seem to be in Tianyi Palace. Changqi looked at Yi Xian and asked with some concern, "The great elder, do you know where the suzerain is now?" "He is still in the sect, but I don't know what he is busy with. It seems that he is practicing some secret technique. The matter is very important. I dare not spy on it easily. Let's wait," Yi Xian replied lightly. With her powerful cultivation base, she naturally noticed the abnormal movement from that mountain peak a few days ago, so she was able to determine Yang Kai's location, but it is true that as she said, since Yang Kai was practicing some secret technique, she did not know snooping planned. The suzerain will always come back. Before he went, he had already set the policy for this operation. When discussing with me, I felt that there was no problem. Everyone should go with this operation. The sect will leave it to Wu. Deacons Yi and Qianyu took care of it. Yes, Wu Yi and Qianyu agreed after hearing the words. In addition, Elder Huang Wan is in the process of retreating and breaking through. You should take good care of it, don't let anyone disturb you, and Yuner, that girl is too lively, she may not be very quiet when I leave, the two of you should also watch her and practice carefully. Don't worry, Great Elder, Sister Qianyu and I will take care of everything in the sect, but everyone, you must return safely. Wu Yi said solemnly. Well, with the battleship that your lord made before, I don't think it will be difficult to attack this time. By the way, have the manpower and materials in the battleship been properly arranged? Everything is in order. That's good. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then turned to look at Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu. The two junior brothers are also busy this time. Senior Sister Yi, you're being polite. Qian Tong chuckled. Lao Fei and I were captured for their sneak attack last time. If Yang Kai hadn't turned the tide and rescued the two of us, I'm afraid the two of us would have been killed. This action, the two of us are duty-bound. Fei Zhitu also nodded in agreement. If Fang Peng, Ku Zheng and others were not insidious and cunning that day, how could he have fallen into such a situation? Not only is his hair gray, but his cultivation level has also dropped a level. Every time he thinks about it, he hates it to the bone. The suzerain is here. Yi Xian's expression changed suddenly, and he looked out of the hall. When the other people heard the words, their expressions were also shocked, and they all paid attention. Sure enough, a moment later, a beam of rainbow light shot from there, and the light dispersed, revealing Yang Kai's figure, with a slightly tired expression, but his eyes were full of energy and radiance. Did something good happen to the suzerain? Yi Xian seemed to have discovered something. For sure. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but didn't explain too much. His eyes swept across the hall, and asked in a deep voice, everything is ready. Yes. Then let's go. Yang Kai smiled brightly. Everyone got up one after another and went towards the layman. On the square, the Zhuang-class battleship had already docked there, the hatch was wide open, and a group of people entered in a single file. After a while, accompanied by a humming sound, the battleship rushed out like thunder and lightning. Go and be gone in the blink of an eye. Zontian City is majestic and huge, covering a huge area. Tens of millions of warriors are active in the city all year round, and there are many shops of all sizes. This is the main rudder of the Zontian League. As one of the two giants of the Gloom Star, the Zontian League is a golden signboard, which naturally attracts countless warriors to come and go to this city like Crucian Carp across the river. Some hope to join the Zontian League and become a part of it, some are looking for opportunities here, and some are opening shops here to earn Saint Crystals. Zontian City is one of the largest cities on Gloom Star. This city is divided into inner city and outer city. The outer city is the place where the Zontian League communicates with outside warriors, and various shops are also scattered here, while the inner city is only allowed to enter and leave by the disciples of the Zontian League. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. Zontian city stands on the dark star, and it has not fallen for thousands of years, but has become more and more prosperous. This is inseparable from the strength of Zontian League. Every force has its ebb and flow, and Zontian League is no exception. Although it has a big name, it will always provoke some enemies. Over the past tens of thousands of years, Zontian city has been attacked by some powerful enemies several times, but every time it can save the day. Even when the Zontian League is the weakest and the strong in the alliance are weak, they can still support it. The most dangerous one was an onslaught by Jiyu Yangzong thousands of years ago. At that time, in addition to the Thunder Typhoon sect of the Zontian League, there was also an ancient Yang sect on Gloom Star who was on an equal footing with them, and even surpassed these two great forces by a lot. For some unknown reason, Jiyu Yangzong and Zon Tianmeng clashed, and finally met each other. At that time, the Zontian League was the weakest among the three forces, and there were not many strong ones, so they had no choice but to defend against it. All the elites of the ancient Yangzong came out, and the soldiers approached the city, and the Zontian League was in jeopardy. But after a great battle, Zon Tianmeng survived despite heavy losses. Jiyu Yangzong injured 1,000 enemies and 800 self-inflicted losses. In desperation, he had no choice but to retreat. At that time, Zon Tianmeng was relying on the great formation of 10,000 cold-sealing spirits in the inner city. Ordinary sects seldom set up their main rudders in cities, and most of them choose to be in high mountains. After all, people come and go in cities, which will divert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is not conducive to the cultivation of disciples in the sect. It is rumored that the reason why the Zontian League will set up the main rudder in Zontian City is because there is a Ningyu ice spring in the inner city. The power of the big formation is also arranged with this ice spring as the eye of the formation. After that battle, the Wananfengling formation became famous and known to the entire Gloom Star. Later, Jiyu Yangzong offended Xingdi Mountain and was wiped out overnight, and the ruins of Jiyu Yangzong became the famous burial valley today. Yang Kai and Yang Yan had been there once before, and from there, Yang Kai got the 2 treasures of the Sun True Essence and the 10,000 Zai Ice Jade platform, and the Immortal 5 Elements Sword Chi was also obtained from there. Without the restraint of Jiyu Yangzong, Zon Tianmeng can flourish, otherwise it is unknown whether Zon Tianmeng still exists today. Originally, as one of the 2 giants of the Dark Star, the superpower has always been the other sect power relying on it and acting on its face. But since 2 months ago, some rumors have spread in the city. It was rumored that Zon Tianmeng had offended someone who shouldn't be offended, so now he was in a bad situation, walking on thin ice. When the news spread, 99% of people scoffed. Who can offend Zon Tianmeng and need to be so careful? It would be nice if it didn't bother others, who else would dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers? Except that Xingdi Mountain can make Zon Tianmeng subdued, even Lei Taizong doesn't have this ability. But everything is not true, and Zon Tianmeng's next ban on Zon Tianmeng, the measure of allowing exits and not entering, has made many people speculate. Zon Tianmeng has been strong for countless years, acting arrogantly and domineeringly. Many sect families were unwilling to attach to it and were destroyed. Many people doubted in their hearts, could it be that Xingdi Mountain was actually offended by Zon Tianmeng? Is it going to follow in the footsteps of the ancient Yangzong? If so, that's really welcome. In any case, the atmosphere in the city today is indeed different from the past. You can see Zon Tianmeng disciples everywhere in a hurry. At this moment, there are 2 warriors at the first level of returning to the void flying slowly over the city. Both of them are wearing the servants of Zon Tianmeng, but they are different from ordinary disciples in that there are crossed swords embroidered on the servants. Looks quite murderous. Enforcer. As Zontian City is such a large city, law enforcement envoys are naturally patrolling and investigating in the city. Once anyone is found not to abide by the rules and make trouble recklessly, they will be punished by the envoys of law enforcement. Those who are serious will take their lives, and those who are less serious will be punished with shengjing. Therefore, warriors in Zontian City are very afraid of warriors wearing this kind of service, and they will be targeted if they are not careful. At this moment, the 2 law enforcement envoys looked worried and full of thoughts. Brother Huang, what do you think happened? Since the leader and the great elder came back last time, they have issued some inexplicable orders one after another. Now they are asking the disciples to purchase supplies frantically. Could it be that our Zontian League has another? Is there a war? The short-haired man on the left asked suspiciously. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Shaolin Air. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 15:10. The whole city is in an uproar. Brother Chu, you are asking the wrong person. Huang is a low-status law enforcement envoy just like you. How can Huang know things that Brother Chu doesn't know? The other half-old man on the right slowly shook his head, replied with a smile. The short-haired man chuckled. Brother Huang is too modest. Although everyone is a law enforcement envoy, Brother Huang is different from Chu. He did not join the alliance halfway. He has long heard that Brother Huang has some relationship with Elder Mo. Could it be that he is not interested in this time? Well, Brother Huang, haven't you heard of anything? Hearing this, the half-old man smiled proudly and said, although Huang and Elder Mo have some relationship, Zuo is just a marginal blood relative. If they are really close, Huang has already served as a deacon in the inner city. Why bother? Come to the outer city to be a law enforcement envoy, deal with these Philistine merchants, and deal with trivial matters all day long. Having said that, Brother Huang may not have the opportunity to stay in the inner city forever. With Brother Huang's qualifications, as long as he stays in the inner city, he will definitely be promoted to the second level within 3 to 5 years. Chu is really envious. On that day, Brother Huang, please don't forget Chu, and support him a little bit. Of course it's no problem. You and I have been friends for decades. Is it better to have you? The half-aged old man laughed, and he seemed quite happy. No one paid attention to him, so he couldn't help but straighten his expression, lowered his voice and said, Brother Chu, although Huang doesn't know exactly what happened in the alliance, but when he went to ask the elders about his safety a few days ago, he overheard seeing that he was discussing things with the leader. It seems to be related to that kid named Yang Kai. Yang Kai, the short-haired man frowned, faintly feeling that the name was a little familiar. After careful consideration, his face was startled and he said, could it be the sect master of the Lingxiao sect? That's right, it's the sovereign of Lingxiao sect. The half-grown old man nodded slightly. It's just Wangko. Why are the leader and the elder talking about him? Could it be that this incident has something to do with him? Well, it seems that the last time the alliance leader and the great elder took people out, it was to deal with him, but unfortunately, that kid was as cunning as a fox, so he escaped. Before leaving, that kid threatened to take revenge on his Dianfeng. Quote, I don't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. The short-haired man sneered, that kid is just a junior, and he dares to say such a thing, he really doesn't know how to live or die. Huang also thinks so, but, even if he wants to take revenge, why are the leader and the great elder so fussy and fanciful? Could it be that Dianfeng, are afraid of him? Don't take it lightly, Brother Chu. The half-grown old man looked serious. That kid really doesn't have any skills, he is just a first-level void returning realm, and his strength is comparable to that of you and me. He has this level of cultivation at a young age, which shows his aptitude. It's not bad, but if we really fight with him, any one of you and I can kill him. But Brother Chu, don't forget that Ling Xiaozong has a Void King-class battleship. Hearing this, the short-haired man looked shocked, nodded and said, I have also heard about this. It is said that Ling Xiaozong does have such a warship, but no one has confirmed whether it is true or not. But even if there is a Void King-class warship, and how? Izan Tiancheng is not a vegetarian. He dared to bring the battleship over, but he also hit the stone with an egg, and the tens of thousands of elites in the alliance will make him come and go. Haha, what Brother Chu said is true. It's just a battleship, and it seems to be just a small battleship. It can't do anything big. The leader and the elder are too careful. The half-old man laughed loudly. A look of disapproval. Laughing and laughing, the voice suddenly subsided. What's the matter? The short-haired man didn't know why, and looked at him suspiciously. The half-aged old man did not answer, but looked intently at the distant sky, and after a long time, he pointed there and asked, Brother Chu, look over there, is there something approaching? Is there? The short-haired man looked in the direction he pointed, and he found a small black dot that was rapidly approaching Zontianmeng. The black dots were originally inconspicuous, and the distance between them was too far, so I couldn't see what they were. But soon, a vague outline appeared in the field of vision of the two of them. It turned out to be a long shuttle-shaped, dark and incomparably deep warship. In the blink of an eye, the warship had arrived 50 miles outside Zontian City, and in another moment, it stopped outside Zontian City. Battleship, the short-haired man and the half-grown old man exclaimed at the same time. A palpitating energy fluctuation came out of the battleship. Although it was not big, only a few dozen feet long, facing this pitch-black battleship, the two of them felt as if they were facing an unattainable mountain. Shangfeng was inexplicably terrified. Zhuang-class battleship, the short-haired man exclaimed again, could it be? Just now I was talking about Ling Xiaozong's Void King class battleship with my companions, could it be that this one is the one in front of me? After all, the entire Gloomy Star is subject to the refining technique, and there has never been a Void King class warship at all, let alone a Void King class. There has never been a Void class mid-grade warship. Then there is only one explanation. Ling Xiaozong really came here with a battleship. The warship, which is more than 10 feet long, is the smallest, floating above Zontian City. Compared with the huge city, it is like a cloud and mud, but its arrival makes the whole city turbulent. Countless eyes turned to that battleship, and countless people looked forward, not knowing what the battleship was here for. In the next moment, the answer will be revealed. A dazzling light suddenly flashed from the side of the battleship, and gradually became brighter until it was as dazzling as the sun. And as the radiance increased, sensational energy fluctuations also passed from there. Crystal cannon. The short-haired man and the half-grown old man had dull eyes. Under the oppression of the huge energy, their hands and feet went numb for a while, and the Shengyuan couldn't work well, and they couldn't even move. They could feel how huge the power contained in the crystal cannon was. Such an attack, not to mention hitting themselves, even if they rubbed them, they would immediately be wiped out. But, no one would ever drive a battleship to attack the main rudder of other forces. The warships on Gloomy Star are top-ranked and low-grade. Such warships do not have strong protection and are huge in size. If you really use warships to fight against the sect forces, they will only become living targets and will not be able to play a big role. It won't take long for it to be destroyed. But today, tens of millions of warriors in Zontian City witnessed this unimaginable event. Unexpectedly, a battleship sailed outside Zontian City, and used the crystal cannon, which seemed to be disadvantageous to Zontian City. Just when everyone was in a daze, a bright beam of light shot from the battleship side, silently, but it was destroyed along the road, turning all the houses and buildings in the way into dust, and even the void was shot out, a line visible to the naked eye mark of rumbling. A moment later, the sound came from inside Zontian City, and the place where the crystal cannon passed along the road was completely cleared. The violent energy was still chaotic, as if even the laws of heaven and earth could not repair the damage caused by the crystal cannon in a short time. There were no casualties, and the crystal cannon only destroyed a lot of buildings in Zontian City, which was obviously just for standing up. No, go to the inner city and report to the elders. The short-haired man and the half-old man were cold all over, and they snarled, not daring to stay where they were anymore, and sent Xingshuo to drive towards the inner city. The two were talking about the hype just now, but when they really faced a strong enemy, they could only run away. There was no need for them to remind them. When the crystal cannon was fired, the entire Zontian City was in chaos. Countless people rushed to each other, panicking, and some people jumped and cursed, with angry expressions. A soft shout suddenly came from the position of the battleship. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears, making people hear it clearly. This palace, Yi Xian, is the great elder of the Lingxiao sect. According to the order of the Lord, I inform everyone in Zontian City that my Lingxiao sect is in a safe corner and has nothing to do with the world. However, the Zontian League is bullying too much and trying to harm our sect. I came here today only to settle the grievances with the Zontian League, and I don't want to hurt the innocent. Please withdraw from the Zontian City within a quarter of an hour if you have nothing to do with this matter. Those who stay here will definitely be regarded as enemies of this sect and will be killed without mercy. As soon as the words came out, the whole city was in an uproar. Who is Yi Xian? Basically no one has heard of it, except for some elderly void-returning mirror warriors who know her strength. The rest of the people have never heard of her. But no matter who she is, it is unimaginable that she actually wants to attack Zon Tianmeng. Is Zon Tianmeng easy to provoke? Driving a small battleship, dare to attack such a giant as Tiancheng, are the people in the Lingxiaozong all fools? Or is it enough to eat enough? This kind of behavior is really ridiculous. Most people feel that Ling Xiaozong is a bit overconfident. But there are also those who are well informed, knowing the secrets of Ling Xiaozong and the tyranny of this warship. After a moment of pondering, they dare not stay in the city for a long time. They packed their things one after another, and hurriedly withdrew outward. Regardless of the grievances between Ling Xiaozong and Zon Tianmeng, and no matter who wins or loses this battle, after the two sides fight, it is certain that the fire at the city gate will affect Caillou, and if they don't leave now, they might be implicated in it. All of a sudden, Zontian City was extremely chaotic, and many warriors were flying outwards. But most people still choose to stay. After all, packing up things can't be done in a short while. Many of these people have opened shops in the city, and the supplies are huge. How can they leave as soon as they say it? They also knew that Zhan Tianmeng would definitely sit back and watch this, and they were going to wait and see. If this Ling Xiaozong is just an embroidered pillow, which looks fancy but not useful, then don't bother. If it can really compete with Zhan Tianmeng, it won't be too late to leave. Zhan Tianmeng did not sit idly by, and Ling Xiaozong kicked his nose in the face and insulted him to the door. If Zhan Tianmeng didn't show any more, wouldn't he be arrogant? When even more than a dozen rays of light rushed from the inner city, they arrived at the outer city after a while, and stopped 100 feet away from the battleship. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 15:11 Instant Kill. Among the dozen or so people, the leader had a red face, a rosaceous nose, cross-eyed eyes, and messy hair. He looked rather funny, but the powerful aura emanating from him should not be underestimated. The Void Return 3-layer powerhouse. It's Lu Feng, the second elder of the Zontian League. Even he was startled. The people around him are all the elites of the Zontian League. This is a good show. What is the origin of this Ling Xiaozong, and his tone is so loud? No matter what its origin is, Lu Feng has a bad temper, and he will definitely not make it easy, hee, just look at it. There were chattering voices all around, and everyone looked up at the sky, waiting for the good show to start. In the Zontian League, powerful people emerge endlessly, and there are no less than 10 people in the third level of Void Return, but among these people, Lu Feng is also famous for being the second-ranked elder. First elder Mo Xiaosheng, third elder Liang Yang, and Yang Kai have all seen each other. The strength of the two is naturally impressive, but compared with this Lu Feng, they lack a bit of ruthlessness. The duty is to enforce the elders. Special punishment for disciples who made mistakes in the alliance. The people who fell into his hands were basically not intact. The disciples of Zhan Tianmeng are most afraid of this person. Just now Lu Feng was leading people to deal with some trivial matters in the outer city, but he didn't want to encounter this scene, so he rushed over immediately. At a glance, the opponent used a crystal cannon to clear a passage several hundred feet long in Zontian City. Near the passage, the houses collapsed and everything turned into nothingness. Lu Feng immediately became angry. Zhan Tianmeng has been prestige for so many years. Really never encountered such a thing. Staring coldly at the jet-black battleship that was more than 10 feet long, Lu Feng yelled, "Where are you bastards? How dare you come to Zhan Tiansheng to act wildly? Get out quickly and die." The sound was like thunder, deafening, echoing throughout Zontian City. Anyone could feel Lu Feng's anger at this moment. There was no sound in the battleship, no answer, no refutation. Not even the slightest movement. It was just suspended in midair quietly, as silent as if there was no living person inside. But the inexplicable pressure was like a huge stone of 10,000 gold, pressing on the hearts of everyone. Okay, don't you dare to put Elder Ben in your eyes. You think Elder Ben can't do anything to you if you hide in it? It's just a warship, watch Elder Ben smash it to pieces. Saying this, the holy yuan in Lu Feng's body surged crazily, and his wrist flicked. A huge axe suddenly appeared in his hand. The huge axe was powerful and heavy, it was as tall as a person, the whole body was snow white, and the axe blade was extremely sharp. The holy yuan poured in, and the secret treasure of the giant axe suddenly burst into dazzling light. Immediately, Lu Feng raised the giant axe high, and a huge axe shadow composed of pure energy immediately took shape. The axe shadow was more than 10 feet long, as if the giant axe had been magnified hundreds of times. Frightening energy fluctuations emerged from the axe shadow. The onlookers all changed color. There is no one under the prestige, and Lu Feng, as the third elder of the Zontian League, is naturally not an ordinary third-level void-returning realm. As soon as the third elder made a move, the other people who followed naturally would not just sit idly by, and sacrificed secret treasures and secret techniques one after another, and all of a sudden, colorful rays of light bloomed. Under Lu Feng's control, the huge axe shadow slashed towards the battleship fiercely like a falling guillotine, with momentum like a rainbow. Other attacks followed. Boom boom boom. A series of violent noises came out, and frightening energy fluctuations collided at the location of the battleship. But the battleship remained motionless, only a faint, almost breakable film appeared on the surface. All attacks were blocked by this layer of film, and none of them made any achievements. The eyeballs all over the place collapsed, and even Lu Feng, who has always been rebellious and arrogant, couldn't help but widen his eyes, almost thinking that he had misread, and lost his voice. Impossible. He knew his own attack. The blow just now seemed to come easily, but it could be said to be the strongest blow. He tried his best. Even so, it couldn't shake the battleship at all. Even if it was really a Void King-class battleship, it shouldn't be so strong. That layer of film protection, which looks extremely fragile, actually has such a strong protective ability. While he was in a daze, there was a slight buzzing sound from inside the battleship, and immediately, from a certain part of the battleship, one after another mysterious and complicated patterns were suddenly shot out. These patterns were visible to the naked eye and gathered in the void. In the blink of an eye, these patterns condensed into a huge formation. The aura of heaven and earth poured into this formation crazily and quickly. From within the formation, something slowly emerged, as if it had been summoned by the formation from the endless void. Soon, that thing appeared in everyone's field of vision. It was actually a spear made of pure energy. The child's arm was thick and thin, and it was 7 or 8 feet long, which was extremely ferocious. The spear trembled slightly, cut through the sky, ignored the barrier of space, and blasted towards Lu Feng and the dozen Zontianmeng disciples. Not good. Lu Feng's complexion changed drastically, and he screamed. From his attack to the battleship's counterattack, it all happened in the blink of an eye. He never thought that the opponent would be so decisive, and he would attack without even saying hello. By the time he realized something was wrong and wanted to avoid it, it was too late. As a last resort, he could only sacrifice his own defensive secret treasure, throw it forward, and it turned into a layer of water blue light curtain to block it. The water blue light curtain was broken just as it took shape. A ray of light passed through where Lu Feng and a dozen people were, and attacked the inner city of Tiancheng with unabated momentum. After 10 breaths, there was a violent noise from the distant inner city. When everyone looked around, the place where Lu Feng and others were originally was empty, and in midair, only the dark red blood mist filled the air, dripping down. The surrounding warriors were dumbfounded, looking at the void in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. The blow just now was not as powerful as a crystal cannon, but it was more terrifying than a crystal cannon. Everyone felt chills down their spines, fear arose in their hearts, and the way they looked at the battleship had changed. No one could ignore the lethality that this battleship had erupted just now. The previous coquettish voice came from inside the battleship again. There is not much time left. If you want to leave Zontian City, please leave quickly. When the time comes, my Ling Xiaozong will immediately launch an attack on this place, and there will still be people left, at your own risk. The quiet Zontian city was silent for a moment, and soon, countless warriors rushed out of the city one after another, not daring to stay anymore, and not wanting to wait and see. They originally thought that a battleship is nothing special. There are countless strong people in the Zontian League. No matter how strong the battleship is, it can be destroyed by killing people. But Lu Feng's tragic death changed their minds. Even people like Lu Feng can't shake the battleship at all, and they can't survive under the blow of the battleship. Today's matter, Zontianmeng may be in big trouble. At this moment, everyone has regarded the battleship as a threat to the Zontian League. Going to the theater, they don't want to risk their lives here, so naturally they will run as far as they can. Inside the battleship, Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction when he noticed the departure of those warriors. According to the information obtained before, there are tens of millions of warriors living in Zontian City, so many people have a relationship with Zontian Union, but less than 100 people. Yang Kai does not want to hurt too many innocent people and commit public anger. No matter how powerful the battleship is, it can't stop tens of millions of people from attacking together. Any protection has a limit. Fortunately, the scene in front of him made him happy. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu who came to help out were stunned in place, unable to recover for a long time. Although the two of them came to help, they were really frightened by the power of the battleship. They have never seen how terrifying the Zhuang-class battleship is, but judging from the experience of the two, the battleship of Ling Xiaozong is probably the best in the Zhuang class. Sect Master, the power of the heaven-punishing Holy Spear formation seems to be pretty good. Yi Xian reported softly, even if this palace is hit, I'm afraid it won't be able to inflict serious damage. That's natural, the things refined by Yang Yan have always been the best. Yang Kai grinned. In the Battle of Longshe Mountain, the world only knew that Ling Xiaozong had a Void King-class battleship, and only knew that the crystal cannon of this battleship was extremely powerful, but they didn't know that this battleship had been meticulously equipped with countless terrifying weapons by Yang Yan. The previous heaven-punishing Holy Spear formation and protective film were just the tip of the iceberg. With this battleship alone, Yang Kai is confident that Zontian City will be razed to the ground, otherwise he will not kill here aggressively and attack Zontianmeng. It's just that the consumption of the holy crystal source is a bit large, more than 5 times that of the crystal cannon. Yi Xian frowned. It's okay, we don't have any shortage of Sheng Jingyuan now. Yang Kai smiled. The existence of the holy crystal source is also indispensable for the battleship to have such a large damage. If the holy crystal is used as an energy source to activate the protective film in the sky-punishing holy spear array, the power may be reduced by about half. But Sheng Jingyuan is different. The energy contained in Sheng Jingyuan is huge and pure, and it is by no means comparable to Sheng Jingyuan. This kind of thing can only be produced by stone puppets. 3 or 4 high-grade holy crystals can be swallowed into the stomach to refine a holy crystal source. One can imagine how precious this thing is. There was only one small stone puppet before, but now, Yang Kai has 2 stone puppets, and the speed of making the Saint Crystal source will naturally increase significantly. As long as the Saint Crystal can keep up, the Saint Crystal source is really not a problem. Yang Kai, that Saint Crystal source. Qian Tong chuckled on the sidelines, hesitant to speak, as if a little embarrassed. Elder wants it. When this matter is over, I will give you and the Lord of Philadelphia some. It is indeed better to use that thing to cultivate than to use Saint Crystal. Yang Kai naturally knew what he wanted to say, and he was not stingy. If that's the case, the old man will be disrespectful. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu looked at each other with joy. Since they entered the battleship, they have been exclaiming over and over again with what they have seen and heard. The space inside the battleship is much larger than it looks from the outside, which naturally makes them amazed. This is definitely made by using the power of space. Everything about them also makes them yearn for, especially those holy crystal sources that serve as motivation. Qian Tong Fei Zhitu had never seen such a thing before. To be continued. Chapter 15-12 Breakthrough. The battleship stood up, and warriors in Zontian City rushed out like a tide. Such a big matter, Zon Tianmeng naturally already has some understanding. At this moment, in the inner city, in a certain palace, after Ku Zheng heard the report from his subordinates, he slammed the table and shouted, "It's too deceitful. Relying on a battleship doesn't even take our Zon Tianmeng into consideration. I want to see how that kid razes my Zontian City to the ground." Saying so, he hurriedly walked out, as if he was going to meet the enemy. Ku Chengfeng died tragically at the hands of Yang Kai. These days Ku Zheng couldn't sleep every night. Now that he knew that his enemy had actually hit the door of his house, of course he was anxious to avenge his son. Mo Xiaosheng frowned slightly at the side, but he didn't stop him. After all, Zon Tianmeng was being humiliated now. If he didn't go out to meet the enemy, it would only make the world look down on Zon Tianmeng even more. But before Ku Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng got out of the palace, a disciple ran over in a panic outside. Before he got close, he immediately half-kneeled on the ground, and reported in a startled voice, "Leader, elder, something is wrong. Gone. What is making such a fuss about? Could it be that Ling Xiaozong did something again?" Ku Zheng sternly shouted. "The Lord of the Alliance is wise, the second leader is old, he has fallen." What? Ku Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng were taken aback. From the time they received the news that Ling Xiaozong came to attack the city with a warship, the second chief Lu Feng actually fell in less than 10 breaths of time. This speed is probably too fast. Lu Fengning is the second leader of the Zontian League, and his strength is obvious to all. If Mo Xiaosheng hadn't cultivated such a partial power as the power of space, he might not be his opponent. In such a short time, Lu Feng has already fallen. What kind of conspiracy and tricks is the other party using? How did the second eldest brother fall? Report it in detail. Mo Xiaosheng didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly asked. The disciple naturally didn't dare to hide anything, and told what he knew. After listening, Ku Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng looked at each other, and they both saw the panic in each other's eyes. It was just a blow from the battleship, and Lu Feng and a dozen elites of the Zontian League were left without bones. How terrifying should the attack be? Is the Void King class battleship really that powerful? This news completely overturned Ku Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng's cognition and understanding of battleships. They have always felt that the battleship is too big, inconvenient to move, ineffective, and extremely fragile. Apart from being used for transporting materials, it is not very useful for mining minerals in the meteorite sea near the gloomy star. Not only that, but the cost is extremely high. If one is not careful, the battleship will be destroyed. Therefore, even if the Zontian League is one of the 2 giants of the Dark Star, the number of warships it owns does not exceed 5. Over the years, these 5 warships have only traveled between the extraterrestrial meteorite sea and the Death Star to mine minerals, used in combat. But today, Ling Xiaozong's warships sailed to Zontian City, and they stood out with remarkable prestige. Is there such a big gap between the Void-class low-grade warship and the Zhuang-class warship? Even Lu Feng couldn't withstand such a blow, and the two of them certainly couldn't either. Leader, if it's true what this disciple said, we might not be able to go out to meet the enemy, and we can only refuse to defend the inner city. Mo Xiaosheng was worried, his brows furrowed into a ball. I don't understand the meaning of the elder, but if we don't fight head-on now, I'm afraid that people in the entire Gloom Star will see the joke and think that the people in the Zhan Tianmeng are as cowardly as mice and incompetent. Ku Zheng had a stern look on his face. No, Lord, we don't care what outsiders say for now. The Ling Xiao sect is alone, and it is only a battleship that dares to attack Zontian City with such arrogance. Once this battleship is destroyed, they will just pull out their teeth. Tiger, nothing to be afraid of. But if you want to destroy that battleship, manpower alone may not be enough, you can only rely on formation. Da Changyan always said. Ku Zheng stared at him. That's right, Mo Xiaosheng sneered, my Zhan Tianmeng has stood in this city for tens of thousands of years, and I am not someone who can be lightly insulted. Since Ling Xiaozong wants to attack, we just wait for work. Since ancient times, King Cheng defeated bandits. As long as we win this battle, are we afraid that we will not be able to honor the reputation of our holy alliance? Ku Zheng took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and finally calmed down after a long time. What the elder Da Chengju said is true. Since that's the case, pass on the order to activate the great formation of 10,000 cold sealing spirits. I want to see. Yes, that kid's battleship is powerful, it's still the big formation of our alliance. ... Inside the battleship, Yang Kai and the others waited for a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour later, the entire outer city of Zontian City was deserted, and tens of millions of warriors had all evacuated. The streets and shops that were bustling with each other were now extremely cold, and even the dazzling array of goods had been taken away. It is not an exaggeration to say that the outer city is an empty city. These warriors didn't go too far. Although Lu Feng fell with a single blow from the battleship, everyone felt that Ling Xiaozong could pose a threat to Zhan Tianmeng, but no one can see clearly how the outcome will be. If Ling Xiaozong wins this battle, with Ling Xiaozong's behavior style, probably no innocent people will be involved. If Zhan Tianmeng wins, they will have to return to continue their business. So no matter what, they'll be fine. What's more, this kind of battle must be extremely exciting. No one doesn't like to watch the excitement, of course they have to stay until the end. For a moment, 10 miles outside Zontian City, the underground sky was surrounded by countless warriors, 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battleship in the inner city. Many people thought that the Zhan Tianmeng would be unable to hold back after being insulted by this, and would go out to meet the enemy with all their strength, but to their disappointment, until the battleship slowly sailed towards the inner city, there was no movement from the Zhan Tianmeng. All of a sudden, there was a wave of boos. Zhan Tianmeng has been strong for these years, acting arrogantly and domineeringly. The warriors who run shops in this city have been exploited countless times. Of course, they don't have a good impression of Zhan Tianmeng. Seeing that Zhan Tianmeng is actually timid and shrinking, of course, they can't help but sneer a few times. A martial artist close to the Zontian League immediately refuted, and the two sides quickly quarreled, which led to a big battle. At the beginning of the battle, it was just a small-scale battle, but as time went by, more and more warriors were involved, revenge for revenge, revenge for revenge. The battle between Ling Xiaozong and Zhan Tianmeng hadn't started yet, but the warriors who had been driven out of the outer city had already fought together, and from time to time some people screamed and fell, blood flowing. At least 1 million warriors were involved in this dispute, causing countless casualties. But at this moment, the battleship had already sailed outside the inner city. This journey was extremely smooth, and Yang Kai didn't attack the outer city of Zontian City. After all, it doesn't make sense to vent his anger on those buildings. Sovereign, they seem to have activated the formation. Yi Xian was distracted, investigated and reported. I see. Yang Kai grinned. I heard that there is a myriad cold sealing formation in the inner city of Zontian City, which is extremely powerful, and this is probably it. What should I do now? Please show me the suzerain. It's okay, let's break into the formation. Yang Kai snorted coldly. The battleship only paused for a moment before rushing straight into the inner city. In the inner city, there is a cloud and mist, but if you look carefully, you can see that these things that look like clouds and mist are actually nothing but extremely cold air. The great formation of Wan and Fengling uses the Ningyu ice spring in the inner city as the formation's eyes, and there are more than 1 Ningyu ice springs. There are 3 springs in total. After thousands of years of accumulation, these 3 springs have accumulated a lot of yin and cold air. This kind of cold air, even if the void return mirror falls into it, if you don't check it for a while, it will be frozen into an ice sculpture. At this moment, the cold aura of the three springs is being released crazily, covering the entire inner city, covering the huge inner city like flowers in a fog, illusory and real. Even the battleship went deep into it, and soon disappeared. It's hard to handle, this cold air can freeze the consciousness, and the great array of sealing spirits in the cold, is well deserved. Qian Tong frowned. Just now he wanted to check the surrounding situation, but when he released his spiritual thoughts, he couldn't help shivering. If he hadn't withdrawn quickly, that ray of consciousness would have been frozen. In the battleship, without the detection of divine sense, everyone is tantamount to blind. However, there is no way to make up for the battleship refined by Yang Yan. At this moment, in the ship's cabin, there is a monitoring circle in operation, and a Ling Shaozong disciple is always paying attention to the reaction on the circle and reporting at any time. Soon, there was a reaction on the surveillance circle. Sovereign, there is a team of more than 20 people approaching from the left, about 10 miles away. After 10 breaths, fire 3 crystal cannons over there. Yang Kai grinned. Qian Tong and the others sniffed and silently mourned for those who attempted to sneak attack. After 10 breaths, 3 pillars of pure white light shot towards the left, silently, and all the enemies found on the surveillance circle disappeared. Overestimating one's abilities. Yi Xian shook her head slowly. The warriors on Gloom Star really underestimated the horror of the Void King class warship. Even she, if she didn't know the mystery of this warship, she would probably underestimate it. After all, no one has ever used warships in battle on Gloom Star. Sect Master, someone is here again. The disciple reported again. Well, just deal with it the same way. Yang Kai ordered lightly. He has never encountered such an easy battle. Relying on the power of the battleship, he can kill the enemy invisible without even doing it himself. This feeling is very subtle, and he enjoys it a little. Tianfeng sent 3 waves of people before and after, but none of these people could get within a mile of the battleship, and they were all killed halfway. 3 waves of people, a total of 60 or 70 people, many of them were void-returning mirrors, died in such a muddle-headed manner. After Ku Zheng heard about it, he wanted to vomit blood. After realizing that there was no way to sneak attack with this method, Tianfeng was unwilling to do this useless work, and let the disciples sacrifice in vain. Sovereign, they seem to be silent. Yi Xian frowned. They don't move, let's just move, blow this inner city to pieces for me, it's best to destroy the eyes of the Wanan sealing spirit formation. Yang Kai sneered. As long as the formation eye is broken, Tianfeng is the fish on the chopping board. After a while, the hull of the battleship hummed softly, and beams of pure white light shot aimlessly in all directions with the momentum of destroying heaven and earth. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 15:13 Destruction. The rumbling sound was heard in an instant, and in places that could not be observed by the naked eye or the spiritual consciousness, the entire inner city of Zontian City was in a mess, and where the white beam of light shot out from the crystal cannon passed, everything turned into nothingness, disappear. Tianfeng has accumulated tens of thousands of years of foundation, and within a short period of half a stick of incense, it was almost completely destroyed, leaving only 20% of the rest. Anyone can sense the heavy losses of the Zontian League, because in the scattered bombardment of the crystal cannon, not only the building collapsed, but also the screams of many warriors before they died. There was a terrible sound, which made people feel terrified. Even so, no one in the Zontian League dared to come out to fight. Yang Kai's brows gradually wrinkled, he underestimated the patience of Ku Zheng and the others. The power of the crystal cannon is indeed not small, and I do not lack the source of holy crystals, but continuous bombardment for a long time will definitely put a load on the crystal cannon. Once the load exceeds, the crystal cannon can no longer be used. Even if these things are refined by Yang Yan himself, they cannot get rid of this constraint. Tianfeng's attack is based on the idea of static breaking. They should make some moves when their attack power weakens. With this thought flashing through his mind, Yang Kai sneered, and a huge divine sense surged out like a tide. The extremely cold air has the power to freeze the consciousness, but Yang Kai's spiritual sense shuttles through the icy air without hindrance. The fire of consciousness. His consciousness is a mutated consciousness, extremely hot, just enough to restrain the fierce cold, although it cannot be said that it has no effect at all, but it is almost negligible. Time passed slowly, Yang Kai searched a little bit. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he ordered lightly, at the third mark on the left, fire a crystal cannon. Hearing this, the disciple in charge of controlling the crystal cannon didn't understand why such an order was issued, but without any hesitation, he immediately adjusted the direction of the attack and fired out the crystal cannon. Yang Kai was concentrating on perception, nodded slightly, and said, "A little bit to the left, lower the direction." Yes. At the same time, in the direction of the bombardment of the crystal cannon, somewhere more than 10 miles away, there is a well-like existence, and many exquisite formations are arranged near the well, covering the existence of the well, and has a strong protective ability. From the mouth of the well, streams of cold attributed energy as thick as substance gushed out and poured into the great cold formation, strengthening the power of the formation. Ningyu Bingquan. This well hole is exactly one of the formation holes of the Wananfengaling formation. There are 3 void returning mirror experts guarding here. At the moment, they are sitting cross-legged beside them, with worried brows, squinting at the cold inner city. The Zhuang-class battleship of Ling Xiaozong approached the city, and the entire Zontian League was in a panic. Even a powerful figure like Lu Feng was killed in one blow, and no one dared to stop in front of the battleship. All they can rely on is the great formation of 10,000 cold sealing spirits, hoping that this large formation can deal with the enemy's warships. A beam of pure white light shot rapidly from the front, and the 3 of them involuntarily widened their eyes. Sheng Yuan secretly urged them, feeling extremely nervous. It was the enemy's crystal cannon, and the 3 of them knew this well. Although there were many exquisite formations that could be used here, no one could say for sure whether they could withstand the bombardment of the crystal cannon. If they can't resist, the 3 of them may follow in the footsteps of Elder Lu Feng. Fortunately, there is no need to worry. Although the power of the white beam of light was terrifying, it flew past not far from the side, and did not cause any harm to the 3 of them in the eyes of the formation. The 3 void returning mirrors couldn't help wiping the sweat off their foreheads, and exhaled heavily. It doesn't matter, it's just a coincidence. There is a large formation covering them. I'm sorry they can't find the position of the formation's eye. The leader said that as long as their energy is exhausted, it's time for us to launch an attack. 3 people in it, a bearded man seems to be talking to himself, and he seems to be comforting his companions. But seeing that the other party is so aggressive, he must have come prepared. What if the big battle doesn't last long? Another woman in a costume asked worriedly. HMPH, what are you afraid of? Although the power of the battleship crystal cannon is strong, it also consumes a huge amount, and it will always be exhausted. Moreover, any crystal cannon has a limit on the number of times it can be used, and it is impossible to use it too many times in a short period of time. We just have to wait. The people of Ling Xiaozong are now headless chickens. If this battle goes well, our Holy League can not only kill those thieves, but also capture a Void King-class battleship. Think about it, you two. What a benefit this should be. The last old man said in a deep voice, his mind seemed to be much calmer than the other 2. Hearing what he said, the eyes of the other 2 lit up, and they couldn't help imagining the scene where the terrifying battleship had been owned by the Zontian League, and their hearts were burning for a while. And at this moment, another beam of pure white light shot from the front, flying past not far away. The bearded man's face turned slightly pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. This time it happened to be much closer to myself and others than the last time. Before he could finish his thoughts, a third beam of pure white light struck from the front. Not good, the old man exclaimed, stood up and shouted sharply, let's go. After the words fell, the 3 of them urged their own Saint Yuan with all their strength, and frantically poured it into the formation plate in their hands. The next moment, a thick light curtain suddenly appeared, covering the 3 of them and the spring of Ningyu Bingquan in a semicircle, inside. Boom, the seemingly thick light curtain couldn't withstand the power of the crystal cannon's blow, and it broke through after less than 3 breaths of effort. The faces of the 3 changed drastically. Fortunately, each of them is an experienced person, and they sacrificed their own defensive treasures one after another, turning them into defenses to resist in front. The crystal cannon Yue continued to break in. There was a loud sneer, and the white beam of light gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. However, the 3 figures staggered, their footing was unstable, everyone's face was extremely pale, and the woman in full dress had a sweet throat, and opened her mouth to spit out a cloud of blood mist, and the 3 protective secret treasures were also shattered into pieces at the same time. Here it comes again, it's Sandao. The bearded man yelled in horror. The woman in costume and the old man looked ashen for a while, staring blankly at the 3 beams of pure white light that were approaching quickly, and couldn't believe their eyes. The other party actually found the location of the spring. How is this possible, and how did they do it? It was just one blow just now, and the three of them had already been seriously injured, and now the three salvos were unstoppable. Shrouded in light, the location of Ningyu Bingquan was shaken, and the three void-returning mirrors disappeared without a sound. Even on the ground, a huge pit with a depth of more than 10 feet appeared. Inside the battleship, Yang Kai sneered and ordered his disciples to readjust the attack direction. At the same time, in a certain extremely safe palace in the inner city, Mo Xiaosheng's complexion changed. He raised his head to look at Ku Zheng, who was sitting on the first seat, and said in a deep voice, "Leader, one of the array eyes has been destroyed." What? Ku Zheng stood up from his chair and looked at Mo Xiaosheng in disbelief. How could it be destroyed? Did the opponent's attack hit by chance or what? Mo Xiaosheng shook his head slowly. I don't know either, but the three guards over there have fallen, and the spring has been completely destroyed. But no matter whether the other party is intentional or not, we can no longer just wait for death like this. What does the Great Elder think should be done? Turn on the power of the big formation with all your strength, and fight to the death with the opponent's battleship. Mo Xiaosheng shouted. Hearing this, Ku Zheng frowned slightly, with a look of hesitation on his face, as if he was embarrassing something. Leader, Ling Xiaozong came here with warships, and now either they are dead or we are dead. If we delay any longer, we will have no power to fight back when those two formations are destroyed. Small, but better than sitting still. The Great Elder is right. Ku Zheng took a deep breath, his gaze became firm. Okay, let's pass on the order and use all our strength to mobilize the formation. This old man is desperately trying to get rid of this 10,000-year foundation, and he doesn't want to. Let Ling Xiaozong succeed. Yes, Mo Xiaosheng promised, and quickly poured his spiritual thoughts into the communication compass in his hand to convey the order. The next moment, the entire inner city was filled with wind and clouds. The inner city was already terribly cold, but at this moment, the thick cold air seemed to be even more terrifying. Even the hull of the battleship was covered with a thick layer of ice. The artistic conception of freezing everything hindered the actions of the battleship. Even in the battleship, everyone felt the bone-chilling cold, as if even the soul would be frozen. What happened? Why did this place suddenly become so cold? Qian Tong asked with an ugly face. The other party seems to have moved something. Yang Kai frowned, and under the investigation of his divine sense, the two springs that were originally spewing cold air were being released fiercely at this moment, as terrifying as a volcanic eruption, and even the nearby guards, the warriors in the eyes, have also evacuated quickly, and it seems that even they dare not stay in place for a long time. Cha-cha-cha. There was a crisp sound from outside the battleship, which was a sign that the hull was frozen. Not only that, but the thick icy air gathered and condensed to form ferocious beasts of different sizes one after another. Each of these ferocious beasts was as crystal clear as jade, like ice sculptures, but each one exuded not weak energy fluctuation. In just a short moment, the battleship was surrounded by countless ice beasts. All the people in the battleship did not change their colors. I have long heard that Zontian League's Wananfengling formation is powerful, but now I have seen it with my own eyes, and found that it really lives up to its reputation. With such means, it is enough to keep the inner city of Zontian City safe for thousands of years. As soon as those ice beasts took shape, they rushed towards the battleship fiercely and submerged the battleship in an instant. Everyone couldn't help sweating, for fear that the battleship would be destroyed just like that. Yang Kai's face was also extremely gloomy. He got up and shouted, "Sacrifice protection, no matter what these ice beasts, regardless of any cost, destroy those two formation eyes for me. Provide. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle, first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 15-14 Terrifying Battleship. In an instant, a layer of film enveloped the battleship. Although the film looked fragile, no matter how those ice beasts attacked, they could not tear its defenses. However, under the bite attacks of countless ice beasts, the light of the film was fades at breakneck speed. A lot of ants can kill an elephant. Although the warship is high grade, it can't withstand the onslaught of so many ice beasts, and it will be destroyed sooner or later. At this moment, more than a dozen beams of pure white light suddenly shot out from a certain part of the battleship and bombarded towards a certain position. Concerned about the survival of the battleship, Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent, and constantly instructed his disciples to adjust the direction of attack. More than a dozen beams of light were fired together, and the scene was extremely majestic. In just 10 breaths of time, the second formation eye was destroyed. After a while, the third eye was broken. The great formation of 10,000 cold sealing spirits that shrouded the inner city was unable to function in an instant, and the ice beast formed by the condensed pure icy air also turned into dots of fluorescent light and disappeared. The crisis was resolved so easily. But everyone's hands were clenched with sweat. The strong wind blew, and the thick cold air was blown away. Without the cold air pouring in from the three formation eyes, the Wananfengling formation was useless. The entire inner city of Zontianmeng gradually became clearer and exposed in the sight of everyone in the Lingxiao sect. Haha, this old man Ku Zheng is about to vomit blood. Fei Zhitu let out a long laugh. Last time he was in the fallen Emperor Mountain, he was determined to die. Although he was rescued by Yang Kai later, his strength decreased because of it. He has reached a small level, and he naturally hates Tianmeng and Lei Taizong to the bone. Seeing that even the Wananfengling formation couldn't do anything to Ling Xiaozong's battleship, he was naturally in a good mood. Ku Zheng was really furious. He never thought that the grand formation that Zontianmeng was proud of would be destroyed in such a muddle-headed manner, without any effect at all. Fighting till now, the enemy didn't even show their face, they just hid in the battleship, using the crystal cannon to beat the huge sect to no avail. Ku Zheng had never felt so powerless before. Meet the enemy, at all costs, even if it takes your life, you must destroy that battleship for me. Ku Zheng's furious voice spread directly to Zhuxiao. Now that the formation is destroyed, Zontianmeng can only attack the enemy head-on, and can only rely on crowd tactics. As long as Ling Xiaozong loses that battleship, Zontianmeng can turn defeat into victory. After the order was conveyed, countless warriors rushed out of their hiding places and rushed towards the battleship aggressively. Unexpectedly, until everyone rushed within 100 feet of the battleship, the pitch-black battleship did not move at all, allowing the warriors of the Zontian League to surround it. The dense crowd of people, at least thousands of people, and the strength of each of these thousands of people is not lower than that of the Holy Realm. This is already 80% of the power that the Zontian League can use, and the remaining warriors are too weak to be effective in such a battle. The battleship surrounded by these thousands of people is like a ship lost in the vast ocean, unable to find its direction and see no light. A group of fighters from the Zontian League are gearing up and staring at each other. The next moment, colorful rays of light suddenly bloomed from the ship, and the originally pitch-black battleship seemed to be dyed with color, becoming colorful and brilliant. The multicolored rays of light instantly covered the range of thousands of feet, and a magical artistic conception rushed into everyone's mind. In an instant, many low-strength warriors were stiff and their Saint Yuan was not functioning properly, screaming and falling from the air, as if their bodies and Saint Yuan were bound by some force. And even if the strength is slightly higher, the martial artist who can resist the effect of this restraint can't help but give birth to an illusion of panic. Lu Li Shenguang. Impossible, this is actually Lu Li Shenguang. The knowledgeable martial artist shouted in horror on the spot. As a warrior of Gloomy Star, he has heard of Lu Li Shenguang. But this thing has always been cultivated only by the warriors of the Lulaman, and there have been only one or two people who have been able to practice the secret technique of the Luli Divine Light in the past. At this moment, the divine light of colored glaze is actually blooming on the battleship of Ling Xiaozong. Looking around, it seems that the entire battleship is made of thousands of magical colored glazes, and the power of the divine light of colored glaze is fully displayed. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu were also stunned, unable to figure out what was going on. Yang Kai, is this really glazed light? Qian Tong asked with a strange expression. No wonder he couldn't believe it, it's really because Lulaman protects Qianwan Lulishan extremely tightly, never allowing outsiders to approach, even warriors from this sect. If they are not strong enough, they are not qualified to approach. Where did Yang Kai get the 1,000 illusion glaze from? Moreover, it actually covers the entire battleship. How many thousands of magic glazes are needed to build it? That's right, it's the glazed light. Yang Kai nodded lightly, then grinned and said, it's not just the Lulaman family that owns the 1,000 illusion glazed glass. Qian Tong was indifferent, although he really wanted to believe Yang Kai's words, but as far as he knew, the only ones in the entire Gloomy Star who possessed the 1,000 illusion glasses were the Lulaman family. Who can be fooled by the rhetoric that there is no silver in this place? The kid really has all eyes and hands, and he doesn't know when he got the 1,000 magic glaze. But I heard that he did visit Lulaman as a guest a few years ago, could it be that time? Qian Tong didn't dare to think about it anymore. If Lulaman knew about this kind of thing, I'm afraid they wouldn't let it go. While the two were talking, there were constant screams from outside. Falling from a height of hundreds of feet would be unbearable even for a martial artist with a good cultivation base. The Saint King realm is not afraid of life, and the physical fitness is strong enough. Falling from a height is just a little embarrassing. But those who entered the holy realm were unlucky. One by one, they cried and howled, their arms and legs were broken, and even those with poor physical fitness were smashed to pieces, bloody, which was horrible. The number of warriors gathered around the battleship decreased by 70% in an instant. It's not over yet, the glazed light is shrouded, making all the warriors tremble and feel uneasy. And the next moment, a fist-sized spar suddenly appeared at the front of the battleship. Around the spar, a mysterious and complicated formation was arranged, and the lines bloomed with light. From the spar, a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye rose up and down, and after passing through the inexplicable formation, it suddenly radiated towards the surroundings. When this layer of ripples swept over, all the warriors of the Zontian League were stunned. Because they found that, inexplicably, various hallucinations appeared in front of their eyes, as if they had fallen into some illusion. All of a sudden, the warriors of the Zontian League were in chaos, screaming one after another. Yang Yan put all his heart and soul into building this Void King-class battleship, which can be said to have used countless rare materials. 80% of the wealth and supplies that Yang Kai had obtained through years of hard work had been put into this battleship, otherwise, it wouldn't have been of such a high class and mighty power. Needless to say, Qianhuan Luli was stolen from Qianhuan Luli Mountain when Yang Kai visited Dai Yuan at the Luli Gate. The glazed gate is indeed heavily guarded against the Thousand Illusion Glazed Mountain, and it is impossible for ordinary people to succeed. Even if they have the opportunity to get close, they cannot mine the Thousand Illusion Glaze from the entire mountain. But slightly different, swallowing minerals is its innate supernatural power, ordinary people cannot mine them, and even the Void King realm powerhouses are troubled by Qianhuan Luli, which is no different from delicious food to it. Luluman and his party have done a lot for a small contribution. And the fist-sized jade inlaid in the front of the battleship is the Mirage Stone that Yang Kai brought out from the 6th floor of the Emperor Garden. The Mirage Stone is extremely rare, and it already has the effect of causing people to hallucinate. The power that can be generated by the phantom array amplified by Yang Yan is simply unimaginable. Not even the Void Return Mirror could resist the power of the Mirage Stone, and everyone was caught in the illusion in an instant. It can be dispatched. Inside the battleship, Yang Kai grinned grimly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Open the hatch, Yang Kai shouted. There was a rumbling sound, the hatch of the battleship opened, Yang Kai took the lead, Yi Xian, Qian Tongfeijitu followed closely behind, Changqi and others were not to be outdone, and followed one after another. Stepping out of the battleship, the scene printed in front of them made everyone unbelievable. Those warriors of the Zontian League, no matter how powerful they are, most of them have dull eyes, changing expressions, falling into hallucinations and unable to extricate themselves, and some are madly attacking non-existent enemies. There are also some who are calm, standing in place, watching left and right, and paying attention to their guard. But no one seemed to sense the impending doom. Kill. Yang Kai waved his hand lightly, and accompanied by the resonant chirping of birds, the firebird, the artifact spirit, flew out, turning into a ball of scorching flames, and rushed towards the closest enemy. Bird wrapped and burned to death. Yi Xian and the others immediately dispersed, sacrificed secret treasures, unleashed martial skills, and wantonly slaughtered enemies who had little resistance. Yang Kai walked in the void, dozens of golden blood threads flickered back and forth, wrapping him like arms and fingers, but if they approached, there would be no bones left by the golden light. I didn't see any traces of him doing anything, but wherever he passed, those warriors at the Saint King realm hugged their heads and screamed, as if they had suffered some kind of torture, and their souls disappeared in a very short period of time. The tiny insects, invisible to the naked eye, and even undetectable to the divine sense, ruthlessly pounced on those holy kings, causing them to die inexplicably. Soul Eater. Now that Yang Kai's strength has improved, the strength of the enemies he met has also become stronger and stronger. These soul-eating insects that have been nourished in the sea of knowledge can't play a big role in the battle, but at this moment it is best to use them for group killing. Choice. Soul-eating worms specialize in devouring the power of consciousness. Once the sea of consciousness dries up, warriors will surely perish. Yang Kai is like the god of death who descended from ancient times, beheading all the enemies he met. Many warriors of the Zontian League have become living targets, they have no power to resist at all, and even Changqi and others have been killed heartily. In that palace, Ku Zheng and the others were ashamed, their bodies trembling violently. They never imagined that the warships of Ling Xiaozong could display such terrifying power and equipped with so many unimaginable means. Under these means, their disciples were as vulnerable as 3-year-old children. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Pomang. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 15 Interference. Ku Zheng's heart was twisted like a knife. Zontianmeng's tens of thousands of years of foundation is now really going to be destroyed in his own hands. At this moment, he faintly regretted provoking Yang Kai, a vicious existence. Even if he disobeyed Xingdi Mountain's instructions, maybe the result would not be so bad. The tide is gone. Ku Zheng knew better than anyone else that the moment the Wanan Sealing Spirit Formation was destroyed, the battle had already been lost. That was the most proud reliance in his heart, but it was cracked by the other party in 2s and 3s, and the speed was unbelievable. Now even if Yang Kai is killed, I am afraid that the huge loss of Zontianmeng cannot be recovered. But is Yang Kai so easy to kill? Ku Zheng was not sure that he would be able to kill a martial artist who was proficient in space power and could even tear apart space to escape. Leader, Mo Xiaosheng called softly from the side. His already old face seemed to be much older at this moment, and he said with a heavy expression, "It's time to go." "Let's go." Ku Zheng turned his head to look at him, and slowly shook his head. As the leader of the Zontian League, Kumu is here, and if the alliance is destroyed, everyone will die. Kumu won't leave. Leader, if you keep the Green Hills, don't be afraid that there will be no firewood. This time we underestimated the strength of Ling Xiaozong, and the loss is immeasurable. But as long as you are still there, you will have the opportunity to avenge the dead disciples. But if you all die in here, who will avenge them at that time? Mo Xiaosheng tried to comfort him. Ku Zheng glanced at him, and said sharply, "Although that is the case, the world is so big, where can Kumu go? Kumu can still fight. Even if I die, I will drag that little bastard with me." Leader, have you forgotten who caused the incident this time? We can go there, and I'm sure the other side won't just sit idly by. Mo Xiaosheng said in a deep voice. Ku Zheng frowned, and pondered carefully. Liang Yang, who had been standing by the side, also hurriedly said, "Yes, leader, Ling Xiaozong is in full swing now. We really should avoid the edge for the time being. We can't do anything about that battleship, but Xingdi Mountain may not have no way." In the main hall, the Great Elder and the Third Elder of the Zontian League tried their best to persuade them. Others also echoed. After all, who wants to die if they can live? The opponent's battleship is really too terrifying. It is not an existence that manpower can contend with. Everyone was afraid that Ku Zheng would order them to go out to meet them, so they naturally wanted to leave this place quickly. For a while, everyone was chattering and chattering. Ku Zheng also seemed to have regained his senses. His eyes scanned the crowd, and he nodded lightly. "Okay, let's retreat for now, to Xingdi Mountain." Leader is wise. The hearts of all the people were relieved immediately, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the inner city, the screams have not stopped since the beginning. One after another, the warriors who were radiated by the light of the glass god and then dragged into the illusion by the magical power of the Mirage Stone died at the hands of everyone in the Lingxiao sect. There are thousands of warriors, but now there is not 1 out of 10. With the passage of time, the influence of Mirage Stone has gradually weakened. After the hallucinations in front of them disappeared and they saw the situation clearly, those warriors who were still alive were all terrified. How could they have the courage to stay and fight? The army was defeated like a mountain. The entire inner city seemed to be stained red with blood. The ground was covered with severed limbs and minced meat. The strong smell of blood permeated the huge city, making people want to vomit. The golden light filled the sky, and dozens of golden bloodshots formed a sharp cutting weapon, cutting the enemies blocking the way in pieces. Yang Kai's expression remained calm. Although he rampaged through the enemy group and beheaded many enemies, his clothes were still clean and had never been stained with a drop of blood. Slowly, he raised his head and looked in a certain direction, frowning slightly. There was a strange fluctuation of power. It was the fluctuation of the power of Space One. In an instant, he had a clear understanding of what was going on with this power fluctuation. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he stretched out his hand to lightly stroke the void in front of him. A pitch-black space crack appeared strangely, and Yang Kai got into it, his figure disappearing. In the inner city of the Zontian League, in a certain underground secret room, more than a dozen elders of the Zontian League gathered here, and they were strong at the level of guardians. At this moment, they are looking forward to a huge space magic circle ahead with trepidation. Zontianmeng, as one of the 2 giants of Gloom Star, has stood for tens of thousands of years and is prosperous. Naturally, he knows to leave a way out for himself. The space magic circle in this underground secret room is one of the way out. For tens of thousands of years, this space magic circle has never been used, because no one can force Zhan Tianmeng to use it. But today, this dusty forbidden area was finally opened. Ku Zheng wanted to use it to leave Zontian City and go somewhere a million miles away. Although it has never been used, the space magic circle is intact, so just a little adjustment, embedded with the holy crystal, the magic circle is already in operation. My seat and the first elder take a step ahead, third elder, you stay at the rear. Ku Zheng ordered casually, and walked towards the space magic circle hand in hand with Mo Xiaosheng. Liang Yang opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words, and clasped his fists in response, yes. He was really afraid of Yang Kai. Last time in Luodi Mountain, he escaped from death under Yang Kai's men, although Yang Kai was quite trustworthy and didn't kill him, but these days, Yang Kai has become his nightmare. Of course he wanted to leave here as soon as possible. But the leader's words had already been released, and Liang Yang had no choice but to obey, and could only be the queen. This space law circle can only transmit up to 5 people at a time, so everyone has to withdraw in batches. After Ku Zheng and the other 5 people took their positions, a ray of light erupted from the space magic circle immediately, enveloping the 5 people in it. Seeing that the figures of these 5 people faded and were about to leave, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the void ahead, there was an inexplicably disturbing energy fluctuation, and immediately, a Zhonglong jet black crack appeared strangely. This morning sun, everyone looked dumbfounded, some didn't understand what it was. Crack in space, Ku Zheng shouted. He had seen it before in Luodi Mountain that day, and seeing you now, he is naturally familiar. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure shot out from the crack in the space leisurely. Without stopping for a moment, he opened his big hand, and grabbed the space magic circle that was already in motion from the air. There is an obscure, but extremely mysterious force sweeping out. The space magic circle, which was originally shining brightly, trembled a bit, and the dazzling light dimmed at an extremely fast speed. Not good, Mo Xiaosheng exclaimed, grabbed Ku Zheng's arm without thinking, and rushed out like a frightened rabbit. With a flash of their figures, the 2 of them had already appeared more than 10 feet away. Yang Kai, standing still, Ku Zheng stared fiercely at the figure that appeared from the space crack, with a ferocious and terrifying expression, almost wanting to eat people. Where does Leader Ku want to go? Yang Kai gave him a sideways look with a sarcasm. Before Ku Zheng could answer, he suddenly heard someone beside him exclaim, Elder Zhou, did Chi-Hu? The voice seemed to be greatly frightened today. Ku Zheng frowned, and glanced over there with a sullen expression. When he looked at him, a chill came from his head to his feet, and he couldn't help shivering. On the space magic circle, there were actually 3 mutilated corpses left. Judging from the perspective of the 3 corpses, they were the subordinates who were standing on the space magic circle with me before, and were about to teleport away, but now, their upper body disappeared strangely, leaving only the lower body standing still. In situ, the incision was neat, as if it was cut in half by some sharp weapon. Great Elder, the person who spoke just now screamed again, looking at Mo Xiaosheng, his eyes trembling violently. The ticking sound came out, extremely loud. Ku Zheng turned his head to look, and couldn't help feeling his scalp tingle. The great elder who helped him out of the space magic circle unexpectedly lost an arm, and the wound on his arm was as neat and smooth as those of those people. You can even interfere with the teleportation of the space magic circle. Mo Xiaosheng's face was pale, as if he was enduring severe pain. He looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, gritted his teeth and shouted, you have cultivated the power of space to the limit. To this extent. Show ugly. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, and did not deny it. Ku Zheng's expression changed. With his experience and eyesight, he still didn't understand how his 3 subordinates died, and how the great elder lost an arm. It turned out to be because the teleportation was interfered. The power of space is mysterious and difficult to understand, but its power is terrifying. If it is disturbed during the transmission process, what good will happen? No wonder the great elder nervously took himself out of the space circle. It turned out that he had sensed something was wrong. If not, I am afraid that I will be like those 3 subordinates now, with only half of my body left on the space circle. Thinking about this, Ku Zheng was sweating profusely. Yang Kai was a little annoyed. He had noticed the energy fluctuations of the space magic circle before, so he rushed here in a hurry, and the timing of the shot was not bad, but it was a pity that the success fell short, and Ku Zheng narrowly escaped. This Mo Xiaosheng still has some skills. If he hadn't noticed it, Ku Zheng would definitely die. But it doesn't matter, since I have already arrived here, everyone here must not even try to escape. Yang Kai knows better than anyone else the truth of hitting a snake without dying with a stick. Looking indifferently at the few people in the secret room, Yang Kai was alone, but he was not afraid. With a wave of his hand, the stone puppet Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared in front of him, with a huge shaking pillar resting on his shoulders. His eyeballs were rolling around, and he looked like he was waiting for an opportunity with malicious intentions. The huge shaking pillar forms a huge contrast with its small body, which looks extremely funny. But no one dared to underestimate Xiao Xiao, even Ku Zheng frowned. He felt an unimaginable pressure from Xiao Xiao, which he never had even when facing Yang Kai. To be continued. Open HoloLens bracket. This text is provided by Daybreak Update Group at 87453198. Close HoloLens bracket. Chapter 15-16 Promising. Strong enemy. Ku Zheng thought secretly in his heart. He didn't know if it was true or not when he heard that this strange creature was able to forcibly receive the full blow of the Void Return third layer. Before he finished his thoughts, Yang Kai raised his hand again, and the dragon bone sword Dikuai appeared on the palm of his hand, and the holy yuan poured in, and the green dragon immediately appeared shaking his head and tail, entrenched behind him, straightened his upper body, and stared at him. Two eyes bigger than a gong stared at everyone. Long Wei covered the audience, making people feel palpitating and uneasy. Chi chi chi, the golden blood thread bounced, and the golden light emitted was extremely dazzling. The resonant bird song came out, and the firebird spread its wings, which suddenly raised the temperature in the secret room to a higher level. Yang Kai is ready to fight. Although these people in front of them were frightened birds, but Yang Kai didn't mean to underestimate them in the slightest. Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless with outnumbered enemies, not to mention that Ku Zheng was still intact. Yang Kai had never fought against Ku Zheng before, but in the Fallen Emperor Mountain, he had seen him show off his might. The seal of wish fulfillment on that day left a deep impression on him. So as soon as he made a move, Yang Kai used 80% of the means he could use. Leader Ku, when you made things difficult for the boy, did you ever think that you would have what you are today? Yang Kai looked at Ku Zheng coldly. You and I have no great grudges, but Leader Ku is pressing each other hard. The revenge of the day, the boy will come to avenge today. Well, I will send you to meet Ku Changfeng, at least you two will be together. I think Ku Changfeng should be very lonely now. You brat. Ku Zheng's expression suddenly turned ferocious, like a mad beast. The death of Ku Changfeng was the greatest pain in his heart. Your own children know it by themselves. Although Ku Changfeng is a bit domineering, his aptitude is first class. Given time, he will definitely become a master. But I didn't want to be killed by Yang Kai directly in Luodi Mountain. But at this moment, the murderer was still boasting in front of him. No matter how good-tempered Ku Zheng was, he couldn't tolerate it, not to mention, he had a fiery temper. Okay, kid is bullying too much. I won't kill you today. I swear I won't be human. Ku Zheng shouted angrily. Mo Xiaosheng felt very bad. The battle of masters was already extremely dangerous, but now he just said a few words. The leader has been provoked out of anger. How can I fight with all my strength? But now this situation, he couldn't stop it at all. He could only endure the severe pain in the wound, and sternly shouted, Yang Kai, you are too disrespectful to my Zhan Tianmeng. You dare to break into this place alone. Today's place, this is your burial place. Everyone, let's work together. Today either he dies or we die. As soon as the words came out, the rest of the people sacrificed their secret treasures one after another. For a moment, the secret room was full of light and energy fluctuated. Liang Yong's movements were the fastest, and as soon as he sacrificed a secret treasure in the shape of a long sword, he crazily poured Saint Yuan into it, looked at Yang Kai fiercely, and roared, Young boy, die. After the words fell, the long sword turned into a cyan light and shot straight towards Yang Kai. At the same time, other people also displayed the power of the secret treasure and blasted towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he didn't mean to avoid it. He just waited and watched coldly, as if he didn't notice the danger at all. Bang bang bang. The stone puppet beat its own hard chest with one hand, making a dull sound, and bared its fangs like a crazy orangutan. Under the hammering, the small figure suddenly grew bigger, and in an instant it became a group of more than a dozen people. The stone giant, which was 10 feet tall, stood in front of Yang Kai majestically. The next moment, all kinds of secret treasures were added to the body, and the stone puppet's body burst into dazzling flames, and the crisp sound could be heard endlessly, but it did not move at all. Not only did not retreat, it did not even show any injuries, but after all kinds of vigorous efforts under the action, the body took a step back. The stone puppet's innate supernatural power is to devour minerals. Not only can it refine mineral essences, but it can also absorb these essences for its own use and strengthen itself. After so many years, the stone puppet devoured countless minerals, most of which were extremely rare and high-quality minerals, which not only provided a lot of convenience for Yang Yan's refining equipment but also greatly nourished and grew itself. Although these attacks were extremely terrifying, they were of little use when they hit the stone puppet. The hardness of the stone puppet's body is no less than that of the king-level defense secret treasure. And amidst the crisp crashing sound, there was a muffled groan and a frenzied shout suddenly. Everyone frowned, wondering what happened to Ku Zheng. Even Yang Kai was at a loss. All kinds of secret treasures' power dissipated, the light disappeared. Yang Kai looked over the stone puppet's obstruction and looked towards Ku Zheng. He couldn't help but let out a light sigh, his expression became strange. He found that half of the sword tip appeared on Ku Zheng's chest, as if someone had stabbed it from behind, blood was flowing, his figure was staggering, and his face was extremely pale. The quality of the long sword is extraordinary at first glance, it is definitely a secret treasure above the middle grade of void grade. There is a blue light floating on the sword body, and the terrifying power is constantly bursting out from the long sword, continuously destroying Ku Zheng's body. It made him worse. Not far from Ku Zheng's side, Liang Yang looked at him with complicated eyes, seeming a little guilty. Liang Yang, how dare you do this? Mo Xiaosheng looked at Liang Yang in disbelief, and shouted sadly. Ku Zheng also looked at Liang Yang sullenly, with a furious expression, coughed, and asked through gritted teeth, when did he bribe you? Was it in Luodi Mountain? Liang Yang's face twitched, he glanced at Yang Kai, and said in a shy voice, Sect Master Yang didn't bribe Liang, but Liang knows the truth that a person who knows the current affairs is a hero, and the leader and the great elder are retrograde. It has brought catastrophe to the alliance, and Liang, as the third elder of the alliance, cannot sit idly by. Selling humiliation and seeking glory can still be so grandiose. Liang Yang, I didn't know you were such a person before. Ku Zheng laughed back angrily. He never imagined that at this critical moment, he would be ambushed by his third elder. If Liang Yang's secret treasure longsword was not still stuck in his body, he might not have believed it. It doesn't matter if you didn't know before, the leader should understand today. Liang Yang's face turned blue and red, and he seemed to feel embarrassed, but now, if he wants to survive, he has to do this. Others don't know how good Yang Kai is, but he does. Don't look at the number of people on your side, but if you really fight, it will definitely not be easy. Even if you can defeat Yang Kai, you can't kill him. Yang Kai's shown background is already shocking enough, what about those trump cards that have not been shown? The last time he revealed the secret, he was able to survive by chance. Liang Yang didn't want to do it again. There is a future. Yang Kai grinned suddenly. He never expected things to develop to this point, but this is what he likes to see. Although he is sure to kill all these people, he must go through a hard fight. I'm afraid if you want to play all your cards, now that there are people fighting among themselves, this problem will be easily solved. Sect Master Yang is absurd. Liang Yang smiled and clasped his fists with a flattering face, and then looked at the others and shouted, good birds choose trees to live in. I don't think Liang should teach you this. What should I do now? You should clear. Everyone in the Zontian League looked ugly, you looked at me, I looked at you, and fell into a dilemma for a while. But no one didn't cherish their own lives, and in the end, everyone turned their attention to Ku Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng, and Sheng Yuan secretly urged them to move. Okay. Ku Zheng laughed loudly, I didn't expect that all the wolves raised by my Zontianmeng were white-bred wolves, and Ku was blind, and he never saw your true colors. Why does the leader say such things? Liang Yang slowly shook his head, it's just a winner and a loser. Well, what are you going to do, First Elder? Liang has always admired the First Elder's character, if the First Elder is willing. Do you think this old man will work hand in hand with you? You are young, don't humiliate this old man. Mo Xiaosheng sneered again and again. Before Liang Yang could finish speaking, he interrupted him. Since that's the case, then please go on the road together with the great elder and the leader. Liang Yang's expression stern, he waved his hand, and the next moment, the secret treasures and secret techniques that attacked Yang Kai before were all at Ku Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng. There was no suspense. After half a cup of tea, the fighting subsided. Mo Xiaosheng's loss of an arm, although not life-threatening, had some impact on his strength, not to mention Ku Zheng, who was slapped from behind by Liang Yang, a third-level void returning realm, and he was not killed on the spot, is strong. Both of them were wounded, how could they resist the attacks of Liang Yang and others? Yang Kai didn't even make a move, and the leader of the Zontian Union and the Great Elder had already been killed by everyone. He didn't relax his vigilance, the green dragon was still entrenched behind him, The weapon spirit Firebird was also flying in the air, and the stone puppet was still blocking the front. As soon as the battle was over, Liang Yong winked at a certain warrior, and that warrior understood. Without saying a word, he rushed to one of his companions, and killed the companion of the second-level Void Return Realm with a quick knife. Yang Kai looked at it with a smile, and didn't mean to stop it. Let me tell Sect Master Yang, that Protector Lu is the leader's confidant and has a very close relationship with the leader. Although he surrenders temporarily, his heart is far away from his belly. No one knows whether he will wait for an opportunity to avenge the leader in the future, so he cannot stay. Liang always take the initiative to explain. Cruel. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. I underestimated Elder Liang. Sect Master Yang, thank you. Liang Yang laughed dryly. What about the rest of them? These guys should be fine. Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully, with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth, and suddenly said, Elder Liang thinks that this suzerain will not cook like a rabbit to death, and hide all birds behind. Liang Yong's face changed slightly, and even the remaining few people became vigilant. Squeezing out a smile, Liang Yongdao said, Sect Master Yang is joking, we have already proved ourselves, so please hold your hand high and spare my life. What are you keeping you for? Even Ku Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng are killed. If I keep you by my side, there is no guarantee that one day you won't be treated the same way. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, and his tone became unfriendly, as if he was affected by him. Affected by his mood, the green dragon that had been entrenched behind him also straightened up slightly, and the dragon's might was even more powerful. To be continued. Chapter 15-16, I dare not wait. Liang Yong was startled, and quickly bowed his head and said, I swear to God, in the future, only Suzerain Yang will follow the lead, but if you have something to ask, you will go through fire and water, and you will do whatever you want. If vows are useful, Leader Ku and Elder Mo will not die here tragically. Didn't you make any vows the day you joined the Zontian Union? Yang Kai curled his lips. Liang Yong's expression was awkward, but he was more anxious, and now, he didn't know how to gain Yang Kai's trust and make him show mercy. If it is said that when Ku Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng were still alive, Zon Tianmeng still had a fight, but now it is definitely fish on the chopping board, and Yang Kai rubbed it into a ball. Liang Yong and others did not resist at all spare strength. Give you a chance to convince me that it's still useful to keep you. If you can't do it, then don't blame the suzerain for not being sympathetic. Elder Liang is also a ruthless person, so he should understand. Yang Kai an impatient voice came, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Liang Yong shuddered Lingling, realizing that Yang Kai wasn't just talking about it, and in a hurry, his mind turned sharply. The others all looked at Liang Yong eagerly, their hearts raised in their throats. Yang Kai didn't rush, just stood there and waited quietly. After a while, Liang Yong's nervous expression calmed down, he seemed to have become more confident, he cleared his throat, clasped his fists and said, so that Sect Master Yang knows that I and the others have absolutely no intention of making enemies with Sect Master Yang, come on. The first time I went to Luodi Mountain, I just obeyed orders, and now Ku Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng are dead. The experts in the alliance also suffered huge losses, which can be said to be a great loss of vitality. In addition, the Wanan Sealing Spirit formation was destroyed, the foundation of the Holy League has been damaged. And judging from the previous style of the Holy League, this time I am afraid that even if there are a lot of Lord Yang and wait around for my life, we people may have no place to stand. Thousands of people beat the drum, it has always been like this. It's none of my business. Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer. Liang just wanted to say, if we want to survive, we must find another way out. And Sect Master Yang is the best choice. Liang Yang looked at Yang Kai solemnly. Yang Kai nodded lightly, grinning and said, that's right, let's continue. Hearing this, Liang Yang's expression was startled, and he said with great interest, Sect Master Yang will kill us, but it's just a matter of raising one's hand. But our life and death are small, and it will not do any good to Sect Master Yang, but if we stay alive, Liang and others will definitely bring many benefits to Sect Master Yang. For example, Yang Kai squinted at him. Hee, now Ku Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng are both dead, and the second elder Lu Feng has also fallen. In this holy alliance, Liang should be respected. Liang is not talented. He is willing to manage Zontian City for Sect Master Yang, and he will give the income every year. All proceeds are handed over. As far as Liang knows, although Sect Master Yang's Lingxiao sect lives in the Luyan Sandy Land, he is not afraid of being attacked, but he also lacks various training materials. It is inconvenient to trade with the outside world. If there is Zhan Tiancheng, it must be Sect Master Yang's disciples will no longer need to worry about training supplies in the future. Zontian City has been in operation for tens of thousands of years, and there are tens of millions of warriors living here to make a living. To be proud, Zontian City's annual the benefits are still very objective, presumably Sect Master Yang is also interested in it. After finishing speaking, Liang Yang stopped talking, just waiting for Yang Kai's reply. He has full confidence in convincing Yang Kai. Sure enough, after a while, Yang Kai nodded. Elder Liang is very eloquent, and my suzerain was indeed moved by your words. After the words fell, the fire bird flew back into Yang Kai's body, the green dragon turned into a keel sword and was put away by Yang Kai, and even the stone puppet that was more than 10 feet tall returned to its original shape. The depressing atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Liang Yang was overjoyed, and quickly bowed down. Thank you, Sect Master Yang, for not killing me. The others also hurriedly expressed their loyalty, lest Yang Kai would kill him if he didn't like it. From now on, there will be no Zontian League. Yang Kai looked indifferent. Zontian City is the property of Meiling Shaozong, but if there is an intruder, it will be an enemy of Meiling Shaozong. Liang Yang, you have good strength, take the post of city lord, go ahead, govern the city for the suzerain. Yes, this subordinate will definitely live up to what you entrust. Liang Yang promised in a deep voice. Okay, I hope you won't let me down, pass on the order and tell your people to come back, if you don't go back, I'm afraid they will all die. Yang Kai chuckled, with a pleasant expression on his face, as if all the unhappiness before had disappeared. It happened, while talking, he took out the communication compass and poured a divine thought into it, making Yi Xian and others stop. A quarter of an hour later, the inner city of Zontian City became calm, but the dead bodies and blood all over the ground were the best evidence of the fierce battle here. In the secret room, everyone else has gone out to appease Zhan Tianmeng's surviving disciples, conveying Yang Kai's order. Only Liang Yang and Yang Kai are left. Where is Zhan Tianmeng's warehouse? Take me to have a look. Yang Kai ordered Liang Yang. Sect Master, please follow me. Liang Yang naturally did not dare to refuse, and hurriedly led the way. As a sect that has stood on Gloom Star for tens of thousands of years, the accumulated wealth is naturally huge and unimaginable. Especially Zontian League also owns a Zontian City. The wealth obtained from Zontian City every year is already incomparably rich. But now, these have become Yang Kai's property. It took a full 2 days before Yang Kai sorted out the things in the warehouse of the Battle Sky Union and put them all into the space ring. After 2 days of effort, Liang Yang and the others also cleared out all those who dared to oppose them, cleared out Ku Zheng and Mo Shaosheng's cronies, and brought the surviving warriors of the Zontian League under their control. And the news of this battle has already spread. Thousands of warriors who had withdrawn from Zontian City have returned to the city. Although a huge monster fell on Gloom Star, it did not have much impact on them. The warships of Ling Shaozong did not damage the outer city. These people only need to return here with their goods, and then they can reopen their business, but the object they handed over in the future will be changed from Zontianmeng to Ling Shaozong. Not many people dared to believe that this would be the result. The Zontian League was gone just like that. Ling Shaozong only relied on a mere battleship, and let this behemoth collapse. The tyranny of the Zhuang-class battleship is deeply rooted in people's hearts. 5 days later, the pitch-black warship sailed out of Zontian City and headed towards the sky. On the square in the city, Liang Yang and other high-level officials who belonged to the Zontian League respectfully sent them off, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Although they have already expressed their surrender, Yang Kai has no intention of attacking them, but if Yang Kai does not leave, they will not feel at ease for a day, lest Yang Kai cross the river and tear down the bridge. Until now, a heart fell back into the chest. Yang Kai asked Zheqi to stay in Zontian City as deputy city lord. The name is Assistant Liang Yang, but everyone knows the real purpose, which is nothing more than surveillance. Liang Yang dared to break his promise, attacked Ku Zheng secretly, and bowed his knees for his own life. Yang Kai naturally had to guard against such a villain, otherwise it was difficult to guarantee that he would not have any ulterior motives. Yang Kai is worried about others staying here, but Zheqi is different. Although Zheqi only has the cultivation base of the Void Return first level, he was adopted by Yi Xian and has a close relationship with Yi Xian. As long as Yi Xian is still alive, Liang Yang will not dare to attack Zheqi, leaving Zheqi to wake up Liang Yang from time to time. Presumably he will not think about anything he shouldn't have, and every year's worship will be like this. The number is handed over to Ling Shaozong, so as not to fill his own pockets. As the battleship left, not only Liang Yang and others saw him off, but countless warriors in the entire outer city were cheering, waving and shouting at the battleship with joyful expressions on their faces. The destruction of the Zontian League made these warriors who had been exploited and bullied on weekdays breathe out a sigh of relief, and they were happy in their hearts. Coupled with Liang Yong's order to reduce the tax for the entire city, they naturally felt happy. From this point of view, Liang Yong is still quite talented. Knowing that Zontian city changed hands, it was time to buy people's hearts, so he fell in love with Yong Kai and gave him a lot of favors. Inside the battleship, all the elders of the void returning mirror of the Lingxiao sect, all of whom have no image at this moment, or have sly eyebrows, or laugh at their stomachs, are all counting their gains. Yong Kai put all the things in Zan Tianmeng's warehouse into his space ring, and prepared to take them back to be used as Ling Xiaozong's storage. But Changqi and others kept the spoils of war when they killed the enemy. Each of these people has killed countless enemies, how can there be so little spoils? Even Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu sat cross-legged on the ground, constantly tossing things from the interspatial rings, finding out the materials they needed, and throwing away the unnecessary ones. Yong Kai couldn't help but laugh, and even Yi Xian smiled. Sovereign, after 5 days of delay in Zontian City, Lei Taizong should have already received the news, and I'm afraid the defense will be even tighter. Suddenly, Yi Xian reminded her. Yong Kai nodded lightly. In fact, he also knew the reason why soldiers are expensive and fast, but he had to delay in Zontian City before. After all, Yong Kai didn't want to give up such a big industry. Nowadays, there are few Ling Xiaozong disciples. It is true that so many materials are not needed, but what about in the future? Yong Kai had to make long-term plans. It doesn't matter, since the Zontian Union can't stop it, Lei Typhoon sect shouldn't be able to either. No matter how they defend, as long as they can't break through the defense of the battleship, it is useless. Having said that, the suzerain is still the most careful. Yi Xian said briefly, although she is much older than Yong Kai and has rich experience, but the suzerain of the Ling Xiaozong is Yong Kai after all, and she will not surpass him in many things. Let the disciples speed up a bit, I heard that Thunderwind Canyon is not close to here. Yong Kai ordered. After a while, the speed of the already fast-moving battleship increased to another level. Lifeng Canyon is full of aura, and it is located in the mountains, covering a vast area. It is the main rudder of Lei Taizong. Unlike Zan Tianmeng, where the main rudder is set in the city, the main rudder of Lei Taizong is far away from the place where the crowd gathers. There is the spiritual energy supply here, and there are nearby mountains for disciples. It can be said that it is an outstanding person to go out for training. Chapter 15:18 Thunderwind Canyon. Another mistake. The serial number of the last chapter should be 1517, not 1516, but the content is correct, so it doesn't affect the reading. Readers don't care, just treat Xiaomo as a cute kid. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Since Lei Taizong was founded, this Lifeng Canyon has always been its territory. When Lei Taizong's reputation was not well known, many sects took a fancy to this treasure land and tried to capture it, but none of them succeeded, and they all became the stepping stones for Lei Taizong to become famous. During this process, Lei Taizong grew up at a snowballing speed, and eventually became one of the 2 giants of Gloom Star. The periphery of Lifeng Canyon is surrounded by poisonous miasma all the year round, making it difficult for outsiders to get close to it. It is Lei Taizong's natural defense. When the disciples come in and out, they also need to take special antidote elixirs in advance, or directly use the space magic circle. Otherwise, even the Saint King realm would not be able to resist the power of the poisonous miasma, ranging from weakness in hands and feet, failure of the Saint Yuan to function properly, to falling to the ground due to poisoning, and instant death. This is also the biggest reason why Lei Taizong can stick to this place. In addition to this natural barrier, it is rumored that in Lifeng Canyon, there are also large and small restraining formations all over, and there are countless ones. Anyone who dares to break in will surely die without a whole body. Although Yong Kai had battleships to rely on, he didn't dare to take it lightly. Lifeng Canyon is different from Zontian City. After entering, it may be difficult to get out. So after the battleship passed through the range of the natural poisonous miasma, Yong Kai ordered people to slow down a lot, while checking the surrounding situation, while advancing vigilantly. But what surprised him was that he didn't touch any restraining formations during this journey, and he didn't even see a living person. Under the shroud of spiritual thoughts, there is nothing to hide from the situation within 100 miles. The huge Thunder Typhoon sect was actually empty, and it seemed that everyone had already evacuated ahead of time. Yong Kai frowned tightly. Yi Xian also had an unbelievable look on her face, although a few days ago, she and others were overwhelming, captured the Zontian city, destroyed the Zontian League, and demonstrated the brilliant combat power of Ling Xiaozong. But Lei Taizong is also a famous sect for a long time, so it makes no sense to retreat without a fight. How courageous is it to give up this ancestral foundation that has occupied tens of thousands of years? What kind of prestige should he have to make the disciples of the entire sect obey him? Fang Peng seemed to be more difficult than Ku Zhang. Yang Kai thought about it. Yang Kai, Thunder Typhoon sect actually withdrew early, what should we do? Qian Tong was speechless, originally thought that this time the same scene as last time would be staged, and that he would have to go through a hard battle, but he didn't want it to happen. Such a situation. Interesting, Yang Kai sneered. The foundation of a sect lies in the people rather than the foundation. As long as the disciples are kept alive, there will always be a chance to make a comeback. Fang Peng obviously understands this truth well. Ling Xiaozong's punch hit the cotton, which made people feel aggrieved. Since we're here, there's no reason to return empty-handed. Destroy the Thunder Wind Canyon for me. Yang Kai snorted coldly, since Fang Peng doesn't want this 10,000-year foundation, we don't need to keep it for him. Enough. The corner of Qian Tong's mouth twitched. As the order was conveyed, the crystal cannons shot out continuously, and as the battleship passed, all the places it passed were razed to the ground. The violent rumbling sound has not stopped since the beginning, and many buildings of the Leitai sect have also been reduced to dust under the crystal cannon. Leisurely, Yang Kai's expression moved, showing a look of surprise, and his spiritual mind probed in a certain direction. There unexpectedly appeared not weak energy fluctuations. It didn't feel like a secret treasure, but rather a situation where a large number of holy crystals were piled up together. Was it Lei Taizong who withdrew in a hurry and didn't take it away, or was it a trap? However, no one dislikes the fact that there are so many holy crystals. If they can produce such a strong energy fluctuation, the number of holy crystals is probably in the hundreds of millions. Such a number is also a fortune for Lei Taizong. There are some things over there, I'll go and have a look. Yang Kai stood up. Sovereign, beware of fraud. Yi Xian frowned. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai grinned, there is definitely a fraud, but I want to know what kind of tricks Fang Peng is playing. You all stay in the battleship, and I will come when I go. Saying so, Yang Kai has already jumped out of the battleship, and with a flick of his body, he ran towards the position where the energy came from. After a short while, Yang Kai had arrived in front of a palace, and under his spiritual sense, he could see the internal situation at a glance. It was empty, only some tables and chairs, but under the palace, there was a secret room, and in that secret room, there were countless high-grade holy crystals stacked. There are indeed hundreds of millions. Of course, he didn't want to let go of such a huge wealth. He was bold, but he didn't shrink back. He walked straight into the palace, groped for a while, found a secret door at a corner of the palace, and went straight down. After a while, Yang Kai came to the secret room, looked around, his eyes lit up, and after confirming that there was nothing suspicious around him, he waved his hands and put those saint crystals into the space ring. At the same time, there is another secret room about 10,000 feet below the main rudder of Lei Taizong. At this moment, there are 5 octogenarians sitting in this secret room. Each of these 5 people has white hair and beards, and they look extremely old. They seem to have experienced endless wind and frost, and there is not much vitality left in their bodies. But each of these 5 of them is a strong person in the 3rd layer of returning to the void. The 5 people are divided into 5 corners, and in the middle, there is a formation that has been arranged in advance. The formation is very mysterious, and there seems to be an extremely dangerous aura. They were completely silent, and their sages were invisible, sitting there as if they were 5 corpses. But when Yang Kai walked into the secret room, the 5 people seemed to have sensed something, and all opened their eyes. People are coming, one of the yellow-faced old men murmured. It's indeed here, it's very courageous. Another old woman with an old face nodded slightly. Since you're here, let's do it. The 3rd person said lightly, the Zontian League is unable to resist the Void King class warship, and I, Lei Taizong, should not be able to resist it either, but if you want this 10,000-year foundation, you don't know did he take his life. He, with the Xuanian 10 direction formation, he must have the life to take it, but he will not have the life to enjoy it. Don't gossip about me, brothers and sisters. It's an honor for me to meet and get to know you for hundreds of years. Now it's time for us to say goodbye. I hope you all have a good journey. The first yellow-faced person to speak, the old man, spoke again. He seemed to be very authoritative, and when he said a word, the expressions of the others also became solemn. The old woman looked at him with a smile on her face. Senior brother too. A trace of nostalgia flashed across the face of the yellow-faced old man, but soon his expression became resolute, and he softly shouted, "Let's go." As soon as the words fell, he frantically urged his Saint Yuan to pour it into the five-cornered formation in front of him. The same goes for the other four. The pentagonal formation suddenly burst into dazzling light, and as the light increased, the lines of the formation seemed to come alive, and began to spin faster and faster. And with the operation of the large formation, the complexions of the five people became extremely pale in an instant, and the little vitality that was left was rapidly passing away. This large formation seemed to be able to absorb not only their Saint Yuan, but also their vitality. There was a muffled shout, and the five of them tried their best. Yudi, there was a big tremor, and the rapidly rotating formation broke away from the original place, and rushed straight up, submerging into the mud and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, the five people all smiled, but they also collapsed on the ground. Each of them was skinny, as if they were not long in the world. At the same time, Yang Kai paused in the secret room full of saint crystals, his brows furrowed. He felt uneasy at this moment. Before he could turn his mind around, a strong energy wave suddenly came from under his feet, and immediately a huge formation flew out from below and directly covered the entire secret room. The lines of the formation seemed to be transformed into the strongest iron, turning this secret room into a cage. Violent energy fluctuations spread from all around, and dazzling rays of light shot out from under countless holy crystals, causing a feeling of palpitation and uneasiness. Yang Kai seemed to be aware of it and waved his hand violently, brushing away countless saint crystals, revealing a half-person high red crystal that was covered under the saint crystal. At this moment, a dazzling red light is emitting from this red crystal. The berserk energy fluctuations are also transmitted from inside it. Mysterious storm crystal. Yang Kai's eyes twitched wildly, and he said in a low voice, "So that's how it is." Lei Taizong spent hundreds of millions of holy crystals to set up such a secret room, so that people had to jump in even if they knew there was a fraud in it. After all, people have greed. But once you enter this place, you will fall into Lei Taizong's tricks. The previous array didn't do any damage, it was just a binding effect, trapping myself here, and the real killing move was these mysterious storm crystals hidden under the holy crystal. This kind of thing is also considered a rare thing. The internal energy is extremely unstable, and it will explode at the slightest touch. Generally, it is not very useful, and because it is rare, warriors seldom use it. It's hard for Lei Taizong, and I don't know where to find such a big piece, and it's not just this one. Under the cover of those holy crystals, at least 4 or 5 places are showing red light. This kind of energy turmoil, even if the Void King Realm powerhouse came here, he might not be able to bear it, let alone Yang Kai. Lei Taizong really thinks highly of himself. During the change of thought, the red light became more and more intense. The next moment, there was a violent cracking sound, which made the world tremble, and the entire secret room disappeared in an instant. A sky-reaching red beam of light shot out from the ground, straight into the sky, and the main rudder of Lei Taizong was also reduced to ruins in the violent explosion. The aftermath of the impact swept all around, and wherever it passed, there were flying sand and rocks, and the sun and the moon were dark. In the battleship dozens of miles away, everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes trembling. Even Yi Xian's face paled, but fortunately, her heart was quite tough. Seeing the terrifying aftermath attacking the battleship, she quickly shouted coquettishly, "Full protection." Soon, a film-like shield appeared on the outside of the battleship. The wind was strong, and the aftermath of the explosion engulfed the battleship. The huge force rolled it up and slammed into the mountain wall next to the canyon. In the battleship, everyone's footing was unstable. With horrified expressions on their faces, they urged Sheng Yuan to protect their bodies and sacrificed secret treasures to protect them. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 15-19 Secrets of Star Emperor Mountain. In the underground secret room, a spatial crack appeared, and Yang Kai's figure fell out of it, with lingering fear on his face. It's not that Fang Peng didn't know that he could tear apart the space, but he still set up such a sinister trap. At first, he probably knew that the main rudder of Lei Typhoon sect could not be kept, so he would use it instead of taking advantage of himself. Secondly, maybe there are some fluke thoughts, hoping that I will not react enough and fall into the riot of those mysterious storm crystals. I just don't know how sure he is. No matter what, Fang Peng's plan had come to nothing, and Yang Kai had already left the center of the bursting vortex the moment before the explosion of the mysterious storm crystal, and went deep into the ground in the direction of the source of the formation. This is a place underground, with dim lights flickering all around, 5 people lying in disorder on the ground, with more air intake and less air output. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that they were not long in the world, so he couldn't help frowning. It seems that the 5 of them made the movement just now. Is it a big sect that has been in operation for tens of thousands of years? At the most dangerous moment, there are still some people who are willing to stay with the sect to live and die together, to sacrifice themselves as life. You really are not dead, Fang Peng is right. His weak voice came from the side. Yang Kai looked up and saw a skinny old man with a yellow face lying there looking at him. Dry, his lips squirmed, and his face was somewhat unwilling and unbelievable. The power of space is well deserved. Senior, thank you. Yang Kai snorted coldly, walked forward, and stood 5 steps away from him, knowing that such a small action can't kill me. Fang Peng is actually willing to let the 5 of you stay and die. Great courage. The yellow-faced old man chuckled and panted. It's not that he wants us to stay, it's us who stayed. At this time, kid, do you still want to sow discord? A strange color flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, and he remained silent. The yellow-faced old man coughed lightly, and continued. We and the 5 of us don't have much life expectancy. If we can drag you to be buried with us, it will be a huge profit, and it can be regarded as the last thing we do for the sect before we die. It's over, so knowing that the hope is slim, I have to give it a go. People are going to die, and what are you talking about so much? Yang Kai lost interest. Tell me, where is Fang Peng? I will leave you as a corpse. Haha, kid, talk quickly. If I met you a few years ago, maybe the old man would look at you differently. Fang Peng said. He said. What did he say? He said to let you go to Xingdi Mountain, to find him. The yellow-faced old man seemed to have squeezed out his last life, and he squeezed out a sentence with extreme difficulty. After finishing speaking, he lost his breath. The other 4 people also passed away one after another when Yang Kai was talking with the yellow-faced old man. Frowning at the corpses of these 5 people, Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not wanting to move their thoughts, and stretched out his hand in front of him. The space was immediately torn apart. In Lifeng Canyon, the battleship was suspended in midair, the hatch was wide open. Yi Xian and the others had all rushed out, looking ahead anxiously and worriedly. The movement of the explosion has subsided, but looking around, the original majestic main rudder of Lei Taizong has turned into ruins. On the original site, there is only one that is tens of feet deep and covers an area of tens of square meters. The big pit in it. Yang Kai disappeared. Everyone's heart reached their throats. If there were no battleships guarding the energy turmoil just now, everyone present would probably die, not to mention Yang Kai who had already penetrated into it. Everyone is worried about him, lest Yang Kai will be buried in it. Looking for me, a sudden voice came from behind. Everyone was shocked, turned their heads to look, and suddenly found that Yang Kai had appeared not far behind him at some point, standing there intact. Everyone's expressions became extremely weird. They didn't notice Yang Kai's appearance at all, as if he just appeared there out of thin air. Yang Kai, are you okay? Qian Tong asked hastily. It's okay, let's talk first. Yang Kai stepped into the battleship and turned his head to signal everyone to follow. After a while, the battleship turned around and sailed out of Thunderwind Canyon. Inside the battleship, Yang Kai briefly described the results of the trip, and everyone couldn't help but sigh after hearing it. Those 5 people should be the Grand Elders of Lei Taizong. They are all elderly people. I'm afraid they are a generation or 2 higher than Lao Fei and me. Qian Tong said softly. Actually every major power has such an existence, and I also have a few in Shadow Moon Hall, but they don't care about world affairs, they just retreat all the year round. If there is no major change, they will not leave the seclusion until they die of old age. Yes, these 5 people can do this. Even though they are enemies, they are respectable and admirable. Fei Zhitu nodded slightly aside. Whether they are respectable or not, now that Fang Peng has fled to Xingdi Mountain, it saves me from wasting time looking for him. Yang Kai snorted. If Fang Peng kept his name anonymous, it would be a troublesome matter, but where he ran was not good. He actually went to Xingdi Mountain, and was throwing himself into Yang Kai's arms. The next target of the battleship is Xingdi Mountain. Fang Peng probably expected this, so he went there to wait. Great Elder. Yang Kai looked up at Yi Xian. You should have nothing to hide now. I haven't asked about Xingdi Mountain before, but now, I want to know. The more details the more it is good. I don't mean to hide it, but the suzerain has never asked before. Yi Xian stroked the hair next to her ear. Since the suzerain wants to know, I will naturally know and say everything. Okay. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Yang Kai, do you want me to avoid this old man and old Fei? Qian Tong hesitated, listening to Yang Kai and Yi Xian. It seemed that he wanted to talk about some secrets of Xingdi Mountain, so he was of course embarrassed to stay. No, none of them are outsiders. Yang Kai waved his hand. Then, well, Qian Tong didn't insist anymore, and looked at Yi Xian together with Yang Kai, pretending to be listening intently, and he was also very curious about the matter of Xingdi Mountain. After all, this force has always been mysterious, but it is the undisputed #1 force in Gloom Star. Where should I start? Yi Xian frowned slightly, as if she was sorting out her words, and after a while, she continued, it is rumored that Xingdi Mountain is related to the Great Emperor, but this is not groundless but true. Really counting, Xingdi Mountain is actually a legacy of Taishuanzong. Taishuanzong legacy? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Good. Taishuanzong. Qian Tong frowned. What kind of sect is this? Why have I never heard of it? Fei Zhitu also shook his head slowly, saying that he had never heard of it. Yang Kai grinned. The place where my Ling Shaozong occupies now is the Taishuanzong ruins. That is an ancient sect that has disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, the two of you have never heard of it. So that's it. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu looked clear. The great elder continued. Yang Kai motioned. Taishuanzong is the place where the emperor stayed in the past, and the emperor supported it with his own hands. But the success of the emperor, the defeat of the emperor, a powerful enemy of the emperor came to visit suddenly one day. The two had a disagreement, they fought, and the result was a strong enemy even though he was destroyed. The emperor also fell into a long-term deep sleep, and the place where Taishuanzong was located has also become a desert of flowing flames. The suzerain should know all these things. Well, I've heard of it. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had a calm expression. He had heard this information for a long time, so he naturally wouldn't make a fuss, but Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu were on the sidelines. Their eyes almost popped out, their breathing was rapid, and their faces were incredible. Although Yi Xian didn't say a few words, they got some incredible information from it. The Starry Sky Emperor, who was rumored to have open hands and eyes, actually has an enemy that can rival him. In the first battle, although the powerful enemy was killed, the emperor seemed to be seriously injured. Does this enemy have the same level of cultivation as the great emperor? What an appalling thing. The two just had a fight, and a flaming sand field appeared on Gloom Star. Moreover, according to the meaning of Yi Xian's words, the emperor seems to be still alive, but fell into a deep sleep. As a legend, Starry Sky Emperor's prestige is rooted in people's hearts. His power is undisputed. It is said that he can pluck the stars and invite the moon, he can easily destroy a star of cultivation, and he can traverse the entire star field in one day. There are simply too many legends about the great emperor, and they are all incredible things. Although Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu respected the great emperor, they never thought that such a powerful existence is still alive in the world. At this moment, when I first heard such a secret, I was so shocked that I couldn't get back to my senses for a long time. It was Yi Xian who said this, and they believed it a little bit. If someone else said it, they would probably sneer at it. Regardless of the outcome of that battle, Taishuanzong was affected and suffered heavy losses. There were very few survivors, and those who survived could only migrate elsewhere. They are the founders of Xingdi Mountain. Yi Xian, the voice came, pulling the minds of Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu back. In the Xingdi Mountain, there is a portrait of the great emperor, that's why I just... Yi Xian hesitated to speak, but didn't finish his sentence. Yang Kai knew what she wanted to say. The reason why she was so heartfelt to Yang Yan when she first saw her, and recognized her as the great emperor, was precisely because of the portrait passed down from ancient times. Yi Xian has observed the charm of the great emperor at close range countless times in the past hundreds of years. Xingdi Mountain's ancient precepts, the existence of Xingdi Mountain is only for the great emperor, and the great emperor will wake up one day. At that time, Xingdi Mountain will become the right arm of the great emperor. For tens of thousands of years, the helm of each generation of Xingdi Mountain is those who persist in this way never care about the right and wrong of the outside world, do not interfere with the grievances of the outside world, and only want to wait for the day when the emperor wakes up. This palace has been in charge of Xingdi Mountain for hundreds of years, and it also adheres to this philosophy. Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wei Zhao Sheng provide close hollow corner bracket. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1520 Yi Xian's Plan. However, as time has passed, the rumors about the great emperor have become weaker and more elusive. Not only do people outside doubt the authenticity of the great emperor's existence, but there are also such voices inside Xingdi Mountain. These people do not recognize the great emperor's existence. Want to break this commandment, want to dominate the Dark Star. 100 years ago, this palace was murdered by a traitor, and finally had to stay away from Xingdi Mountain and live in seclusion. It's that person who is unwilling to be lonely and seeks power to usurp the throne, right? Yang Kai sneered, although Yi Xian didn't make it too clear, but Yang Kai was not a fool, and soon understood the twists and turns. That's right, and judging from the reactions of Zhan Tianmeng and Lei Taizong this time, he did a good job. He actually subdued Ku Zheng and Fang Peng secretly and let them work for him. What benefits do people promise? Yi Xian nodded slightly. It's inevitable. Yang Kai frowned. Speaking of which, the first time he heard the rumors of the Starry Sky Emperor, he didn't take it seriously. After all, there are legends everywhere, and most of those legends are fabricated by idle people. No provability. He used to think that the emperor was like this, and he didn't really exist at all. But later, as he came into contact with more and more things and understood more and more thoroughly, he had to believe that the great emperor was indeed a real person, not just a legend, nor a fabrication, until Yang Yan's memory recovered. Not only him, but countless people in the star field would think so. Although Xingdi Mountain is the legacy of Taishuanzong, after tens of thousands of years, the original intention of its creation has already weakened. Possessing the strength to dominate the gloomy star, but has been developing silently, even until he died of old age, no one knew his existence. To Yi Xian, this may not be a big deal, but to those who are ambitious, it is a kind of torment. But Xingdi Mountain has strict rules and regulations. Anyone who violates the precepts of the ancestors will be killed without mercy. If you want to break the precepts, you must control the power. One day, Yi Xian was driven away. I remember that you were poisoned a few years ago, when Jie Qi took the Star Emperor order to Tianyan City to obtain the detoxification pill. Yang Kai looked at Yi Xian thoughtfully. Well, that's what that person did. Yi Xian nodded and said, after all, his position is not justified, so every day that I live in this palace, he will be worried and spend 100 years to find out my seclusion. It's hard for him to secretly poison him. Fortunately, the suzerain has a good pill, otherwise, even if I don't die, my cultivation will definitely drop, so I have to settle the score with him when I go this time. It's right to have revenge. Yang Kai grinned. Yi Xian stroked her hair by her ears, and said leisurely, actually, it doesn't matter whether I am in that position or not, but that person has now betrayed the ancestors of Xingdi Mountain, which is betraying the emperor. This is intolerable. Yes, this palace should clean up the house for the ancestors of all generations. While drinking heavily, Yi Xian's beautiful eyes were full of murderous intent. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu couldn't help fighting a cold war. How many masters are there in Xingdi Mountain? Yang Kai asked. Yi Xian chuckled and said, actually, Xingdi Mountain has always had a small number of people. Although it occupies the best place in Gloom Star, the total number of people in each generation is only 300. When I was in charge of Xingdi Mountain, the number of people is even smaller, only 200, which is probably the number now. 200. Yang Kai, Qian Tong and others were dumbfounded. This number was really unexpected. Everyone knew that there were not many people in Xingdi Mountain, but no one expected it to be so small. Such a power can also be at the top of the Dark Star Power Pyramid. Sect Master, don't underestimate these 200 people. Among these 200 people, at least 80% are void returning mirrors. There may be as many as 50 people in the third-level realm. Moreover, there are several Void King-level secret treasures in Xingdi Mountain. There is Emperor Treasure. The combat power that can be displayed cannot be underestimated. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Emperor Treasure. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Do you mean the Nirvana Thunder Bead? That's right, the Nirvana Lightning Bead is one of them, but although the Nirvana Lightning Bead is powerful, since the suzerain has taken its blow before, it shouldn't be difficult to face it again this time. As long as we can avoid it, if you hit it, the Emperor Treasure will be useless. Well, the people who use it are not strong enough, and the Emperor Treasure can't play a big role. Yang Kai sighed. The last time I suffered a loss was because I didn't know much about the Nirvana Thunder Pearl, so I almost suffered a big loss. Now if I face it again, I should be able to deal with it calmly. But although he doesn't care, Yang Kai is a little worried about whether the battleship can block the blow of Nirvana Thunder Bead. Besides the Nirvana Lightning Bead, you have to be careful of the other 2 Void King level secret treasures. Xingdi Shanbin has 3 Void King level secret treasures, but the Bone Erosion Lihuo lamp was brought out by the palace, and there are 2 left. It is unbelievable on Gloom Star that one faction controls 3 Void King level secret treasures, such as Lei Taizong and Zan Tianmeng. As the treasures of Junzong, they cannot be used easily. But now that King Void's secret treasure of Zontian Union was confiscated by Yang Kai and became his spoils of war. Next, Yi Xian described in detail the power and appearance of the 2 Void King level secret treasures in Xingdi Mountain, and told Yang Kai to be more careful. Yang Kai listened extremely seriously. On the whole, the strength of Xingdi Mountain is not a little bit higher than that of Zontianmeng and Leitezong. Although the number of people is very small, there are a lot of high-end fighters. There are 50 of them in the 3rd level Void Returning Realm alone. This kind of power is indeed enough to dominate Gloom Star, and there is no problem in sweeping any sect. Seeing his worry, Yi Xian smiled and said, the suzerain actually doesn't need to worry too much. Although that person has controlled Xingdi Mountain for 100 years, his style of doing things is incompatible with the concept of Xingdi Mountain, and he may not be able to convince the public. What's more, his status is not justified, even if he has attracted some people over the years, but this palace may not have no supporters. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he looked at her radiantly. In Xingdi Mountain back then, many people had received my favor, so they probably wouldn't take action against me. Moreover, for 100 years, they all thought that I was dead, so they acquiesced to that person's status, but now. To be honest with the suzerain, since the day I left the customs a few years ago, some people have secretly contacted me and wanted me to return to Xingdi Mountain, but I did not agree. Is there such a thing? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Up to now, I have nothing to hide. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Since I was young, my master has instilled the concept of the supremacy of the emperor. Now that I can serve the emperor, I naturally don't need to go back to Xingdi Mountain to grab a false name. But since the suzerain intends to attack Xingdi Mountain, I should do my part. Quote. It's so good. Yang Kai was extremely pleased. He was still thinking about whether to rely on the tyranny of the battleship to wipe out Xingdi Mountain directly as before, but he didn't have much confidence in his heart, so he was in a dilemma. Now that he heard Yi Xian's words, he couldn't help being overjoyed. So I would like to ask the suzerain to give me a few days to go to Xingdi Mountain to deal with it. Not everyone there wants to be an enemy of the suzerain. You decide on your own, I'll wait for your good news. Yang Kai agreed. Yes, then I'm going to set off now, let's go first, and the suzerain will come slowly. Yi Xian is also a straightforward person, and after the discussion is completed, she will go to Xingdi Mountain immediately. A moment later, a ray of brilliance shot out from the battleship, heading straight for Xingdi Mountain. After Yi Xian left, the battleship slowed down and landed unhurriedly behind. Since he had to wait for Yi Xian to deal with it properly, Yang Kai naturally didn't rush on his way, and simply retreated to practice. Now he has too many things to deal with, and the benefits he got from the Emperor Garden last time have not been fully digested. Whether it is the true solution of alchemy or the comprehension of the golden blood thread secret technique, it will consume a lot of time and cannot be accomplished overnight. Moreover, Yang Kai also needs to take something like life nectar every day to accumulate the pure golden blood in his body, hoping that one day he will be able to replace all the blood in his body with this golden blood. The Immortal 5 Elements sword also requires practice. One pile, one piece, the busy Yang Kai was overwhelmed. Now that he has some free time, he will not waste it. In Luodi Mountain, due to absorbing a large amount of pure spiritual energy, his cultivation base has reached the peak of the void returning first level, and he may break through at any time. Yang Kai didn't dare to break through too frequently, as it would make his foundation unstable, so he kept suppressing it, and didn't accumulate his own Saint Yuan, only comprehending various secret techniques and absorbing alchemy knowledge. In this way, without breaking through the realm, one can also enhance one's own strength. In the wing room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, took out 5 kinds of 5 elements treasures such as the true sun essence, and set up a spiritual formation, while absorbing the pure energy of these 5 elements treasures, tempering the body, cultivating the indestructible 5 elements sword chi, while consciousness the soul and spirit body are transformed into the sea, comprehending the true solution of alchemy. Yang Kai didn't find it troublesome to be distracted, but his efficiency was extremely high. Time passed slowly, it seemed that more than 10 days had passed, and it seemed that it was only a moment. Just as Yang Kai was immersed in the process of cultivating the immortal five-element sword and comprehending the true solution of alchemy, he suddenly noticed that someone was calling him with divine thoughts. With a movement in his heart, he quickly escaped his mind, put away the five elements and treasures, and walked out of the wing room. In a certain hall of the battleship, all the powers gathered. Yi Xian also left and came back, but the atmosphere was a bit weird. Not only were there Qian Tong and others in the hall, but there were also a few more unfamiliar faces. One is a solemn, dignified and beautiful woman. On the left side of the beautiful woman is a middle-aged Confucian scholar, who looks gentle, while on the other side is an old man with a thin body but a hale and hearty spirit. All three of them are the top powerhouses of the void-returning third layer, and judging from the Saint Yuan fluctuations emanating from the three of them, they seem to be somewhat stronger than ordinary void-returning mirrors. Even Qian Tong couldn't help showing fear when he looked at the three of them. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 1521 A guest comes. When Yang Kai walked into the hall, the three of them cast their gazes over together, with a sense of scrutiny. Although they didn't release any power intentionally, the aura naturally emanating from the three of them was already quite strong. If the general void-returning mirror came here, it would be difficult for them to move forward. Yang Kai's pace also paused slightly, but soon, he walked in with a calm expression, seeing the invisible pressure as a breeze. A hint of astonishment flashed in the depths of the eyes of the three of them, and they were amazed. They came here with Yi Xian this time, just to see who it is, who actually has the ability to let Yi Xian do things for him. When they saw it at this moment, they immediately knew that Yang Kai was something special. The kid is a talent to make, the three of them thought to themselves, but this alone is not enough to convince them. There are more talented young people, and it is a skill to grow up. Yang Kai looked at Yi Xian suspiciously, not quite understanding what these three people were doing here. But where they came from, Yang Kai could guess. Since they can come together with Yi Xian, it seems that there is still a lot to do. Sit down. Yang Kai smiled slightly, went straight to the first seat, sat down, and then took the time to hug the three of them. Boy Yang Kai, I have seen the three seniors, I don't know what the three seniors are called. Quote. Old man Yang Shouju, concubine Lin Yuluo, I'm under Chu Hanyi. The three of them reported themselves to their families. The three of them are the mainstays in the sect, and they also have a lot of contacts in the sect. Yi Xian interjected. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and his smile became even brighter. He has a lot of contacts, which means that as long as he can deal with the three of them, he will be able to deal with many strong people from Xingdi Mountain. Yi Xian's words have a lot of meaning, and Yang Kai is very clear. Senior Yang and this kid have the same surname. No wonder this kid is very friendly even though he met Senior for the first time, just like his own elders, and he will ask Senior to take care of him in the future. Yang Kai smiled. Yang Shouju didn't agree with him at all. Even the beautiful woman Lin Yurao and the middle-aged Confucian scholar Chu Hanyi looked at him solemnly. Yang Kai was extremely embarrassed. Knowing that the three of them might not be able to win over just by playing tricks, they immediately put away their thoughts, looked solemn, and said, since the three seniors came here with the great elder, they must also know that the suzerain will take over. What will you do when you come down? What do the three seniors think? What sect master Yang wants to do next? The three of you have already heard about it from the sect master, but to put it bluntly, although sect master Yang has powerful battleships, he may not be able to defeat the sect. I don't know that sect master Yang. How do you mainly defend against the strike of the Nirvana lightning bead? Yang Shouju asked in a deep voice. I probably can't prevent it. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Although the old guy's attitude is not friendly, his eyes are extremely vicious, and his words hit the nail on the head. The blow of the Nirvana Thunder Bead was exactly what Yang Kai was worried about. Although he could dodge it with some confidence, but the battleship was not good, the size of the battleship was too large, once it was hit by the Nirvana Thunder Bead, it was very likely to cause unimaginable losses. It is possible to be directly destroyed. This is the biggest reliance in the battle with Zontianmeng, but it is useless when it comes to Xingdi Mountain. Unless Xingdi Mountain is forced to use up the power of the Nirvana Lightning Bead, the battleship will not be able to enter Xingdi Mountain at all. Since we can't guard against it, then Sect Master Yang thinks that with the power of you people, we can capture our sect. Our sect has stood upright in the Dark Star for tens of thousands of years, and it is not so easy to get along with. Is Sect Master Yang too young? Have you read this sect? Yang Shouju snorted coldly, obviously not optimistic about Yang Kai's ability. Hee. Yang Kai didn't think it was a stick at all, but smiled, and said with a friendly expression, "Senior, please speak quickly, then let's open the skylight to speak brightly." This suzerain just heard the senior call the elder as the sect master, but according to me, as we all know, the current head of the Star Emperor Mountain sect is someone else. It seems that in the hearts of the seniors, the great elder of this sect is the one that everyone expects. Yang Shouju nodded readily. That's right. Ever since the thief took over the position of sect master 100 years ago, he has suppressed dissidents wantonly, but those who disobeyed were all targeted. The old man and the three of them have not had a happy life these years. Even their own cultivation, I also had to go out to search for supplies by myself, which wasted a lot of training time. I used to think that the sect master had already fallen, so that's all. Now that I know that the sect master is still alive, we naturally have to follow the sect master's lead. Quote. Sincerely commendable, the boy deeply admires the three seniors. Yang Kai said solemnly. I don't need to say the high-sounding words. The reason why the old man and the other three came here is because of the sect master. It has nothing to do with you. Let the ugly words come first. Even if you persuade the old man and the three of you, I will not directly take action help. After all, no matter how good the people are, they are all from the same sect. The old man and others have been inactive for a long time, and they don't want to be stained with blood, especially the blood of the same sect. Lin Yurao and Chu Hanyi also nodded in agreement. Then what are you doing here? Yang Kai was stunned, his expression becoming displeased. If sect master Yang can persuade the old man and the other three, for the sake of the sect master, we can help you with this matter within our ability. Do what you can. Yang Kai frowned, as if to say, persuade some fellow students not to be your enemy. Quote. How much? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Half is there. It's so. Yang Kai pondered, if half of the people did not become enemies with him, the situation would be much more optimistic. Moreover, with this half of the people as restraints, the rest of the people would not dare to take action easily. Everyone from the same sect grew up in Xingdi Mountain since childhood, and they are as close as brothers to each other. Most of them adhere to the same philosophy as the master of the sect, and there are only a few who really disagree. With the prestige of the sect master in the past, sect master Yang may not have no hope of success in this matter. Yang Shouju said again. Well, what I said makes sense, so what should I do to convince you? Yang Kai looked at the three of them. I have to ask sect master Yang himself. The beautiful woman Lin Yuluo pursed her lips and smiled. Understood. Yang Kai nodded lightly, frowning and pondering. Judging from Yi Xian's previous descriptions and this contact, many people in Xingdi Mountain are aloof from the world. They have lived in Xingdi Mountain since they were young, and rarely contact the outside world, because the ideas they have been poured into due to the influence of the growth environment, such a person does not have much greed. So if you want to impress them, wealth is probably useless, you have to do what you like. Moreover, my proposal must not endanger other talents in Xingdi Mountain, otherwise it will definitely arouse their resentment. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai showed a smile on his face, his eyes full of confidence. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Yang Shouju and the others couldn't help but frowned, not knowing what Yang Kai was thinking of, and immediately looked at him intently. Since the three are already at the peak of the void returning mirror, have you ever thought about going further in martial arts? Yang Kai looked at the three of them with a smile. Going one step further, Yang Shouju and the others all raised their expressions, looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, and asked eagerly, do you have a solution? There is no warrior who does not want to advance steadily in the martial arts. Since he has chosen this path, he will continue to move forward to enjoy better scenery. No one is willing to stay where he is. The boy naturally doesn't have such a great ability to break the shackles of the Dark Star's heaven and earth laws, but the three seniors have also seen that the boy has a Void King class battleship. I will not hide it from the three of you. After this matter is over, the boy is ready to carrying out a long voyage. Yang Kai said calmly. Yuan Hang, Yang Shouju and the others' eyes lit up, they immediately understood, and said expectantly, you mean? That's right. Since the laws of heaven and earth in Gloom Star are bound, it's fine to leave this place. I'm not being arrogant. I think it's no problem to go on a long-distance voyage with the quality of the Void King class battleship. Well, I also invited Shadow Moon before. Elder Qian, Lord Fei Cheng, and Qian Tianzong, if you want it, you can go with us. Yang Shouju and the others all became excited, as if they were about to agree. It's done. Yang Kai grinned, but soon, he discovered something was wrong. The emotions of Yang Shouju and the others calmed down extremely quickly, and they frowned secretly, and they also looked a little guilty. Aren't you satisfied with this proposal? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Yang Shouju glanced at him, shook his head and smiled wryly. Sect Master Yang is joking, no warrior who has returned to the third level of the void will refuse such a good thing, and it will naturally attract the old man and others unimaginably. But, if the old man and others if you really agreed to Sect Master Yang's request because of this condition, then I would be a sinner for betraying the sect and seeking glory. Please forgive me, Sect Master Yang, I can't promise you to help you succeed with this proposal. Fuck, stubborn, Yang Kai cursed inwardly. At this time, the old guy is still thinking about other fellows. To a certain extent, Yang Kai admires his character, but from the perspective of his own interests and purposes, the old guy is a bit unreasonable. Fortunately, I prepared more than one proposal. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai said in a deep voice, I heard from the great elder before that Xingdi Mountain is a legacy of Taishuanzong. I don't hide from the three of you, the place where my Ling Shaozong is now is the Taishuanzong ruins. Quote. Hearing this, Yang Shouju opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say anything, and sighed heavily. He has no ability to take back the foundation of his ancestors, and now it is occupied by others, he naturally has nothing to say, and he has no position to criticize Yang Kai. What does Sect Master Yang mean by saying this? Chu Hanyi frowned. What if I say that after the matter is completed, all the people from Xingdi Mountain can return to Taishuanzong? Yang Kai smiled wickedly, since you have adhered to the precepts of your ancestors for tens of thousands of years, you must also want to return to your ancestors. Go and have a look. I can satisfy your wish. Not only that, you can live there in the future, stay in the place where your ancestors stayed tens of thousands of years ago, breathe the air that your ancestors once breathed, and watch the scenery we have seen before. It is the place where even the emperor stayed. Maybe there is another mystery. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at 87,453,198. Chapter 1522 Shocked again and again. In the hall, Yang Kai had a calm expression, while Yang Shouju and the other three looked excited. Since tens of thousands of years ago, Taishuanzong's legacy had to move out of the flowing flame sand field. Every generation of people dreamed of returning to their ancestral land one day, but the natural barrier of the flowing flame sand field made them daunting and helpless. Now, Yang Kai's proposal scratched the itch of Yang Shouju and others. People from other forces might not be too interested in such a proposal. The foundation of the ancestors belongs to the ancestors. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and the sect has developed well. Even the name has been changed. Why return to the ancestral land? But for the people in Xingdi Mountain, the situation is somewhat different. Because of their ideas, because of their beliefs, they are all respected by the emperor. Taishuanzong, that was the sect that the emperor single-handedly supported back then, and it was the place where the emperor stayed in the past. The Xingdi Mountain that was created later is not comparable to Taishuanzong at all. That ancestral land represents not only the respect for the ancestors, but also the worship of the great emperor. There is no Xingdi Mountain warrior who does not want to return to the ancestral land and pay homage to the former residents of the great emperor. Yang Kai's proposal was in the hands of Yang Shouju and others. It can be said that such a proposal is more attractive than the first one. The first one is only for the three of them, but this one is for everyone. The three of them looked at each other, and they all saw the emotion in each other's eyes. Well, now Senior Yi is also the great elder of my Lingxiao sect. Since you are the legacy of the Taishuan sect, it is completely fine to enter and live there. Yang Kai strikes while the iron is hot. Aren't you afraid that the guest will overpower the master and lead the wolf into the house? Yang Shouju looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes, asked sharply. Seniors are joking, not to mention that there are great elders there. You wouldn't do that. I can trust the character of the seniors alone. None of you are chasing fame and fortune. I have nothing to worry about. Boy is refreshing enough. Yang Shouju snorted. Okay, the old man and others agree to your conditions, and I will help you to achieve your success. But let's make an agreement in advance. If my fellow disciples of Xingdi Mountain really go to the ancestral land, please also ask Sect Master Yang to go alone, divide an area for us to live in and do activities. We will not join the Lingxiao sect, and Sect Master Yang, please understand this. Aren't you going to join? Yang Kai twitched the corner of his mouth, and secretly scolded the old guy for being a villain. He tried so hard to win him over and brought up his ancestral land to talk about it, just to merge many strong people from Xingdi Mountain into Lingshaozong. But he didn't want to be seen through by the other party at a glance, and he even made a request in advance. This made him very unhappy. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Although Yang Kai is not worried that they are really bad for Lingshaozong, but there are so many void-returning mirror experts in Xingdi Mountain who cannot be used for their own use, and it is not what Yang Kai wants to see. If that is the case, there is no guarantee that there will be no friction and conflicts between them after a long time. So far, Yang Kai showed a look of regret. Well, since the senior said so, the boy naturally has no reason not to agree, it's a pity. What a pity. Yang Shouju knew that Yang Kai might be playing hard to get tricks, but his appetite was still whetted. Looking at him suspiciously. Nothing. Yang Kai chuckled, I just thought. If you can join Ling Xiaozong, you may not have the opportunity to see the emperor's face in time, but if you just divide a separate area for you, then... What? Yang Shouju was shocked, and Lin Yurao and Chu Hanyi's eyes were also bright. Sect Master Yang, what do you mean by that? Lin Yuluo leaned slightly. Didn't the great elder tell you? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yi Xian, playing tricks. Yi Xian shook her head slowly, understanding Yang Kai's plan. She didn't try to dismantle his platform, but just smiled and said, the matter is important, I dare not say it. Well, yes, this kind of thing really can't be said casually, and the fewer people who know it, the better. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Sect Master Yang, what do you mean by what you said just now? Yang Shouju asked eagerly, with an anxious expression on his face, how do you hear what you said? It seems to mean that the emperor is now, in Ling Xiaozong. When he said this, even he himself was startled, and he quickly shook his head with an expression of disbelief. Senior is right, the great emperor is indeed in the Lingxiao sect. Yang Kai grinned. How is it possible? Yang Shouju and the others stood up suddenly, their bodies trembling, with an expression of seeing a ghost in daylight. You don't need to deceive the three of you, if you don't believe me, you can ask the first elder. Yang Kai signaled. The three cast their eyes on Yi Xian, who nodded slightly. Yang Shouju was stunned. The shock of this news was like a sledgehammer hitting his forehead fiercely, making him dizzy for a while and unable to recover for a long time. After all, the great emperor is a powerful figure that exists in various legends. Although Yang Shouju and others have always believed that the great emperor is still alive, but sleeping in a hidden place, this is only a belief after all. When beliefs become reality, even those who believe deeply still have doubts. It is a kind of worrying about gains and losses lest one's hopes become disappointment. Do you have evidence? Lin Yuluo shouted, do you have any evidence to prove this matter? Even if there is a great elder as a guarantor, we dare not believe it lightly, and ask Sect Master Yang to show the evidence. Yang Shouju and Chu Hanyi also came back to their senses, and nodded from the side. What certificate do you want? Yang Kai laughed. Anything is fine, as long as it can prove the matter. If it is true, why not the old man and the others agree to join the Lingxiao sect? Yang Shouju shouted ferociously, as if Yang Kai would not let him go without showing the proof appearance. The great emperors are all in the Lingxiao sect, is it a grievance for them to join? If this is the case, don't say that Yang Kai doesn't win them over, even if he begs his grandpa to sue his grandma, they will join in. Let's not talk about whether I have a certificate or not, even if I have it, if I take it out, can you recognize it? Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Whether you can recognize it or not, the old man and the others have their own judgments, but if Sect Master Yang is just talking nonsense, the old man will not forgive him. Yang Kai's expression was stunned, he didn't expect things to develop like this, and he was a little helpless when asked him to take out the certificate. Beauty, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he laughed loudly, since that's the case, then everyone can look forward to it. After the words fell, something suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand, and he held it up high. The power of the emperor's prestige, ups and downs. Everyone's expressions changed at the same time, and they looked around. After a while, Yang Shouju exclaimed in surprise, the Star Emperor Order. It's actually the Star Emperor Order. It's not that he has never seen the Star Emperor token. There were 2 Star Emperor tokens in Xingdi Mountain before. One was enshrined on Lingzhu Peak as the symbol of the Great Emperor, and was worshipped by everyone in Xingdi Mountain. The other piece is held by the sect master as a status symbol of the helm of Xingdi Mountain. But now, there is only one piece of Xingdi Mountain left, and the second piece was taken away by Yi Xian back then, and it fell into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Shouju went to Lingzhu Peak many times to worship the Great Emperor, so he was naturally no stranger to the Star Emperor Order. But the Star Emperor tokens he has seen are all existences that have already released their power. But this piece in Yang Kai's hand is intact, that is to say, there is still a kind of supernatural power of the Great Emperor sealed inside, which is the legendary supernatural power that can easily kill Void King realm powerhouses. The eyeballs of Yang Shouju and the others trembled violently. Even Yi Xian looked serious. Qian Tong and Fei Zhe too stared at him with straight eyes. No one thought that Yang Kai would have such a heaven-defying thing. With this token, he can easily wipe out the entire Xingdi mountain, and even dominate Gloom Star without any problem. Shocked, Yang Shouju and the others became terrified, fearing in their hearts that if Yang Kai was pushed into a hurry, he would really use this thing to deal with Xingdi mountain, fearing that none of the 200 disciples in the mountain would be able to survive. This Star Emperor token was handed over to me by the Emperor himself. Believe it or not, I will take it out only after you have to see the certificate. By the way, besides this thing, there is also a secret that the Emperor told me. I don't know if I can prove what I said before. Sect Master Yang, please speak. Yang Shouju no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, and even showed a lot of respect. The great Emperor said that the current flowing flame sand field is only transformed by the 3 fire rings of the Emperor treasure. You are all elderly people, and probably young people. Some of you have been to the flowing flame sand field and know that there are 3 one layer of heat area. Well, the 3 layers of heat area are the 3 fire rings of the Emperor treasure. As for the 1 layer that disappeared a few days ago, it was because the Emperor put it away. Everyone's mouths are wide open. Have they ever heard of such a sensational secret? Even Yi Xian didn't know that the flowing flame sand field was actually transformed by the Emperor treasure, and some of her beautiful eyes could not help but glow. But the 3 flame rings are indeed recorded in the Zongmin classics, and it is rumored that it is a secret treasure that the Emperor relies on most. With the supernatural power of the great Emperor, it is not unimaginable for a secret treasure to be transformed into a forbidden area of Gloom Star for tens of thousands of years. Sect Master Yang said, the disappearance of the first layer of hot flame area is because the Emperor collected a ring of fire himself. Yang Shouju asked tremblingly. Yes, the suzerain saw it with his own eyes. Yang Kai nodded. There was a sound of gasping for air. How terrifying is the hot flame zone? Everyone present understands that before the flowing flame sand field is opened, anyone who dares to go deep into it will surely die without a whole body, even if it is the 3rd layer void return realm. Before that, 1 layer of the hot area disappeared, and there was a commotion in the entire gloomy star. No one knew what happened to make such an accident happen in the flowing flame sand field. Immediately afterwards, Ling Xiaozong took over. Now, in Yang Kai, they got the answer. It's hard to believe it or not. Looking at the star territory, besides the great Emperor, who else has this ability? For a while, Yang Shouju and the others believed 80% of Yang Kai's words, and the remaining 20% doubts were due to their own caution. Dare to ask, what is the relationship between Sect Master Yang and the great Emperor? Lin Yuluo asked cautiously with bright eyes. I want to say that I am a confidant, do you believe it? Yang Kai smiled. Hee. Yang Shouju's face twitched and he laughed dryly. Chapter 1523 Star Emperor Mountain. Yang Kai observed his words and knew that the news he had thrown out was almost enough. If he continued, he was afraid that these people would have to go crazy on the spot. After accepting the Star Emperor order, he said slowly, Seniors, I think I have proved myself. Seniors should also make a choice. Yang Shouju and the others looked at each other, and their eyes met for a moment, as if they had reached a certain consensus. They clasped their fists together and said, this subordinate has seen the suzerain. Yang Kai has indeed proved himself, whether it is the Star Emperor token that sealed the great Emperor's supernatural power, or the secrets of the 3 flames fire ring and the flowing flame sand field, it is not something that ordinary people can obtain and know, especially the secrets. Apart from what the Emperor himself told, who else would know? After all, it was something that even Yi Xian didn't know about. Moreover, Yang Shouju and the others also firmly believed that with Yi Xian's character, they would not deceive themselves and others. When Yi Xian served as a guarantor, they already believed it, but the matter was so important that they had to be cautious. Now that they know that the great emperor is in the Lingxiao sect, why would they refuse to join? It is their honor to be able to stay in the same sect and the same world as the great emperor, and it is their wish. Okay. Yang Kai laughed happily, waved his hand violently, and shouted proudly, who brought good wine? Take out a few jars, and I will have a drink with the 3 seniors. Yang Shouju showed a strange expression on his face, and waved his hand slightly. Sovereign Master's kindness, I will accept it, but I am not good at drinking, please forgive me, and now that the big event has not been accomplished, if you really want to drink freely, you might as well wait until the day when the great success is completed. Quote. Sovereign, the 3 of them are all ascetics, and they are really not good at this way. Yi Xian also said aside. Yang Kai nodded, expressing his understanding, and calmly said, since that's the case, then forget it. The three seniors are not only indifferent to fame and fortune, but they don't even covet this appetite. I admire you. The sovereign is overwhelmed. Yang Shouju smiled humbly. However, I do not understand something, so please let the three of you know. Yang Kai looked serious. Sect Master, please tell me, the three of us will know everything and say everything. Yang Shouju gestured with his hand. I want to know, why did Xingdi Mountain attack me suddenly? Is it because of this worship of this sect? Yang Kai squinted at them. Since the three are in Xingdi Mountain, they must have heard some rumors. If you can clear up the confusion for the kid will be grateful. If Zhan Tianmeng and Lei Taizong attacked him, Yang Kai could still understand. After all, whether it was the previous battle at Longshe Mountain or the opening of Emperor Garden later, Ling Xiaozong and these two sects were not very happy. Moreover, the rapid rise of Ling Xiaozong has indeed threatened their status. If they really want to attack, there are some reasons. Why is Xingdi Mountain? There is no intersection between himself and Xingdi Mountain at all. Yang Kai thought about it, but he could only think of the 8 words that everyone is innocent and pregnant is guilty. The suzerain is right. It is indeed a battleship. This Void King class battleship carries great hope. No force does not want to take it for itself. The same is true for Xingdi Mountain. Speaking of this, Yang Shouju looked at it. Glancing at Yi Xian, he continued, if there is a sect master who continues to be in charge of the sect, I am afraid that this kind of thing will not happen, but the thief is different. It's just. Just what? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Battleship is just one of them. What about the second one? According to what I heard occasionally, the second is the Great Emperor in the Ancestral Land. Yang Shouju said solemnly. The Great Emperor in the Ancestral Land. Yang Kai frowned. That's right. The Taishuanzong ruins that Ling Xiaozong now occupies is the place where the emperor stayed. As the suzerain said before, maybe there may be another mystery there. The thief who is now in charge of the sect naturally wants to take a look. It's just that I don't know how to enter the flowing flame sand field, but since Ling Xiaozong can enter, then you must have a way, and this is what the thief planned. So that's the case. Yang Kai had a clear expression on his face. It seems that what I said casually to win them over just now has other mysteries, and I really prescribe the right medicine. No wonder Yang Shouju and others agreed so readily. It seems that not only the man suspects that there is another mystery in the ancestral land, but even Yang Shouju and others think so. It's just a pity. There is a mystery, but that is the place where the emperor sleeps, and no one can approach it except Yi Xian and herself. Whether it's because of the battleship, or because of the unwarranted mystery, in the final analysis, it's because of the Void King realm. The suppression and restraint of the law of heaven and earth makes people have infinite desire and daydream for a higher realm, but the battleship and the unfounded mystery can provide hope, and Xingdi Mountain will naturally covet it. Now that the old man and others are helping the suzerain to accomplish things, the thief must be powerless, but suzerain, you have to be careful of the Nirvana Thunder Pearl. We wait for these conservatives to be not very popular in the sect. I can't touch it, otherwise, it will be taken by the suzerain, and the suzerain will not have to worry about it. Yang Shouju looked ashamed. Senior has a heart, it's just a secret treasure, this suzerain has his own countermeasures. Yang Kai smiled brightly. That's good. Yang Shouju nodded lightly, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and said, by the way, there is one more thing that I mainly keep in mind. Senior, please speak. The thief seems to have been practicing some kind of secret technique for decades, and his subordinates are incompetent. I don't know what he is practicing for the time being, but it took so long. It must be that the secret technique is not trivial. The main priority of the suzerain is to protect oneself. Yang Shouju solemnly urged. I wrote it down. Yang Kai looked dignified. Okay, if that's the case, then the three of us will also leave. Let's go back to the gate to make plans for the suzerain. The suzerain can wait here for me to wait for the news, and it will not be too late to make a move. Thank you. Yang Kai solemnly clasped his fists. After Yang Shouju and the three returned a salute, they left quickly. In the hall, Yang Kai was overjoyed, and secretly felt that this trip to Xingdi Mountain had Yang Shouju and others cooperating inside and outside, and he was afraid that success was in sight, but he did not dare to take it lightly. After all, a thin camel is bigger than a horse, and it is difficult to protect Xingdi Mountain in times of crisis. There won't be any tricks over there. Sovereign, I'm also resigning first. Yi Xian said, took her leave and left. Immediately, only Yang Kai and Qian Tongfei Zhitu were left in the hall. Elder Qian and City Lord Fei stared at Yang Kai with strange expressions. What do you two want to say? Yang Kai glanced at them. Cough. Qian Tong coughed lightly, and asked earnestly, Yang Kai, just now you said that the great emperor is an old man, in Ling Xiaozong, is this news true or false? Qian Tong still can't believe this explosive news. It's not that he doesn't trust Yang Kai, it's really shocking. What does Elder Qian think? Yang Kai asked without answering, with a mysterious expression on his face. I don't know, it's because I don't know that I asked you. Qian Tong was speechless. Haha, Yang Kai laughed loudly. Fei Zhitu said, if this is the case, then the old man should also join the Lingxiao sect. Old Fei Yu, Qian Tong looked at him in astonishment. What's wrong with me? Anyway, I'm just an idle city lord. I'm not too many in Shadow Moon Hall, and I'm not too many. If I can really enter the Emperor's sect, it's my honor. Fei Zhitu snorted. Philadelphia City Lord has flattered you, so don't mention this matter again, otherwise, I'm afraid that the old palace master will fight you hard. Yang Kai waved his hand quickly. Seeing Qian Tong's expression of emotion, he couldn't help being taken aback. He likes to win over Yang Shouju and others, but he doesn't want to poach the corners of the Shadow Moon Hall either. Ling Xiaozong not only has few disciples now, but also lacks high-end combat power. There are only a few people in the Void Returning Mirror, and 99 out of 10 people are at the first level, even Yang Kai himself is at this level. There was only one Yi Xian, supporting the girder. If people from Xingdi Mountain were brought in, the situation would be different. I'm afraid Ling Xiaozong would become the top power of Gloom Star in one leap. The Thunder Typhoon sect and the Zontian League are gone now, and there is only one Xingdi Mountain standing in front of the Ling Xiaozong. After smoothing it out, the Ling Xiaozong's position as the leader will be undisputed. This is of great benefit to future development. That's why Yang Kai didn't hesitate to throw out the Star Emperor token, and he didn't hesitate to expose the existence of the Great Emperor. He has eyes for Yang Shouju and others. These people are all ascetics, they don't chase fame and fortune, they have a pure heart, and they don't have too many intrigues. Once they join the Lingxiao sect, they will be the hope and mainstay of the entire sect. The movements of Yang Shouju and others were extremely fast and extremely efficient. In just 2 days, Yi Xian had already received their summons. After receiving the news, Yang Kai immediately ordered the battleship to go to Xingdi Mountain. The Xingdi Mountains are lofty and majestic. The mountains are full of aura. They are surrounded by mist all the year round. Looking from a distance, they seem to be out of this world and beautiful. Taishuanzong's legacy chose to recuperate here, and it has a good vision. The people of Xingdi Mountain don't often go out for activities, don't intervene in external grievances, and just maintain self-development, but no one dares to underestimate it. Among the low-level warriors, perhaps not many people know of its existence. Those who are familiar with it are Zontianmeng, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Lulaman, Shadow Moon Palace and other first-line sect forces. But among these first-line sect forces, there is still Xingdi Mountain that they need to look up to. For tens of thousands of years, Xingdi Mountain has always been a symbol of the highest military power of Gloom Star, and no outsider has ever dared to set foot within a radius of 100,000 miles. But today, Ling Xiaozong's battleship sailed in with great arrogance, without stopping at all, heading straight into the mountainside. At the same time, Kaiyan Peak was crowded with people, and 80% of the warriors in Xingdi Mountain gathered here. Except for some people who are close to death, or who are practicing some kind of secret technique that should not be alarmed, all other warriors are already here. Not much, just 200. But if you look carefully, the lineup of 200 people is enough to surprise anyone. Among the 200 people, more than 150 people are Void Returning Mirror experts, and 40 of them are Void Returning Third Layer. There are only a few dozen below the Void Returning Mirror. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Suyan. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1524 You don't need to know. Such disparity in the number of people will never occur in any faction. Although the low-end fighters are not strong, they are the hope of every sect in the future. It has always been that there are a large number of low-level warriors and few high-level warriors. But here in Xingdi Mountain, the situation is reversed. The reason is still because of the strict income. The threshold for entering Xingdi Mountain is so high that it is unimaginable. It must be the most outstanding qualifications, and there are also restrictions on age. Most people are brought to Xingdi Mountain under the age of 10. This age is the most suitable and still some ideas, so the people of Xingdi Mountain will respect the Great Emperor. Because they were taught this concept by the older generation when they were growing up. But once you join Xingdi Mountain, you will enjoy the best cultivation environment and the most abundant cultivation materials. Xingdi Mountain will devote all the resources of the entire sect to pave the way for the cultivation of disciples. Be sure to let it break through to the virtual return mirror before the age of 40. Once unable to do so, his cultivation base will be abolished and he will be expelled from Xingdi Mountain. The rules are brutal and the effects are dramatic. As a result, the warriors who entered Xingdi Mountain practiced extremely fast, so there were so many void return mirrors. Such as Ku Changfeng, Feng Tianxian, Wei Guchang, these well-known rising stars of the Gloom Star, none of them broke through at this age, even Yang Kai. It's just that after the martial artist's strength is advanced, the aging of the face will become extremely slow, so everyone looks young. Yang Kai entered the High Heaven Pavilion at the age of 13, now 20 or 30 years have passed since he looked back. Now he is only at the first level of void return. It can be said that any martial artist in Xingdi Mountain can be pulled out at will to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ku Changfeng, Feng Tianzhong and others. And because Xingdi Mountain has been passed down from ancient times and has countless top-grade skills and secret arts, among warriors of the same level, the combat power of Xingdi Mountain disciples is generally higher. Once the disciple breaks through the void returning mirror before the age of 40, then the disciple can go down the mountain to experience the state of mind, of course, incognito. The reason why Jiyu Yangzong was wiped out overnight by Xingdi Mountain thousands of years ago is that the disciples who went down the mountain to practice were killed by Jiyu Yangzong. For various reasons, there are so many high-level warriors in Xingdi Mountain, but there are few low-level disciples. Among these low-level disciples, the cultivation bases are uneven, but each of them looks young and immature. One step up is the true origin realm. This is unimaginable in any sect. Perhaps Zontianmeng and Leitezong can cultivate it, but it is only a rare one. On the side of Xingdi Mountain, it is commonplace. At this age, Yang Kai hadn't stepped into martial arts yet. Now, although there are a large number of these 200 people gathered at Kaiyan Peak, there is no sound. Everyone seems to be waiting for something quietly, with solemn expressions. The leader is Yang Shouju and the other three. While waiting, the three people's eyes met and their spiritual thoughts were transmitted, as if they were discussing something. After a long time, someone in the crowd asked, "Brother Yang, didn't you say that the sect master has something important to announce? Why have I been waiting here for a long time without seeing the sect master? The old man has to go back to retreat to practice my cultivation. It's Jingtao Ju, don't delay." "Yeah, Brother Yang, but you said that the sect master had something important to tell me, and I just walked out of the cave. The furnace of jade dragon pill that I made is about to be released. If you delay, you can compensate me." "Loss," another old woman yelled impatiently. With these two people taking the lead, everyone else started shouting. Most of these people have been retreating in their own caves all year round, are practicing secret arts, are delving into the way of refining tools and alchemy. They usually don't go out, and it is rare that so many people gather together. 2 days ago, Yang Shouju, Lin Yuluo and Chu Hanyi sent a message together, saying that they were summoned by the head of the sect and they had something to discuss. Although the three of them were not valued in the sect, their reputation in the past is still there, and now they are cooperating to send a message. Naturally, not many people dare to ignore them, and they come out of the gate one after another. After waiting for a long time, the sect master was nowhere to be seen. No wonder they complained. "Don't be impatient, everyone, just wait for a while." Yang Shouju shouted loudly, raised his eyes and looked towards the sky, but he still didn't find what he was waiting for. "How long do we have to wait?" The old woman snorted coldly with a displeased expression on her face, and slammed a cane on the ground. "Let's talk about the ugly words first, and the old man will give you face, and then wait for a stick of incense. Time, after a stick of incense, if the sect master doesn't show up, the old man will leave. Don't blame the old man for not saying hello to you in advance." "That's right," someone echoed, but soon, they became suspicious again. "Brother Yang, when did your relationship with the head of the sect become so good? Why do you even have to convey his orders? Such things, isn't Elder Bai Chop doing it all along?" He vaguely remembered that Yang Shouju and the sect master were not on good terms. "Yang Shouju, you are so courageous." An angry shout suddenly came from a distance, and along with the shout, a red light shot from there, and after a while, the rainbow light fell in front of everyone, revealing 3 figures. "Baishi." Yang Shouju narrowed his eyes and looked at the person coming, with a hint of fear in his eyes. This is an old man with gray hair in a brown robe. His expression is not angry and majestic. The powerful momentum and the fluctuation of Saint Yuan on his body show his top-notch cultivation in the 3rd layer of void return. If Yang Kai was here, he would definitely recognize this person. The old guy is obviously the one who attacked him with the Nirvana lightning bead in Luodi Mountain that day. Elder Bai, seeing this old man appear, many people in the crowd bowed and saluted. Bai Shi holds the position of Great Elder in Xingdi Mountain. Although many people have the same level of cultivation as him, but after all, his status is more respected, and he is the sect master's confidant, so naturally he has to take the initiative to greet him. But seeing Bai Zai's menacing appearance, everyone was suspicious again, not knowing why Bai Shi got angry. Yang Shouju, I haven't seen you for several months. You are getting more and more courageous. You dare to falsely pass on the instructions of the sect master. What should you do? Bai Shi looked at Yang Shouju with a stern look and shouted. What? Fake orders from the sect master? There was an exclamation from the crowd, and for a moment, countless eyes looked at Yang Shouju and the other three, with incredible expressions on their faces. This kind of thing has never happened in Xingdi Mountain. The same sects in Xingdi Mountain are all brothers and sisters, and they are as close as brothers and sisters, so there are very few grievances. But now, why is Yang Shouju willing to risk the dissatisfaction of the world and pass on the order of the sect master? What does he want to do? Bai Shi is a close confidant of the sect master, since he said it was a false biography, he must be right. This old man pretends to pass on the order of the sect master. Yang Shouju looked at the aggressive Bai Shi and sneered, this old man is not so bold as to disregard the admonitions of his ancestors. Up and down Xingdi Mountain, the sect master is the most respected, this old man still knows, but whoever offends, all the disciples of the mountain will punish them together. It's good that you know. Bai Shi also sneered. Bai had just met the sect master before making a cup of tea, and it was from him that he rushed here. If he had such an order, how could Bai not know? Because you don't need to know. Yang Shouju hadn't answered when a soft shout suddenly came from a distance in the air. Immediately there was a flash of a figure over there, and a glamorous woman in palace attire suddenly appeared strangely, standing coldly and proudly in midair, with a pair of phoenix eyes like icy blades looking down. Bai Shi turned her head abruptly, and when she saw it, her face turned pale with shock, and she lost her voice, Master Yemen. Senior Sister Yi. It's actually Senior Sister Yi, that's impossible. Didn't you say that Senior Sister Yi is already dead? Could it be that the old man is getting dizzy because of his age? It's Senior Sister Yi, are you right? The old woman who was talking to Yang Shouju before suddenly came out of the crowd, trembling slightly, staring blankly at Yi Xian in midair, with a surprised and confused expression. Yi Xian looked at her, and smiled. I haven't seen you in 100 years, junior sister Xinlin is much older. Shu Xinlin was shocked, her eyes filled with tears, but she laughed happily, senior sister Yi is more beautiful than before. I never thought that I would be lucky enough to see her beauty in my lifetime. Being victimized by others, I had to live in seclusion for 100 years, so junior sister Lao is worried. Yi Xian's tone was soft. Being harmed by others, who dares to harm you? Shu Xinlin suddenly hissed and growled, her appearance was like a poisonous snake, swallowing its core viciously. Suddenly, she seemed to have remembered something, and said with a gloomy face, could it be? Yi Xian nodded lightly, this time I come back, one is to settle the old accounts, and the other is to clean up the family. Okay, Shu Xinlin gritted her teeth and drank in a low voice, junior sister is one, even if junior sister dies, she still has to eat a piece of that beast's flesh and blood. While the two were talking, the more than 200 warriors on Cayenne Peak had already changed their minds. Although most of these people have been retreating in Xingdi Mountain all the year round, they have never heard of Yi Xian's comeback, even participated in the Battle of Longshe Mountain, and joined Ling Xiaozong, but now the situation is clear at a glance, and they are not stupid. Understand the cause and effect of things. Even if you can't know all of them, it's okay to make a guess. Plotting against the former head of the sect, forcing him to stay away from Xingdi Mountain, seeking power and usurping the throne, is a great treason. This is an unforgivable thing in Xingdi Mountain. What's more, among the 200 people, there are still many people who were greeted by Yang Shouju in advance, knowing that there will be such a big show today, and now that Yi Xian is back, he is naturally overjoyed. They all received more or less favor from Yi Xian back then. When Yi Xian was in charge of Xingdi Mountain, their living and training environment was much better than now, but since Yi Xian disappeared, the treatment they received has been reduced. Comparing the two sides, everyone naturally hoped that Yi Xian would regain power. Moreover, this is also justifiable. 100 years ago, Yi Xian was already the #1 powerhouse in Gloom Star. Now that 100 years have passed, her strength will probably be even stronger. If she is not in power, who will be in power? Even Yang Shouju and others were shorter in front of Yi Xian. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Run Yun. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe to the original version, vote for recommendations, and monthly tickets. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click search Breaking Dawn and join us. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1525. Do you have kindness? On Kaiyan Peak, Yi Xian stood proudly in the void, and more than 200 Xingdi Mountain disciples were all looking up. Yang Shouju and the other three looked at each other, feeling that the time was almost up. They quickly half knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, "My subordinates welcome the sect master back to the mountain. My subordinates welcome the sect master back to the mountain." Yang Shouju and others greeted him in advance, and those who had good friends with him also shouted in unison. The voice was extremely loud. The rest of the people looked around for a while, and bowed respectfully. A large part of these people have no opinion on who should be the head of the sect, and they are not inclined to Yi Xian, nor to the current head of the sect. The three people including Bai Shi who had rushed over before panicked, all of them looked ashen, and their faces were unprecedentedly ugly. "Bai Shi," Yang Shouju yelled, "the door master is here, why don't you kneel down? She's not the head of the sect. The head of the sect is someone else now. Why should I kowtow to her?" Bai Shi snorted coldly. After 100 years, there is still not much foundation. On the contrary, Yi Xian just reappeared after 100 years, and disintegrated the foundation of the current sect master. The prestige of the current sect master looked extremely ridiculous at this moment. On the one hand, it is naturally because Yi Xian himself is highly respected, and on the other hand, it is naturally because the position of the current sect master was usurped, which is an act of deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors, which is despised by others. No matter in terms of righteousness or ancestral precepts, the current sect master cannot stand firm. He judged the situation and knew that even if he surrendered now, it would be of no avail. He was afraid that after Yi Xian took care of the current sect master, he would be the one who would kill him next. That's why he won't give in. Stubborn. Yang Shouju stood up slowly, his eyes were as cold as a knife's edge, staring at Bai Shi coldly. There was a cold murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Yuluo and Chu Hanyi also started to move at this moment, and they didn't see any movement, but people suddenly appeared on the left and right sides of Bai Shi, surrounding him in a pincer attack, preventing him from escaping. "Bai Shi, you should abolish your cultivation. There is a saying from your ancestors that disciples of Xingdi Mountain are not allowed to kill each other. I miss the friendship between you and me for many years, and I will give you a chance to kill yourself." Yang Shouju looked at Bai Shi indifferently. "Do you want Bai to abolish his cultivation?" Bai Shi laughed loudly. "Yang Shouju, are you still awake? Since the ancestors said not to kill each other, I want to see what you can do with Bai." He actually looked confident and triumphant. Yang Shouju frowned, his expression became gloomy. A few days ago, the reason why he promised not to participate in the battle even if he helped Yang Kai succeed, and not to be stained with the blood of the same sect, was precisely because of the constraints of this ancestral precept. Now that Bai Shi looks like a rascal, it really makes him a little embarrassed. Xingdishan disciples are indeed not allowed to kill each other, but I am the elder of the Lingxiao sect now, and there is nothing wrong with taking care of you. Yi Xian snorted coldly, stretched out a jade palm, and pressed it down lightly. The palm is light and fluttering, as if there is no fireworks in the world. But Bai Shi felt as if he was approaching a formidable enemy, his eyes widened in an instant, his whole body was running crazily, his own momentum swept out, and at the same time, he raised his hands to the sky to meet him. Cha-cha-cha. There was a soundless sound that exploded in the depths of his heart. Bai Zai's body was shaken as if being bitten by lightning, and he staggered a few steps back. He opened his mouth and spit out a cloud of blood. He looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. The momentum has been accomplished. As soon as this remark came out, everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked at Yi Xian in shock. Only when warriors are promoted to the void returning mirror, will they realize the power of Shi, and only when they have cultivated their Shi to the Dacheng realm, will they be eligible to be promoted to the Void King realm. This is a necessary condition, otherwise no matter how much a void return mirror is cultivated, it is impossible to touch the threshold of the Void King realm. Gloomy star, void returning mirror warriors are as numerous as a cow's hair. On this Kaiyan Peak, there are more than 150 warriors of this level, but none of them have cultivated their own strength to the level of Dacheng. Even Yang Shouju and the other three people feel that their potential is still not so good. This is where they cannot reach. But now, they have seen the potential for real success. When Yi Xian's blow came out, it was silent, invisible, but mixed with the power of momentum. Everyone felt it clearly. That kind of power directly destroyed Baixi's defense and injured him. Both being void-returning third-layer warriors, the gap between Yi Xian and Bai Shi is clear at a glance. However, Yang Shouju and the others always felt that Yi Xian's momentum seemed to be somewhat different from what they knew. Idiot, do you think I'm using power? Yi Xian snorted softly, and didn't make any more moves after the blow, but looked down coldly with a sarcastic expression. It's not power. Bai Zai's mind changed sharply, and soon his face turned pale with shock, pointing at Yi Xian and shocked, could it be that you? Yang Shouju shouted, his eyes suddenly burst into a frightening light, and his body trembled with excitement. He finally understood why Yi Xian's momentum was different from what he knew. He remembered some secrets recorded in ancient classics. It is rumored that when the power of Shishi has been cultivated to great success, he will understand the mystery of the domain, which is a power that can only be mastered by the Void King realm, and it is infinitely stronger than Shi Field. This is a height that the warriors of Gloom Star will never be able to reach. Could it be that the sect master has reached this level? But looking around, Yi Xian clearly only has the cultivation base of the third layer of returning to the void. This situation can only explain one problem. That means that Yi Xian's cultivation has reached the limit, and she is already qualified to be promoted to the Void King realm, but she is suppressed by the laws of the Dark Star world and cannot break through. What a sad thing, Yang Shouju sighed. Although he lives in a place like Gloomy Star, Yang Shouju also knows that even among other cultivation stars in the star field, there are very few Void King realm powerhouses, and each of them is a prestigious existence. The sect master originally had such an opportunity, she also has such a talent, but she was not born in the right place, and the Dark Star became a cage that restrained her from spreading her wings and soaring. The head of the former sect is indeed a genius who can't be seen in thousands of years. Bai admires it. Bai Shi put his hands on his chest and gritted his teeth, but so what, although Bai is not as strong as you, if you want to kill me, you have to pay for it. Cost. After saying that, Bai Shi flicked his wrist, and a pearl the size of a longan suddenly appeared on his hand. The power of the Emperor spreads. Everyone's face suddenly changed. Ni mie leiju. Yi Xian narrowed her eyes, is this what you rely on? So what? Bai Shi laughed loudly. Bai knows that the former sect master is very capable, but you can block the blow of the Emperor's treasure. If Bai dies, you have to be buried with him. Why don't you sit down and have a good time? Let's talk, and discuss a way to get the best of both worlds to resolve this conflict, how about it? I don't think so. An indifferent voice came from not far away. The voice was so strange that almost everyone present had never heard it before. Turning their heads to look along the voice, they suddenly saw a young man in a hard suit over there, with a mocking smile on his face, walking in a leisurely manner. Come over. Yang Kai. Bai Shi shrank his eyes and shouted loudly. Many warriors in Xingdi Mountain had strange expressions. Who is Yang Kai? Most of them don't know. After all, they hadn't even heard of Yi Xian's comeback before, so they didn't know about Yang Kai's existence. Seeing that this young man is only at the void returning first level, but ran to Xingdi Mountain swaggeringly, he is naturally a little puzzled. But the current situation is tense. These people are not confused. Knowing that Yang Kai must come with Yi Xian, they didn't say much, just looked at him curiously, don't understand why he is not even afraid of Emperor treasure. You must know that it is a secret treasure that even Yi Xian may not be able to block. Take this thing out to scare people again. Yang Kai curled his lips, with a look of disdain. Old guy, if you really have the guts, release the power of the Thunder Orb, fight to the death, maybe you can kill me or the Great Elder, it won't be a loss at that time, but, do you have the guts? Bai Zai's face darkened, she looked at Yang Kai ferociously, and growled, don't bully me too much, kid. I'm too deceitful. Yang Kai smiled, touched his nose and said, it's the old guy, you are too ignorant of current affairs, right? This suzerain is standing there now, you have the power to release the power of the Thunder Bead, see if I can hide. If I can't hide, I die, and you die too. If I can hide, I live, but you die, what choice do you make? Bai Zai's face turned blue and white, holding the Emperor treasure in her hand, she didn't dare to act rashly at all. No matter how he chooses, he will definitely not end well, which makes him very entangled and embarrassed. Of course, there is a third option. Yang Kai grinned, his smile was extremely bright, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. What? Bai Shi became curious. Give me the bow, and I'll walk around you to survive. Wishful thinking. Bai Shi shouted. On Gloom Star, there are very few Void King level secret treasures, each of which is the treasure of each major sect, not to mention something like the Emperor treasure. I have experienced the power of the Emperor treasure, and now it is called Bai Shi. How could he give up? What's more, he would not believe Yang Kai's rhetoric. He was afraid that once he handed over the emperor treasure, it would be the time for him to lay down his corpse. Since that's the case, then don't blame this suzerain for being cruel. Yang Kai looked impatient, and said coldly, "Come out." Following his burst of shouting, the sky suddenly swelled with wind and clouds, and the clouds rolled up. A moment later, a warship with a length of more than 10 feet and a pitch-black body appeared there strangely. It seems that the battleship has been parked there, but no one noticed. Many warriors on Cayenne Peak were in an uproar, all showing expressions of disbelief. There are so many warriors here, and most of them are void return mirrors. It is shocking enough that no one noticed the hiding place of the battleship. If it hadn't taken the initiative to show up, I'm afraid everyone would still be kept in the dark. Moreover, this battleship seems to be very unusual, far from being comparable to ordinary battleships, it seems. It seems to be a virtual king-class battleship. The audience was shocked. Chapter 1526 Ling Jufeng. As soon as the King Shu-class battleship you appeared on the stage, everyone was dumbfounded. And almost without any pause, it sacrificed the crystal cannon, and the shocking energy fluctuations spread, and the crystal cannon was aimed directly at the position of Baishi. Yang Kai, how dare you? Bai Zai's face changed in shock, never expecting Yang Kai to be so decisive and ruthless. If I had a bad discussion with him, he was about to kill him, without even leaving any room for maneuver. Isn't he afraid that he will really fight to the death? Kill, Yang Kai shouted coldly. Bai Shi looked flustered, seeing that the energy fluctuations of the crystal cannon aimed at her were getting stronger and stronger, and there was a faint appearance of a white beam of light coming from there, so she couldn't help roaring, "Boy, you forced me to yes, even if the old man dies, he won't let you be at ease." Saying so, a whole body of Saint Yuan crazily poured into the Nirvana Thunder Bead. The power of Emperor Wei became stronger, and everyone felt great pressure. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, Yi Xian's expression was solemn, and the eyes of the two were fixed on the Nirvana Thunder Bead in Bai Zai's hand. One after another, runes the size of rice grains emerged from the Nirvana lightning bead, and as the Baishi Saint Yuan poured in, small arcs of electricity suddenly appeared on the lightning bead. Although the electric arc is inconspicuous, it produces palpitating and disturbing energy fluctuations. It seems that just a small electric arc can make people lose their minds and souls. The next moment, Bai Shi threw the Nirvana lightning bead fiercely upwards, and the bead turned into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, the sky was full of Nirvana thunderballs, and electric arcs were beating on each bead, like living things. Then, these electric arcs are lost out in unison. Chao Zuwang-class battleship enveloped the past. Yang Kai can tear apart the space, Yi Xian is powerful, no matter who is between the two, Bai Shi is not sure to kill him with one blow, so he aimed at the Void King-class battleship. If it can destroy this battleship, then his goal has been achieved. I'm afraid Yang Kai will cry to death by then. After sacrificing the Nirvana Thunder Bead, Bai Zai's whole body became extremely weak. Although Emperor Treasure is unrivaled in power, if a mere third-layer Void Return Realm wants to use it, it will have to pay a huge price, and its Saint Yuan will almost dry up. This was the price Bai Shi had to pay. Although he knew that he was bound to die, he was laughing wildly. Smiling and laughing, Bai Shi couldn't laugh anymore, because he found that both Yang Kai and Yi Xian were looking at him with pity, and they didn't mean to worry about the Void King-class battleship at all. What does it mean? Bai Zai's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, he couldn't help but stare at the King Shu-class warship with wide eyes. The thunder arcs all over the sky enveloped it, and every thunder arc erupted with thrilling power. The majestic and incomparable Void King-class battleship was vulnerable to a single blow, but it was smashed to pieces in an instant, disintegrated, and disappeared immediately in the sky. As it appeared before, very mysterious, as if it had never been there. Bai Shi was stunned, her face suddenly turned extremely pale, and she lost her voice. Hallucinations. The old guy is not too stupid. Yang Kai laughed. Accompanied by his loud laughter, another Void King-class warship appeared in midair, which was exactly the same as the one just now, but it was unscathed, as if the Nirvana Thunder Bead had left no trace on it at all. Bai Zai's face was ashamed. At this moment, how could he not know that he had fallen into someone else's trick? The blow that I placed high hopes on did not hit the entity at all, but an illusory battleship. That's why it was destroyed so easily. Yi Xian's persecution. Yang Kai's aggressiveness is just to interfere with his own judgment, so that he can't distinguish the difference between reality and illusion. But how did the phantom of such a large battleship come about? It was able to deceive its own spiritual sense detection. It's just too incredible. Old guy, it's time to send you on your way. Yang Kai drank coldly. With the flick of his fingers, golden blood threads emerged, bouncing in front of him, shaking straight like a sharp arrow. Let me come, I came here this time just to clean up the house. Yi Xian shouted tenderly. Yang Kai tilted his head to look at her, nodded slightly, and didn't insist anymore. He also knew that Yi Xian was thinking for himself, no matter whether Baishi was helping the emperor or not. He was always from Xingdi Mountain. If he, an outsider, took the initiative to kill him, then other people might have some ideas. But it's different if Yi Xian takes action. She cleans the house, justifiably. The white seal without the holy yuan is like a poisonous snake whose fangs have been pulled out. It can't even sacrifice ordinary secret treasures. How can it be Yi Xian's opponent? In just a moment, Baishi died under Yi Xian's hands. What about the two of you? Do you want to abolish your cultivation, or do you want me to take action? Yi Xian looked coldly at the two who came with Baishi. Those two people didn't have the guts to resist anymore. They shouted immediately, Master, forgive me, we didn't know that the master was still alive, but we were deceived by the traitor, please be merciful. Up to now, do you think I will believe your words? Yi Xian was unmoved. Since these two people came here with Baishi, they must know about the news from the outside world. Since they knew that they had come back and wanted to be enemies with themselves, they had to pay the price. But Baishi was dead, and Yi Xian didn't want to kill them all. This matter is absolutely true, and the sect master please investigate. The two men shouted in panic. Okay, since you are stubborn, then I will take action personally and send you to meet Baishi. Yi Xian's expression turned cold, and Sheng Yuan was stunned. No, I'll destroy my cultivation, I'll destroy my cultivation. Seeing that Yi Xian was about to kill her, she didn't listen to their explanation at all, so the two of them didn't have any intentions to talk smartly. It's better to die than to live. Although the end of abolishing one's cultivation is extremely miserable, it is worse than losing one's life. Yang Shouju and the others watched covetously from the sidelines, but the two of them didn't dare to play tricks. They honestly shattered their own meridians, dissipated all their holy energy, and reduced them to ordinary people who could no longer step into the martial arts. Get lost, Yi Xian shouted coldly. The two quickly supported each other, and left in a hurry. After these two people leave, Yi Xian just turned his head to look at the crowd, pondered for a while and said, I know that some of you may have worked with that person or worked for him. But in any case, you have not damaged the honor of the sect, corrupted the sect has a foundation, so I can let the past go. But now, I return to this place just to clean up the family for the ancestors. So please wait here and talk to you after I have dealt with that person. There are a lot of sect masters, I'm very grateful, I wish the sect masters every success and victory. Yang Shouju bowed and shouted. I wish the sect master every success. The flag is open to victory. Everyone shouted, now is the time to express their sincerity. How can anyone sing the opposite tune without knowing the meaning? Even if some people did win over and work for the current sect master of Xingdi Mountain, they were not as trusted as Baishi. The law does not blame the public. Yi Xian doesn't want to go too far, and these people are happy to do so. After all, there are not many of them, and there is no way to resist the current Yi Xian. Sect master, let's go. Yi Xian looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly, glanced at the 200 people again, and sighed slightly. If they could help, there would be no need for such troubles. With so many powerful people swarming up, even if the current sect master of Xingdi Mountain has all powerful means, he would not be able to survive. What a pity, these people are disciples of Xingdi Mountain. There is no way to fight against the same sect, otherwise the whole mountain will be punished. This is the ancestral precept, and everyone must abide by it. The figures of Yang Kai and Yi Xian gradually drifted away, and the Void King-class battleship followed behind without a hurry. Lingju Peak, the highest peak of Xingdi Mountain. It is majestic, towering into the sky, and there are white clouds on the mountainside, which is extremely beautiful. This is the place where the great emperor and the ancestors of Xingdi Mountain are enshrined. There is an altar on the top of the peak, which lists the rankings of the elders of the various generations of Xingdi Mountain, and on the top is a piece of Xingdi token. A piece of Star Emperor token that has already released its power. That is the symbol of the great emperor. On a certain day every year, everyone in Xingdi Mountain gathers here to offer sacrifices. At this moment, on Lingju Peak, there are two people standing Lingfeng. One is a hale and hearty old man, although he looks old, but his skin is as immature as a baby's, and his face is rosy. The other was a middle-aged man in a green robe. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked anxious, but the old man looked leisurely. A few tens of feet away from the two of them, there was another young man standing with his head bowed. If Yang Kai was here, he would be able to recognize two of these three people. The middle-aged man was indeed the Thunder Terrace sect master Fang Peng. He really came to Xingdi Mountain to seek shelter. And that young man, it is the indifference to Yang Kai who once had a relationship. At the fourth floor of the Flowing Flame Sand Field, the two met once outside the current Ling Shaozong. At that time, both of them were in the Saint King realm. Now that Yang Kai has reached the Void Return Mirror, the coldness has also reached this realm. The speed of cultivation is not bad. At this moment, the young man stood there motionless, like a fossil, with a cold and resolute expression. Not far away came Fang Peng's anxious voice. Brother Tianch, they seem to have arrived at Xingdi Mountain, don't we need to do something? The old man chuckled. Brother Fang, what do we need to do? Fang Peng frowned. Fang doesn't know what Brother Tianch has in mind, but if he doesn't do anything, the situation will be over by then. Hee, Brother Fang is worrying too much. It is still unknown who the general trend will fall to. Don't worry. Fang is stupid, please ask Brother Tianch to clarify. It's not that Brother Fang is stupid, it's just that, until the winner is determined between me and Senior Sister Yi, all my actions will be in vain. The real decisive factor is whether she or I can survive. Whatever they do, my lord just fight with Senior Sister Yi. Fang Peng frowned, thought for a while, suddenly realized, and said hesitantly, what do Brother Che think of his chances of winning that day? The old man smiled without saying a word, with a mysterious expression on his face. Seeing his expression, Fang Peng's eyes lit up, and his heart was relieved immediately. Although he didn't know what he had to rely on, but judging by his expression, he seemed to be very confident. Chapter 15:27 Thunder Fire 7 Bird Whips. Lingju Peak is 10,000 feet high, and there are many restrictions on the peak. As the forbidden area of Xingdi Mountain, it is naturally well protected. If you want to come here, you can only walk, and you can't fly at all. Suffering. On the path between the peaks, Yang Kai and Yi Xian walked like flying, quickly climbing towards the peak. The Zhuang-class battleship is docked halfway up the mountain, ready to respond at any time. The 10,000-foot peak is actually nothing to the two of them, and they have reached the top in less than half an hour. The strong wind blew, and the robes of the two of them rattled. Great Elder, someone is welcoming us. Yang Kai's eyes instantly fixed on the old man and middle-aged man in front of him, grinning. Yi Xian narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly, looked at the old man with a complicated expression, and said in a low voice, Qi Tianch. Senior Sister Yi. The old man smiled gently, his smile was warm and refreshing, as if there was no harm at all. Junior brother never thought that with your temperament there would be a day to return to Xingdi Mountain. There are so many things you didn't expect. Junior brother Qi, are you ready? I don't know what preparations junior brother will make. Qi Tianch smiled slightly. Preparing to fall here, I hope you have arranged the funeral. Yi Xian snorted coldly. Senior sister doesn't mention this kind of thing, and junior brother has already made arrangements, and the apprentice is over there. Whether you die or I die today, he will be buried properly. Qi Tianch gestured to the side, and there was a cold expression looking at this side indifferently. He nodded slightly when he heard the words. Since that's the case, the senior sister will send the junior brother on the road. Yi Xian nodded slightly. The younger brother feels that the older sister has a greater chance of losing. The words were not speculative, and the two of them met each other, and they started a psychological offensive. After the exchange of words, the atmosphere suddenly became dignified, and the expressions of the two became extremely serious, looking at each other. Looking at each other, they seemed to regard each other as lifelong enemies. Suddenly, the figures of the two flickered, and they all disappeared from where they were. By the time they reappeared, the two had been separated 10 feet away from each other. An indescribable power burst out from the two bodies and enveloped each other. In an instant, that piece of space became distorted, and that invisible force was almost condensed into substance, which could be observed by the naked eye. In that area, there seemed to be a wonderful force surging. You come and go, sister and brother. The spiritual energy of the two merged and converged, and they rushed towards each other. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched, the corners of Fang Peng's mouth twitched, and the coldness standing in the distance couldn't help but widen his eyes. All three were shocked. The momentum of Dacheng has even touched the threshold of the field, and both Yi Xian and Qi Tianch have reached this level. The first confrontation was evenly matched. Both Yi Xian and Qi Tianch showed astonished expressions. Neither of them had expected that the other had already achieved such an achievement. But soon, the two of them made another move. Yi Xian sacrificed the bone erosion Lihuo lamp. With a pinch of her plain hand, the blossoming lamp flames contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, and blasted towards Chi Tianch, occasionally mixed with recruit the magical secret technique. Naturally, Chi Tianch didn't dare to show weakness. A golden wheel-shaped secret treasure was suspended above his head, like a small sun. As it spun, streaks of dazzling golden light shot out from the secret treasure, unexpectedly comparable to that of Hua Ji Yu Li Rush. He was still muttering words, pinched his hands and made cumbersome seals, and also used what he had learned in his life to come and go with Yi Xian, fighting in dire straits. Sun Moon Golden Wheel. Yang Kai looked at the secret treasure that Chi Tianch sacrificed, his eyes lit up. He could recognize this secret treasure, naturally because of Yi Xian's previous explanation. This is also one of the 2 Void King level secret treasures left in Xingdi Mountain. It is extremely high grade. It seems that it was refined by the great emperor back then. It can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, contain it, and release it when facing the enemy. The power is infinite. The Sun Moon Golden Wheel has 2 forms, and what it shows now is only the first one, and what it releases is only the power of the sun's divine light, scorching hot and masculine. When it transforms into the second type, it will turn into a crescent moon, and the power it releases will be extremely cool, enough to freeze a person's soul. In terms of power alone, the Sun Moon Golden Wheel is still above the Bone Erosion Lihuo lamp, but the stronger the power of the secret treasure, the more Saint Yuan it needs to consume when using it. This is indisputable. Yi Xian and Chi Tianch are both standing at the top of the Dark Star Warrior's power pyramid. Even if the secret treasures used are slightly different in power, it will not take a while to decide the winner. Yang Kai was concentrating on watching, suddenly frowned, stretched out his hand a little forward, and a purple shield appeared instantly, blocking it there. Boom! With a sound, Yang Kai's body shook slightly, his face darkened. Looking up, he saw Fang Peng standing there and sneered at him. Sect Master Fang, it's not good to attack this kind of thing. If you want to fight, just say yes, and this sect master will accompany you to the end. Yang Kai snorted. Stop talking nonsense, boy, since you have gone up to Xingdi Mountain, don't even think about returning safely. This place today is where you will be buried. Fang Peng sternly shouted. Because of Yang Kai, he had no choice but to give up Lei Taizong's tens of thousands of years of foundation, and even tampered with his ancestors' foundation, trying to get Yang Kai to be buried with him. But now, Yang Kai appeared here intact. Then he explained that all his previous preparations and plans were in vain. Not only did he accompany Lifeng Canyon, the great chief helm, but he also accompanied the lives of the 4 uncles. If Yang Kai doesn't die, there will never be Lei Taizong. Only by killing him can Lei Taizong reappear. The old thing has such a big tone. You want my life, come and take it yourself. I don't know if you have the ability. Yang Kai snorted, stretched out his hand and shot out the weapon Spirit Fire Bird. The sound of the dragon's chant also came out, and the dragon bone sword dripped with emerald green light, and the next moment, the green dragon also soared in midair. Chi chi chi, space blades appeared beside Yang Kai, and under the control of his divine sense, as soon as they took shape, they shot towards Fang Peng. Fang Peng's complexion changed drastically. Although he said arrogantly, he didn't mean to underestimate Yang Kai in his heart. Seeing Yang Kai displaying many methods, he naturally didn't dare to neglect him. The light flashed wildly on his body, and a majestic and beautiful armor appeared. Defending before attacking, Fang Peng's actions showed his lack of confidence as soon as they confronted each other. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, a long whip suddenly appeared, and the unique aura belonging to the Void King level secret treasure came out of the long whip. As one of the 2 giants of the Gloomy Star, Lei Taizong naturally has a secret treasure of this level as the treasure of the sect. This Thunderfire 7 bird whip is the treasure that Lei Taizong has passed down for thousands of years. Normally, it should not be used at all. Fang Peng took it away when he withdrew from Lei Taizong, but now facing Yang Kai, he took it out without hesitation. This long whip is an ancestor of Lei Taizong. It was obtained from an ancient relic when he was training abroad. It is said that it was quite famous in ancient times. It took countless rare materials to refine it, and at the same time sealed 7. The spirit of a powerful demon bird can transform into the appearance of a demon bird. Finally, it was tempered in the 10,000 years Thunderfire pool, absorbing the power of Thunderfire. Any secret treasure below the Void King level can't resist its whipping. Once it is contaminated by thunder and fire, the spirituality of the secret treasure will be greatly lost. While the long whip was swinging, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. At this moment, the firebird jumped on the top of Fang Peng's head, opened its mouth wide, and spewed out fireballs larger than a washbasin, covering Fang Peng's head. Fang Peng was holding the king-level secret treasure in his hand, but he was happy and fearless. He waved the Thunder Fire 7 bird whip with a fierce expression, and whipped it towards the fire bird. A shrill cry came from the firebird's mouth. It couldn't avoid it, it was whipped straight, the fire light on its body suddenly dimmed, as if it had suffered some trauma. Yang Kai's expression changed, but he quickly calmed down. According to his induction, although the firebird was injured a little, it was not serious, and on the contrary, it aroused its viciousness even more. The blade of space attacked Fang Peng at this moment. Faced with this strange force, even Fang Peng did not dare to take it lightly. With a flash of his figure, he dodged from the spot and waited until it reappeared. At that time, people were only 10 feet away from Yang Kai. The Thunder Fire 7 bird whip draws a beautiful and tricky arc, and draws towards Yang Kai. It is worthy of being a strong man in the third level of returning to the void, worthy of being the master of a sect. No matter in strength or experience, he is much stronger than ordinary warriors, especially the purity and strength of his holy essence, which seems to have a tendency to surpass the third level up. The opponent's attack was tricky, and Yang Kai could only defend with a purple shield. But the Thunder Fire 7 bird whip actually changed its direction in midair, avoiding the position of the purple shield defense as if it had a spirituality. With a flick of Fang Peng's wrist, the long whip was shaken straight, like a spear, piercing straight towards Yang Kai's heart. On the long whip, the figure of a monster bird was transformed, and there was a faint cry. Like an eagle but not an eagle, with sharp claws and a wingspan of more than 10 feet, it covers the sky and the light. Dianfeng. Yang Kai looked on indifferently, as if he didn't know that the disaster was approaching, and he didn't have any intention of avoiding it. The high-pitched dragon chant came from the side, and the green dragon shook its head and tail, and intercepted the phantom of Dianfeng. The next moment, the two collided together. The space fluttered out. Tianpeng's phantom dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the green dragon became fiercer and fiercer, throwing away the opponent's armor and screaming again and again. Impossible! Fang Peng turned pale with shock, staring at the green dragon in a daze, unable to believe it. He knew that the green long sword in Yang Kai's hand must be a good secret treasure, but he never thought that it was actually a virtual king-level secret treasure. If it weren't for this, it would be impossible to compete with the Thunder Fire 7 bird whip. Moreover, the Thunder Fire, which can corrode the spirituality of the secret treasure, has no effect on the green dragon. On the contrary, his own Thunder Fire 7 bird whip seems to be somewhat spiritually damaged. The opponent's green dragon was actually extremely poisonous. Fang Peng's complexion changed drastically, and he desperately urged Shengyuan and Shenian. The phantom of Tianpeng disappeared immediately, turned into a long whip again, escaped from the entanglement of the green dragon like a spirit snake, and returned to his hand. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1528 Incomplete Mysterious Small World. Although the Thunder Fire 7 bird whip is of good quality, it is not as good as the Dragon Bone Sword. The refining of the Dragon Bone Sword is taken from a real dragon bone, supplemented with dragon beads, and a strand of dragon soul. It can be said that it is the highest grade material. French. However, limited by Yang Kai's cultivation level, the Dragon Bone Sword is still unable to exert its full power. However, this long sword can devour the essence of flesh and blood and grow independently, and its power will only become stronger in the future. Yang Kai had great expectations for it. If even the Thunder Fire 7 bird whip couldn't fight it, it would be a real joke. Fang Peng was not discouraged when the secret treasure he relied on was suppressed. Although the secret treasure was a major factor in winning the battle between warriors, the secret technique and realm cultivation he had mastered also played a large role. He believed that his cultivation realm was 2 small levels higher than Yang Kai's, and he had practiced for so many years, so even if he fell into a disadvantage in the secret treasure battle, he didn't have the slightest intention to back down. The long whip continued to swing, flickering back and forth. The angles chosen were extremely tricky, and the timing of the shots was also very delicate, making it impossible for the Firebird and the Green Dragon to get close. Even Yang Kai's space blade, the long whip, can be pulled away. For a moment, on Lingju Peak, the 2 battlefields were in full swing. Each place was a battle of life and death, and each place was extremely thrilling. There is only one Leng Qing, standing in the distance, watching with divine light. He didn't go to watch the battle between Yi Xian and Qi Tianchi. That kind of battle was a bit high level for him. Even if you read it, you can't comprehend much. What he was watching was the confrontation between Yang Kai and Fang Peng. As the elite of the younger generation of Xingdi Mountain, Lengqing has his own pride, which can be seen from the fact that he doesn't take Ku Chengfeng seriously in the flowing flame sand field. But he did not dare to underestimate Yang Kai. Ever since he met Yang Kai on the 4th floor of the flowing flame sand field, he has regarded him as an opponent of the same level as himself, looking forward to the day when he can fight against such a person, kill him, or be killed by him. But now, Lengqing discovered that this potential opponent was more than a star and a half stronger than herself in terms of strength. He fights with characters like Fang Peng. None of them lost the wind. Even relying on various external forces, Fang Peng's aura was completely suppressed. The coldness is creepy and moving. He never thought that someone could achieve such a level with the cultivation base of the Void Return first level. He thinks he doesn't have the ability, he's a genius. But isn't Fang Peng right? People can become the master of a clan. Stand out among the tens of thousands of warriors in the entire sect. Commander Lei Taizong must have the same talent. But it is such a character, at this moment, Yang Kai can't take advantage of it. All kinds of methods are used, and all of them are dissolved and invisible. If it were me, Fang Peng might not even be able to last half a stick of incense. At this moment, Lengqing was a little frustrated and a little lost, but more excited. He saw a target that could be chased, which made him inexplicably excited, clenched his fists, stared at Yang Kai's movements for a moment, secretly applauding for every counterattack and shot he made. Often an inadvertent movement of the other party can make his eyes shine. Fang Peng, if you had escaped far earlier, you might not have died, but since you have chosen to come to Xingdi Mountain, then you will have no way out. Yang Kai drove the dragon bone sword and besieged the fire bird artifact spirit together. Fang Peng laughed loudly. Fang Peng's face was gloomy and cold, and he didn't say a word. It's not that he doesn't want to refute, but now that he is at a disadvantage, he doesn't have the heart to argue with Yang Kai. After this hard fight, Fang Peng has realized that it is impossible to kill Yang Kai with his own strength alone, but it is not so easy for the other party to kill him. He could only pin his hopes on Qi Tianchi. He felt that Qi Tianchi must still have a backup, otherwise he would never have shown such confidence before. Thinking of this, Fang Peng took a break to look at the other battlefield, and suddenly found that the battle there was also in dire straits, but it was different from his side. The two people there were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. This discovery made his heart skip a beat, and he felt inexplicably betrayed. If Qi Tianchi can't do anything with Yi Xian, what should he do? Qi Tianchi is very skilled, he can definitely escape from this place, but he has no way to do it. In front of a person who is proficient in space power, escaping is an extremely ridiculous move. Just as he was thinking this way, Fang Peng's eyes suddenly shrank. He found that on that battlefield, Qi Tianchi actually made a feint to get rid of Yi Xian, and then transformed into a long rainbow, shooting towards him. The person was in midair, and grabbed downwards with one hand. Yang Kai, who was originally flexible, felt an inexplicable resistance under this grasp, and couldn't help but pause. Fang Peng was overjoyed, and immediately understood what Qi Tianchi was planning. He was clearly trying to make a fool of himself, pretending to fight Yi Xian to the death, but in fact he had always regarded Yang Kai as his target. As long as he can capture Yang Kai, Yi Xian is useless no matter how strong he is. In the blink of an eye, Fang Peng had already understood Qi Tianchi's plan. Now that he and Qi Tianchi were both hurt and prosperous, they were grasshoppers tied to a rope. Naturally, he didn't want him to fall short, so he hurriedly used secret techniques to delay Yang Kai's pace. Distract Yang Kai's attention. Think it's enough to join forces. Yang Kai's eyes were cold and stern. If you don't see the coffin, you won't cry, if you can catch me. After the words fell, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and swiped forward, a spatial crack formed immediately. The power of space is really mysterious, but this old man is here, your method is probably useless. Qi Tianchi laughed loudly, flicked his fingers, and a bead was ejected. The bead looked extremely ordinary, without any energy fluctuations, but when the bead appeared, Yi Xian's face changed drastically, and she said in amazement, "You have refined it, suzerain, hide." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't know what was so mysterious about this bead, it must be no small matter to make Yi Xian so horrified. He didn't dare to neglect, he stepped into the space crack, ready to escape. But what surprised him was that the bead exploded at the same moment, and a wonderful artistic conception swept over him. Under the influence of that artistic conception, the space crack that he tore out disappeared like that. It seemed to be smoothed by an invisible big hand. Yang Kai stepped on the air with one foot. The next moment, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was already in another space. Looking around, this space is extremely narrow, probably less than 30 feet in radius, but in this small space, it is lush and verdant. Yang Kai's eyes showed surprise, and some didn't understand what this place was. What surprised him even more was that this space was obviously incomplete. Because only half of the vegetation growing on the edge is there, and the other half cannot be seen at all. This space seems to have been intercepted from somewhere. Not far in front of him, Qi Tianch looked at him with a smile on his face, and Feng Peng looked around in confusion, but Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. The Keeling Firebird hovered above his head, singing anxiously. It was also brought in, but the Dragon Bone Sword Dikui was left outside. Yang Kai tried to communicate with his mind, but there was no connection at all. This discovery made his heart sink. After a while, Feng Peng frowned and asked, "Brother Tianch, what is this place?" He was obviously also kept in the dark, not knowing what Qi Tianch wanted to do. Xiaoshuanji, Qi Tianch laughed. Small mysterious world. Feng Peng's eyes widened, almost thinking that he heard it wrong. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he looked at Qi Tianch with a cold gaze. "Brother Feng, have you never seen such a small mysterious Xiaoji?" Qi Tianch asked. "That's right." Feng Peng nodded honestly. "I have also been in and out of several mysterious small worlds, but no matter how small mysterious small worlds are, they won't be so big." What puzzled him even more was why the three of them suddenly came to this mysterious small world. Mysterious small worlds are generally connected by void tunnels, and only through the tunnels can one step into mysterious small worlds, but before, Qi Tianch obviously only threw one bead, and after the bead burst, the three of them were here. Could it be that this mysterious small world is related to that bead? Feng Peng secretly frowned. Yang Kai is also very surprised. When he was in Tongshuan continent, he had been to several mysterious small worlds, but since he set foot in the star field, he has never seen such a strange place again, and he never expected to see him again today. Sect Master Yang, isn't it? Qi Tianch looked at Yang Kai with a smile, his expression relaxed. Speaking of which, you and I haven't greeted each other yet. This seat, Qi Tianch, is the head of the Star Emperor Mountain Sect. Sect Master Qi's name is as thunderous as you can hear. I have already heard about it. Yang Kai grinned, not showing much fear. However, I would like to ask Senior, what did you bring me here for? Do you want me to blackmail the great elder of this sect? Sect Master Yang's words are wrong. Qi Tianch slowly shook his head. I didn't bring you here to deal with Senior Sister Yi, I just want to make friends with you. Hee hee. Yang Kai laughed, rubbed his nose and said, Senior, you must be joking. Qi Tianch shook his head slowly, and said solemnly, this seat really has this intention, it's not a joke. But the kid doesn't want to make friends with you. Yang Kai pouted. Qi Tianch couldn't help laughing. If Sect Master Yang said so, then the old man is not too difficult. It's just that the old man wants to ask Sect Master Yang for some advice. Ask me for advice? Yang Kai looked surprised. Not bad. Qi Tianch nodded seriously. Which aspect? Seeking power to usurp the throne, defrauding teachers and destroying ancestors. If it's about this, I have nothing to say. Senior has already reached the pinnacle. Yang Kai looked at Qi Tianch sarcastically. The other party showed no sign of getting angry at all, and said with a smile, of course it's not about these trivial matters. What I want to ask for advice, is the power of space. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. To be continued. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Chapter 1529 Genkei Jewel. The power of space is obscure, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate. I am not talented, I have some comprehension over the years, but no matter what, I can't do it like Sect Master Yang, who can condense the power of space into a blade, and even tear the space with one hand. Sect Master Yang's miraculous means, I worship. I also ask Sect Master Yang to give me some advice, so that I can solve the many doubts in my heart. You also understand the power of space? Yang Kai frowned. Know the surface. Qi Tianch nodded humbly. I have been in seclusion for decades, just to study the power of space, and I have gained some, but... Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't expect this old guy to retreat for decades to study the power of space. Earlier, Yang Shouju reminded Yi Xian to be careful, saying that Qi Tianch had been practicing secret arts in seclusion for decades, which was probably not trivial. It turned out to be to cultivate the power of space. But why did this old guy do this? Yang Kai's thoughts changed sharply, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. He looked at Qi Tianch with a half-smile, and said indifferently, Senior, if the kid guessed correctly, the reason you practice and study the power of space is for this mysterious little world and that one. Beads. Oh, why did you say that? Qi Tianj narrowed his eyes, and his eyes were shining brightly, as if he was interested. Hee hee. Yang Kai laughed, I haven't seen the void tunnel before, so I was somehow brought here by my seniors. Thinking about it this way, that bead should be the key to open this mysterious small world, and to use that beads, I'm afraid they need to understand the power of space, so you have to practice. I don't know if the kid is wrong. That's right. Qi Tianj looked at Yang Kai approvingly, nodded and said, I don't know what else Sect Master Yang saw. I also see that this mysterious small world is incomplete, probably because you don't understand enough about the power of space. If you want it to become complete, you must be more proficient in the power of space. As he spoke, Yang Kai frowned, frowning, he suddenly became confused. He didn't know the specific relationship between Qi Tianj's proficiency in space power and this mysterious little world. Mysterious Shaoji is mysterious Shaoji, a world of its own, it should have nothing to do with anyone. Sect Master Yang's gaze is like a torch, I admire you. Qi Tianj nodded slightly, but although Sect Master Yang is mostly right, he is wrong about one thing. What matter? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. That bead is not the key to open the mysterious small world. Qi Tianj smiled slightly, the bead itself is the mysterious small world. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned at him. Let's put it this way, a mysterious small world is sealed inside that bead. Qi Tianj added. What? Yang Kai was shocked, and Fang Peng was also stunned. There is a mysterious small world sealed inside that bead. Is this possible? Yang Kai shook his head again and again, with a look of disbelief, but soon, his expression became serious, and he looked at Qi Tianj gloomily, hesitatingly said, could it be that beads, or emperor treasures? Qi Tianj laughed, stroked his palms lightly, nodded and said, Sect Master Yang is indeed extremely intelligent, he understood the key point so quickly, yes, that bead is indeed an emperor treasure. Of course, ordinary secret treasures cannot have such miraculous functions. But the emperor treasure is different, the mystery of the emperor treasure is beyond our comprehension. That bead is indeed one of the two jewels of the emperor treasure, the mysterious boundary bead. Emperor treasure second bead. Yang Kai snorted coldly, then the other one is the Nirvana thunder bead. These two things are inherited from the great emperor, and they are the two most important treasures of my Xingdi mountain. Qi Tianj nodded in recognition, and suddenly smiled again. Sect Master Yang, don't blame Senior Sister Yi for not reminding you, it's really because Senior Sister Yi didn't know that the old man could refine the mysterious boundary bead. This thing has been passed down in my Xingdi mountain for tens of thousands of years, but no one in the past generations of Xingdi mountain sect masters can refine it. Even with the passage of time as time went on, no one even knew the specific function of this mysterious boundary bead. It was only by chance that the old man was able to refine it and gain insight into its mysteries. Yang Kai's face was livid and his expression was ugly. Mysterious realm orb, if he hadn't been in this incomplete mysterious small realm, he might not have believed that there is such a bizarre secret treasure in the world that can seal a piece of heaven and earth within it. Now that I am trapped inside without even the dragon bone sword by my side, how can I fight against it? The old guy has a virtual king-level secret treasure like the Sun Moon Golden Wheel. Sect Master Yang, don't even think about trying to tear apart the space. Mysterious Shaoji is a world of its own, with its own laws of heaven and earth. It is useless for you to tear up the space here. Qi Tianj reminded again seemingly kindly. You'll know if you try it, senior, don't you mind? Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Qi Tianj. Please, Sect Master Yang, it happens that I also want to carefully learn the mystery of Sect Master Yang's use of the power of space. Qi Tianj stretched out his hand to signal, without any intention of obstructing it. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, stretched out his hand and swiped in front, and a space crack appeared immediately. But before he stepped into it, Qi Tianj suddenly waved his hand, and the space crack disappeared like that. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, with a look of displeasure. Qi Tianj said with a smile, the laws of this mysterious small world are now in the hands of the old man, please give up on Sect Master Yang. Old thing, Yang Kai snorted coldly. Sect Master Yang is young and energetic, and this old man doesn't care too much about you. This old man has been open and honest. Now it's time for Sect Master Yang to make a choice. If you can work for this old man will treat you as a friend in the future. If Sect Master Yang is stubborn, it doesn't work. Well, the old man has to use some means. I have given you the opportunity, whether you can seize it depends on your actions. Yang Kai grinned. Do you think you can do whatever you want by trapping me in this place? Cooperate with you, senior, don't wishful thinking, if you want to practice space power, you will be fine in your next life. At the same time, as if he had received some order, the weapon spirit fire bird that had been hovering above the top of Yang Kai let out a loud and clear cry, turned into a ball of flames and rushed towards Qi Tianch. Hey, Qi Tianch sighed deeply. Sect Master Yang insists on this, so the old man can only use force. If there is any offense later, Sect Master Yang, please forgive me. After the words fell, he stretched out his hand far away, and pointed at the fire bird, the weapon spirit, which was pounced on him. A strange scene appeared. A vortex suddenly appeared in that piece of sky, and the vortex was spinning, as if it had produced infinite suction, sucking the firebird into it. No matter how hard the weapon spirit struggled, it couldn't get rid of it. In just 3 breaths, the firebird plunged into the vortex and disappeared. The mind connection between Yang Kai and Huo now was cut off at the same time, and this ending made his face turn ashen. Sect Master Yang, don't worry, the old man just exiled it outside, so as not to interfere with the struggle between you and me. Qi Tianch smiled slightly, and after he finished speaking, his face suddenly became extremely serious. He stomped on the ground. The ground seemed to tremble slightly, and there was the sound of the brocade being torn, and Qi Tianch's top shattered instantly, shooting around, exposing his naked upper body. Yang Kai looked towards him with a look of shock on his face. This old guy looks quite young and thin, but in fact he is extremely promising. Each piece of muscle is well defined and raised high, full of explosive power. It is not surprising that such a body appears on a young man, but it is unimaginable to appear on an old man with gray hair and 3 long beards. His physical body is so powerful. The explosive power contained in those muscles made people look sideways. Sheng Yuan was ups and downs, Qi Tianch's momentum was unmatched, and there was a hidden light blooming on his exposed skin. Both Yang Kai and Fang Peng were stunned. Sect Master Yang, this old man will give you one last chance. It's still too late to turn around now. Otherwise, this old man's attack is not serious. If he hurts Sect Master Yang, this old man will feel very sorry. Qi Tianch looked at Yang Kai majestically, drink low in your mouth. Let's stop talking nonsense, you brought me into such a small place just to highlight the advantages of your physical body. Yang Kai smiled strangely, if you have the ability, try it and see if you can succeed. Seeing him rejecting his kindness again and again, Qi Tianch's expression also turned sullen, and he nodded and said, okay, since that's the case, then don't blame the old man for being rude. After saying that, Qi Tianch disappeared from the spot with a flash of his body, and when he reappeared, he was already above the top of Yang Kai, and he did not use any secret techniques or sacrifice any secret treasures. He just waved a fist like this, and smashed towards Yang Kai fiercely. Fighting in such an extremely narrow place, any secret treasures and secret techniques are greatly restricted, and those with strong physical bodies will undoubtedly have a full advantage. It was silent, but the power contained in that fist was enough to shatter a mountain peak. Yang Kai stood there recklessly, seemingly unaware of the danger coming. Qi Tianch frowned, not knowing what trick he was going to play. It wasn't until the fist wind hit his face that Yang Kai suddenly shouted, come out. A small figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai strangely, and as soon as you appeared, it suddenly grew in size, and in the blink of an eye, it became a stone giant with a height of several feet. The stone puppet is small. The dragon bone sword was left outside, and Qi Tianch exiled the fire bird, but Yang Kai still had stone puppets. On the stone puppet's shoulders was a pitch-black sky-shaking pillar, and that stick-like secret treasure also grew bigger as it skyrocketed. Clenching the shaking pillar tightly with his fist, he swept it forward violently. Qi Tianch's eyelids shrank, and with a horrified expression on his face, he hastily pulled back. He felt a fatal threat from that blow, and it seemed that even with his physical strength, he couldn't regret such a blow. Boom! It seemed that even the space was smashed and collapsed. Qi Tianch only felt a numbness in his abdomen. He wasn't hit by the pitch-black stick, but was just swept by the remaining wind. Even so, his chest was full of blood and he couldn't breathe well. One can imagine what would happen if he was really hit. His complexion changed wildly, and his body retreated violently. Without even thinking about it, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the stone puppet. He wanted to banish the stone puppet from this space as well. Chapter 1530. Recommendation tickets seem to be less than usual, please recommend tickets. Asterisk. That's how he dealt with the spirit fire bird just now. In order to capture Yang Kai alive, Qi Tianch worked hard, and the information he obtained after many inquiries made him know that Yang Kai had many terrifying helpers around him. But he has full confidence in the mysterious boundary pearl. The mysterious boundary bead is one of the 2 jewels of the Emperor treasure. He refined it, and he can control some of the laws of the mysterious boundary bead. As long as Yang Kai's help is excluded, he doesn't pay much attention to a mere void return one layer. Once Yang Kai is captured alive, not only can he learn the mystery of the power of space from him, but he can also push Yi Xian into a desperate situation, and even return to the ancestral land of Taishuanzong. From the very beginning, he never thought of splitting life and death with Yi Xian, his goal has always been Yang Kai. The vortex that had appeared once before reappeared, and the terrifying suction was heard, trying to swallow the stone puppet. Wishful thinking, Yang Kai yelled angrily, stretched out his hand and grabbed the vortex violently, the rich space power surged up and down, the vortex shattered under his grasp, and the stone puppet whose movement was affected also recovered free. Yang Kai laughed loudly, "Old guy, it seems that your grasp of the laws of this world is not enough." Qi Tianqi's face darkened, and he couldn't help but feel some bad feelings. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to get rid of this method of his own. In the mastery of the power of fighting space, even if he refined the mysterious boundary orb, he was not his opponent. The stone puppet moves like the wind, and the moment it breaks away from the suction, it steps out with one foot. He swung his stick again. How dare Qi Tianqi take it head-on, he hastily dodged. Shaking Tianju brushed against his body, and there was another burst of numbness in the waist and ribs. Before he could stand still, a gust of wind came from above his head, and Yang Kai's shout came to his ears, "The old thing will try to punch me too." Good job. Qi Tianqi showed surprise, but more surprises. He didn't sacrifice any secret treasures, didn't use secret techniques, he just wanted to fight Yang Kai with his body, firstly because the venue didn't allow it, and secondly because he was full of confidence in his physical fitness. Now look at Yang Kai's method of concocting himself recklessly. He was naturally overjoyed. He thought Yang Kai was getting carried away. He is deeply afraid of the strength of the stone giant, but it does not mean that he is also afraid of a mere Yang Kai. Without even thinking about it, he threw a punch and greeted him. The two fists collided, and there was a loud bang. Yang Kai's figure is like an arrow that leaves the string. Flew out. Qi Tianqi couldn't help but snorted. The whole person was hit by a huge force and sank 3 feet deep into the ground. He couldn't help but suddenly changed color. Although it was just a punch in a direct confrontation, it is not difficult to see from his experience and knowledge that Yang Kai's physical fitness does not seem to be inferior to him at all. Both sides suffered from the blow just now, and neither side took advantage. How can that be? I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and since I stepped into martial arts, I have always paid attention to tempering the strength of my physical body, and I have also practiced the secret art of tempering the body. Now my body is several times stronger than that of warriors of the same level. There is no problem with top-grade secret treasures. But how old is this kid, and how did he cultivate? How can he have such a strong physical fitness? Qi Tianqi couldn't believe the astonishing power of qi and blood coming out of his body. Without turning his mind, Stone Puppet's Tianxia pillar swept over again. Qi Tianqi couldn't dodge this time, most of his body was sunken in the ground. Seeing that pitch-black stick hit him head-on, Qi Tianqi took a deep breath, and the faint light that had bloomed from his body turned out to be radiant and generous. Suddenly, his body seemed to be covered by an inexplicable layer of metal, glowing with indescribable rigidity. He clenched his fists with both hands and raised his arms together, blocking his face. The next moment, Shaking Pillar attacked. Boom! Qi Tianqi was sent flying by the huge force. Until he hit the edge of this small mysterious world, he landed heavily, his face turned pale, he spat out a mouthful of blood, he staggered to his feet, and looked forward solemnly. This time he suffered a big loss. The shaking sky pillar was forged from the sky crystal black iron, which was passed down from ancient times and was brought out by Yang Kai from the Emperor Garden. Sky crystal black iron is the top material of Void King class. A piece as big as a palm can weigh 10,000 catties. If some of it is mixed in when refining the secret treasure, it will make the secret treasure extremely strong and extremely difficult to be destroyed. Shaking Tianju is completely forged from this strange material, and it is extremely heavy. Yang Kai tried his best to afford it, but it was impossible to wield it. Only strange creatures like stone puppets can use this kind of strange secret treasure. Even if Qi Tianqi has practiced the body tempering secret technique for hundreds of thousands of years, he can't defuse the violent blow of the shaking pillar. How does it taste? Yang Kai flicked his wrist, and stood not far away leisurely. Just now when he punched Qi Tianqi, his hand also hurt a little. It's okay. Qi Tianqi cheered up, nodded lightly and said, Sect Master Yang is indeed amazing. In time, you will definitely become the most dazzling new star in the Gloomy Star, and even dominate the Gloomy Star. It's a pity that you met the old man. There is no more chance. With metallic light shining on his body, Qi Tianch rushed towards Yongkai solemnly. A round sun suddenly appeared above his head, bursting out with dazzling light. Void King level secret treasure, Sun Moon Golden Wheel. Wisps of brilliance overflowed from the golden wheel of the sun and the moon, and the brilliance was masculine and hot, as if it was enough to burn everything in the world, and shot towards Yongkai. At the same time, Qi Tianch also vented his momentum of great accomplishment, covering the entire mysterious small world. The already narrow space suddenly became solidified and viscous, giving people the illusion of being trapped in the mud for no reason. It seemed that the more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Yongkai shrank his eyes, knowing that the old guy was going to fight himself desperately. He couldn't beat the stone puppet in strength, so he could only choose himself as the target. Not daring to be negligent, Yongkai also released his momentum. The space suddenly became distorted, visible to the naked eye. And in visible places, pieces of space began to collapse, small space cracks, as if cut by a sharp weapon, emerged strangely, wandered away, and were immediately repaired by the laws of heaven and earth in the mysterious small world, and then reappeared, repeating itself. Yongkai's momentum was condensed in the shroud of Emperor Wei's power. Incorporating the power of space that he is proficient in. It is far more powerful than ordinary warriors. Once released, it is enough to affect the nearby space. Those collapsed places and the tiny cracks that appeared are the best evidence. Can rely on this alone. It's not enough to compete with Qi Tianch's great success that has already touched the threshold of the field. There was a lot of scoffing. Hundreds of golden bloodshots shot out, lingering around Yongkai's body, constantly cutting through Qi Tianch's suppression. The golden blood thread secret technique already has the effect of breaking the momentum, but now hundreds of methods have been used, and the natural effect is remarkable. Both ways, Yongkai's pressure was suddenly emptied, and he instantly lifted the restraint of the momentum of great success. Under the control of his mind, the golden blood thread danced around his side, and all the divine light from the sun was intercepted without causing any harm to Yongkai. Qi Tianch was deeply shocked. He never thought that the situation would develop to this point. The capital and many methods he was proud of did not play a big role in front of Yongkai, but he saw every trick and dispelled them one by one. At this moment, he felt a little uneasy. But now that the arrow is on the string, he has no choice but to send it. There is still Yi Xian waiting for him outside. If he can't win Yongkai in mysterious small world, even if he goes out, he won't get any benefits. Only by capturing Yongkai here can he regain control of the overall situation. Having made up his mind, Qi Tianch flew in front of Yongkai, punched and kicked out, and blasted towards Yongkai with invincible power. Yongkai didn't dodge at all, he also waved his fists, his Saint Yuan burst out, his muscles trembled, and he got entangled with Qi Tianch. All the intrigues and plots are futile at this moment, only by overpowering the opponent with strength can the final victory be won. The two are like reckless men from the deep mountains and wild forests, fists and feet intersecting, and the fight is inseparable. It was a collision of force and force, simple, direct, brutal, and bloody. The sound of bang 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 was endless, and the deafening sound of gold and iron intersecting continuously came from the two of them, sometimes mixed with muffled groans. In this confrontation of physical strength, the two sides are actually evenly matched. Fang Peng looked on in a daze. He was brought into this mysterious little world by Qi Tianch, and he thought that he would be able to join hands with Qi Tianch to easily take down a Yongkai. I believe that Qi Tianch also planned to do so, but now, he found out in frustration that such a in the battle, he couldn't intervene at all, so he could only stand on the spot and watch, secretly anxious. Even Xiao Xiao, the stone puppet, waited for the opportunity and did not attack rashly. It also cannot intervene. Bang bang bang. Qi Tianch's proud body was bombarded indiscriminately by Yongkai's fists during the battle, and the punch was loud, and the strength was comparable to that of a void-level top-rank secret treasure. It shook his flesh and blood, stimulated his meridians and bones, and gave him the illusion that he couldn't bear it. He didn't suffer much damage, but Qi Tianch's mouth and nose were bleeding, and he looked extremely hideous. The same is true of Yongkai, but the fresh blood he bleeds is golden, full of powerful self-healing and recovery abilities, and the power of qi and blood contained in those golden blood is horrifying. The wild battle seemed to have aroused Yongkai's deep ferocity. His eyes became cruel and bloody, the eyeballs were red, and his expression was ruthless, like a beast that had escaped from the cage, wanting to choose and devour. Time passed by. Both of them were covered in blood and their skins were cracked, but the strength of Yongkai's punches did not decrease at all, instead it became heavier and heavier, every blow made Qi Tianch's body tremble. Qi Tianqi's momentum was gradually weakening. The strength has been divided. Perhaps, the two are on par in terms of body tempering and strength alone. But Yang Kai has an advantage that Qi Tianqi doesn't have, that is golden blood. Yang Kai's injuries can be recovered in a very short time, but Qi Tianqi can't do it. Under the ebb and flow, he will naturally fall into a disadvantage. To be continued. Chapter 1531. Then you go to die. A centipede is dead but not stiff, let alone a strong man like Qi Tianqi who has already touched the threshold of the Void King realm with one hand. Even if the wind fell a little, he was not discouraged, and he just wanted to do his best to defeat Yang Kai. Old man, choosing to compete with this suzerain in this kind of place is the biggest mistake of your life, and now it's time to pay the price for your choice. Yang Kai was soaked in blood, but he was fighting heartily, roaring suddenly, a layer of 5-color brilliance burst out from his body. Gold, green, white, red, and yellow merged together, colorful, domineering, and the 5 colors of light lingered on Yang Kai's body, making a hissing sound. Immortal 5 elements sword chi. Yang Kai's aura, which was already extremely strong, surged again, followed by an even more frightening force, a power that seemed to be able to open up the world, bursting out from Yang Kai's body. Qi Tianqi was terrified. He has been fighting Yang Kai close to body, adding fists and kicks, and he can clearly understand the changes in Yang Kai's body better than anyone else. When the 5-color brilliance appeared, his strength increased by more than 30%. 30% doesn't seem like much, but it has expanded the original weak advantage to the limit. Boom! Yang Kai punched out. Qi Tianqi raised his hand to block, but he couldn't resist this catastrophic blow at all, even his palm was punched back, imprinted on his chest. There was the sound of bones breaking, a piece of Qi Tianqi's chest was sunken, and the raised hand also drooped. His body and bones, which had been tempered for hundreds of thousands of years, couldn't withstand such a blow at all, and burst open directly. The clear sound of bone breaking sounded one after another, coming from Qi Tianqi's body, and Yang Kai punched and punched. It rains down on the opponent. Fang Peng's face twitched while watching, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. Qi Tianqi yelled in horror. His liver and gallbladder were torn apart, he no longer dared to confront Yang Kai head-on, and subconsciously began to avoid it. Want to pull back? How can Yang Kai do what he wants? Like a mad beast, it jumped on Qi Tianqi and continued to bombard him indiscriminately. Qi Tianqi's extremely muscular body was battered and bloody, with almost no intact parts, the skin was cracked, and the flesh and blood were exposed. The bone was broken, and the white stubble was poked out, visible to the naked eye. He screamed incessantly, but he couldn't dodge, blood spurted wildly by Yang Kai. The battlefield he deliberately chose became his fatal constraint. It made it impossible for him to move his body and display his body skills. Boom! Yang Kai swung out another punch, hitting Qi Tianqi on the bridge of the nose. Under the forceful effect, Qi Tianqi's nose was crooked, making his already ferocious face look like a ghost, and his eyes were already stained red with blood and became blurred. Under the action of this strength, the body flew backwards. Little, Yang Kai shouted. The stone puppet brandished the shaking sky pillar, took 2 steps from behind, and swung the black stick out of his hand. Boom! The shaking pillar hit Qi Tianqi's back, the backbone of his back seemed to be smashed, and Qi Tianqi flew back again. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and didn't kill anymore. He felt that that small blow had almost made Qi Tianqi completely lose the power to resist. Like a dead fish, Qi Tianqi fell to the ground. After rolling a few times, lying there, it seemed that he didn't even have the strength to move. Yang Kai stepped over and came to him, overlooking him condescendingly. His eyes were like icy blades, flickering coldly. Qi Tianqi opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Don't worry, take a breath, I still have something to ask you. Yang Kai grinned, his sharp fangs were stained by his own golden blood, shining brightly. Qi Tianqi closed his eyes, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Fang Peng not far away, he sneered, his eyes full of malicious looks. Being stared at by him like this, Fang Peng felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his hands and feet trembled, and in a panic, he shouted hastily, Sect Master Yang is merciful, Fang was just following orders when he fell into the Emperor Mountain last time. If there is something offended, Fang will make amends to you here. Apologize. Yang Kai curled his lips, what do I want you to do? Saying this, he pointed at him and shouted in a low voice, kill him. The stone puppet jumped out and rushed towards Fang Peng. The next moment, the sound of shouts and fighting came from over there. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to it. If it was outside, stone puppet might not be able to kill Fang Peng. After all, he is a void return 3-layer strongman. If he can't beat him, he can still run. But it's different here, Fang Peng has no chance to escape at all within a radius of only 30 feet. Yang Kai cast his eyes on Qi Tianch again, waited for a while, and then said, "How do you want to die?" Qi Tianch seemed to have regained his breath, and said with a chuckle, if Sect Master Yang really wanted to kill this old man, he wouldn't have asked such a question. "You think I won't kill you?" Yang Kai looked cold. "At least before leaving this place, Sect Master Yang will not kill the old man. You are worried that if you kill the old man, you will not be able to leave here. You are smart enough to know what I want." Yang Kai laughed. "If you don't know this, then the old man has lived in vain all these years. Sect Master Yang has something to ask, and the old man also wants to live, why don't we discuss it?" "What's the discussion? Let's listen to it," Yang Kai signaled. "After the old man recuperates here for a while and recovers from his injuries, I will let you go. Of course, Sect Master Yang will not trouble the old man again, and the old man can also guarantee that he will avoid the world from now on and will not be your enemy." Qi Tianch panted angrily, he made a suggestion. "Then didn't you take advantage of it?" Yang Kai sneered when he heard the words, and sneered, "Old man, did you make a mistake?" "What's the matter?" Qi Tianch asked leisurely. "I am Daozu, you are fish, now you have to do whatever I want you to do." While drinking, Yang Kai stepped out and ruthlessly stomped Qi Tianch's hand. The sound of bone breaking sounded, and the hand immediately changed shape. Qi Tianch's face was contorted due to the pain, but he didn't say a word, he just looked at Yang Kai with resentment. "Let me out, I'll leave you with a whole body, this is the biggest concession of the suzerain." "Hee, if that's the case, then the old man would rather die here." Qi Tianch shook his head slowly, taking the time to say, "The old man also knows what Sect Master Yang's idea is, do you think that you are better than the old man in the power of space? It's far more profound, if the old man can refine the mysterious boundary bead, so can you, so even if you kill the old man, you only need to spend some time to leave here." "Guess right," Yang Kai nodded. "If that's the case, Sect Master Yang can give it a try. It's not that the old man looks down on you. Even if you have profound attainments in space power, you want to refine the mysterious boundary bead here." Hee. Qi Tianch smiled secretly, the old man has only refined the mysterious boundary beads for decades in seclusion, and he was able to open up such a small piece of mysterious world. Now that Sect Master Yang is in it, if he wants to refine it inside, it may be 100 times more difficult than the old man's original refining 1,000 times. If you are willing to be trapped here for dozens or hundreds of years, you can kill the old man, and the old man has nothing to say. Yang Kai's face sank. He was a little uncertain whether Qi Tianch was threatening him, or telling the truth. If he was really trapped for dozens or hundreds of years because of this, then by the time he gets out, the outside world will already be full of vicissitudes. Sect Master Yang has to think about it carefully. This matter is of great importance and cannot be sloppy. Qi Tianch said again, putting pressure on Yang Kai. His life is now hanging by a thread, and life and death are only between Yang Kai's thoughts. Naturally don't dare to relax. Yang Kai looked at him without saying a word, and after a while, he suddenly grinned. Senior really wants to do this, there is no room for negotiation. Qi Tianch shook his head and insisted, if not, I would rather die here. Okay, then go die. Yang Kai nodded slightly, raised his big foot again, and stepped on Qi Tianch's head. With a crash, like a watermelon bursting, Qi Tianch's head exploded, blood and brain matter flowed all over the ground, and his eyes rolled aside, as if there was still an expression of disbelief. I don't know what to say. Yang Kai snorted coldly. He was really blindsided by Qi Tianch just now. The old guy is not easy to mess with. This time if he hadn't been in a cocoon, it would not be easy to kill him. How could such an enemy Yang Kai let the tiger go back to the mountain? Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, Qi Tianch must die. That being the case, there is nothing to hesitate about. Kill first. As for being trapped in this mysterious boundary orb, it is not a big deal, even if what Qi Tianch said is true. Yang Kai is not afraid at all. With his study and proficiency in space power, he may not be able to find a way to leave here. Once Qi Tianch died, Fang Peng, who was struggling to support Shi Puppet over there, was even more unbearable. Originally, he had no intention of fighting here, but now seeing Yang Kai being so ruthless, vicious and brutal, he was really scared out of his wits. While fighting with the stone puppet, he yelled and begged for mercy. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to it, not only did not intend to forgive him, but was also aroused by his noise. He rushed over in a flash, and joined forces with the stone puppet to attack him, intending to kill him. Even Qi Tianch was no match for Yang Kai, so how could Fang Peng be spared in this special environment? In just half a cup of tea, the late sect master died tragically under the stone puppet's shaking pillar. He didn't have Qi Tianch's strong physical body, so he smashed him into a meatloaf with a single stick. Terrible. The two great enemies were annihilated. Yang Kai tidied up the loot, sat cross-legged for a while, and immediately began to study the way to leave here. Tearing space is undoubtedly Yang Kai's biggest reliance. He was interrupted by Qi Tianch when he was experimenting before, and he doesn't know if tearing space has any effect. Now that no one is bothering you, you can naturally experiment with it. Chapter 1532 Exploring Small World. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai got up, stretched out his hand and waved forward. The power of space fluctuated, and a narrow and long space crack appeared in front of him immediately. However, compared with the usual tearing space, it seems to be smaller. The law of heaven and earth in this mysterious boundary bead seems to be very powerful. Yang Kai showed a strange expression on his face, but he didn't go into it. He stretched out his hands and tore the space crack to both sides. The power of space in his body burst out wildly, silently, and the long and narrow crack was enlarged. After letting out his spiritual sense for a moment, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that the space crack was extremely stable. Is that old fellow Qi Tianch really talking nonsense? Suspicious in his heart, Yang Kai dived into the space crack. When he reappeared and looked around, his expression darkened. The small space with a radius of less than 30 feet was a mess, with traces left over from the Great War everywhere. There were 2 mutilated corpses on the ground, blood and internal organs all over the floor. Coming out of the space crack, it was actually this weird mysterious little world. Frowning, Yang Kai tore apart the space again in disbelief. After repeating it more than 10 times, Yang Kai didn't continue, but sat cross-legged on the ground, lost in thought. After tearing apart the space more than a dozen times, he couldn't leave this small mysterious world. He could only move within a radius of 30 feet. This result surprised him a bit. From the looks of it, Qi Tianch wasn't talking nonsense. This mysterious boundary bead really had its mysterious side, and he couldn't escape from this place even by tearing apart the space. Although he didn't leave successfully, Yang Kai was not without gains. After more than a dozen movements, he vaguely felt that there was a vague barrier around this small space, which isolated him from the outside world. This layer of barrier is unclear, but it is precisely because of its existence that mysterious small world can form a world of its own, trapping itself here. That should be the law of heaven and earth in mysterious Shaoji. If he can tear through this layer of barrier, Yang Kai will be sure to leave here. But wanting to break the laws of heaven and earth in mysterious Shaoji, how easy is it? Qi Tianch spent decades refining the mysterious boundary orb, and only then did he grasp a little bit of power to control this piece of heaven and earth, and he was able to freely enter and exit. I don't have that much time to spend here. But now, apart from refining this mysterious boundary bead, there is no other way. How to refine the mysterious boundary bead? Refining it is equivalent to refining this piece of world. Yang Kai is at a loss, quite a feeling of a dog biting a hedgehog and having nowhere to go. He sat there, thinking hard. I don't know how long it took. Yang Kai's confused eyes suddenly burst into a little light, and the light was like a spark that could start a prairie fire, quickly making his eyes clear. He seemed to understand something, and he couldn't help being shocked and radiant. He had entered into a misunderstanding of thinking before, thinking that if he wanted to leave, he had to refine this world, so he was at a loss. But in the final analysis, this piece of world is sealed in the mysterious boundary bead, and the mysterious boundary bead is the emperor treasure, that is the secret treasure. He doesn't know how to refine the world, but he is very familiar with refining secret treasures. And since Qi Tianch has spent decades in secluded cultivation and refining the mysterious boundary bead, then this emperor treasure must have been contaminated with his aura. As long as he traces back to the source, finds the remnants of his aura, erases it, and then removes it. Just re-sacrifice. One method is connected, 10,000 methods are connected. Yang Kai suddenly realized something. Huodi got up, popped out 2 magic flames, and burned the corpses not far away. Only then did Yang Kai release his divine sense, and began to search the space with a radius of 30 feet inch by inch, trying to find the traces he wanted. The result was very smooth. He indeed found Qi Tianch's breath remnant in this space. It didn't take much effort to erase it. But when Yang Kai wanted to leave his aura in it, he encountered great resistance. Qi Tianch was right in saying that it is extremely difficult to refine the mysterious boundary bead from the inside. far less easy than refining it from the outside, and the difference in time and strength required for this is calculated by hundreds of times and thousands of times. Even if Yang Kai's attainments in space power are countless times more subtle than Qi Tianqi's, such refinement cannot be completed in a short period of time. Yang Kai calculated a little bit, and the result he got made him startled. At the very least, it would take more than 10 or 20 years of hard work before he could barely refine the mysterious boundary bead and get out of it. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little regretful, regretting killing Feng Peng so quickly. If he was alive, he could still give himself a beating to vent his anger. Frowning and pondering for a long time, Yang Kai calmed down his irritated mood, and did not immediately refine the mysterious boundary orb, but instead poured out a large pile of spar from his space ring, placed it in front of him, holding one in each hand, madly absorbed the energy from it. Kong Xuanjing. Yang Kai can be so thorough in the power of space, surpassing most Shaosheng and Qi Tianqi in this field, all thanks to Kong Xuanjing. This kind of strange spar has always been used as a material for refining space rings, but Yang Kai found another way to absorb the energy with his own body, so as to enhance the control of the power of space. Kong Xuanjing is extremely rare, even if others have this idea, it is absolutely difficult to realize it. But Yang Kai is different. The Kongshuan crystal mine that Stone Puppet found at the foot of Longshe Mountain gave him the capital to squander, without any worries. There were quite a few profound sky crystals that were mined back then, but after so many years, Yang Kai would absorb the power of profound space crystals whenever he was free, and the consumption was huge, and now only a small half of what was mined back then is left. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Yang Kai wanted to shorten the time to refine the mysterious boundary bead, only to make himself more thorough in understanding the power of space and use it more easily. So he planned to practice the power of space for a while first. Pieces of empty profound crystals were turned into powder in Yang Kai's hands, and the outside world was getting better and better, but the passage of time could not be noticed in the mysterious small world. I don't know how long it took, but Yang Kai's side has accumulated a thick layer of Kong Xuanjing powder, almost drowning him. Absorbing the power of Kong Xuanjing for a long time, coupled with his own perception and insight, made Yang Kai vaguely feel that he had a deeper level of attainment in the power of space, but he also found that as he mastered the power of space, he absorbed the energy of Kong Xuanjing seems to have less and less effect on his growth. Maybe one day, no matter how much I absorb the energy of Kong Xuanjing, I won't make any progress. Yang Kai paused for a while, and once again released his divine sense to refine this small world. After a while, he raised his eyebrows, and his face revealed a look of joy. The refining process was indeed much easier than at the beginning, and he could clearly feel the barriers and constraints between this world and the outside world. As long as it is broken, he can walk out from here. The power of space is integrated into the divine sense, centered on Yang Kai, spreading towards the surroundings like a tide. Yang Kai intends to imprint his own life in this world, engrave his own soul mark, and make it his own. A scene that stunned him suddenly appeared. When his divine thoughts spread outward, this small world, which originally only occupied an area of about 30 feet in radius, suddenly became a little bigger, and the scenery that could not be seen before was also imprinted in his eyes middle. This result surprised Yang Kai. But after thinking about it carefully, I figured it out. Although Qi Tianqi's refined the mysterious boundary bead a little and was able to enter and exit freely, but his grasp of the power of space is still very shallow, so he can only open the space with a radius of about 30 feet. I am different, my attainments in space power are much higher than the old stuff, so I can expand more space. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. He really wanted to know what this mysterious small world would look like when it was fully opened, and how big it would be. The original intention of refining the mysterious boundary bead and getting out of it quietly changed. Yang Kai was full of energy and enjoyed it, and started the process of exploration. Frantically urging his own divine sense and mobilizing his grasp of the power of space, the world of mysterious Shaoji is like the beginning of chaos, expanding outward little by little, revealing scenery and charming scenery that have not been shown before. During this process, Yang Kai discovered that all kinds of magical insights and mysterious power poured into his heart and merged into the depths of his soul, making him more and more clear about the power of space, which is more effective than absorbing the energy of the Kong Xuanjing countless times. Expanding the world of mysterious small world and cultivating the power of space unexpectedly formed a virtuous circle in this unintentional move. Yang Kai was overjoyed and became more and more tireless. In mysterious Shaoji, that piece of world is expanding every day, and Yang Kai is also growing every day. With his practice, the shackles of the Peak of the Void Return First Layer realm broke through naturally, and Yang Kai was promoted to the Void Return Second Layer in Mysterious Small Boundary. After all, in Luodi Mountain, he had already reached the peak of the Void Return First level. If he hadn't suppressed it deliberately, he could have broken through at that time. He still hasn't stopped exploring, repeating the same thing all the time. With the increase in strength, Saint Yuan became purer, the power of divine consciousness skyrocketed, and Yang Kai obtained an overall improvement. Even that ray of distraction is strengthened and nourished. Tired, take a short rest, and there is no one to relieve the boredom, so he released the stone puppet and talked with it for a while. Stone puppet Xiao Xiao is still very interested in the second golden stone puppet, even if this golden stone puppet is insane and can only rely on Yang Kai's distraction to control it if it wants to act, but this is Xiao Xiao's only one of its kind after all. It regards the golden stone puppet very seriously, and whenever there is any good thing, it will share it with it. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai didn't know how long he had stayed in this mysterious small world, but he had consumed all the profound space crystals, and he had also expanded this small world from a radius of 30 feet at the beginning to a radius of hundreds of miles, and there are new developments every day. Within that 100 miles, there are mountains and rivers, and the scenery is wonderful. But this is far from the end of mysterious Shaoji. In that unknown place, there are even more heart-wrenching secrets hidden. One day, Yang Kai stood up, and his spiritual sense expanded outwards. In an instant, every plant and tree within 100 miles was printed into the investigation. He grinned and stretched out his hand a little in front of him. A vortex suddenly appeared, spinning, and a huge suction force came from it. Yang Kai didn't resist, letting the vortex suck him into it, and the next moment, the person disappeared. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Mobile Network to subscribe and reward. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1533 Biboi Yuan. Xingdi Mountain, Lingju Peak, and white clouds drifting across the mountainside. Suddenly there was an unusual energy fluctuation at the top of the quiet peak, and the energy of the heavens and the earth frantically converged towards a certain point, and gradually formed there a vortex. Initially, the vortex was still very small, but as the energy of the heavens and the earth poured in, it became bigger and bigger until it had a radius of several feet. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the vortex, as if it had come through the void, standing proudly in midair. Turning his head to look left and right, Yang Kai didn't find any traces of anyone, only an altar stood alone not far away, protected from the wind and sun. Yang Kai's expression was flat, and he was not surprised by this scene. Although he didn't know how long he had been in that mysterious small world, it certainly wasn't 10 days and a half months, at least a few years had passed. After such a long time, it is naturally impossible for Yi Xian and others to wait for him here. I am afraid that they have returned to Ling Xiaozong long ago. He tried to sense the dragon bone sword and the fire bird, but there was no trace, probably brought back by Yi Xian. Qi Tianch and Fang Peng are dead, and on Gloom Star, the three behemoths that surpassed all forces have all fallen, and no one can stop the progress of Ling Xiaozong. With Yi Xian sitting in the sect, Yang Kai is still very relieved, so he did not how much worry. The divine sense was released, and the entire Xingdi Mountain was silent, without the slightest breath of life. It seems that all the warriors in Xingdi Mountain also evacuated, but they don't know whether they went to Ling Xiaozong with Yang Shouju and others or dispersed separately. The former is more likely. There is no one here, so Yang Kai naturally doesn't want to stay any longer. Turning around, reaching out to point out the vortex shrank rapidly, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, replaced by an inconspicuous bead. One of the two jewels of the Emperor treasure, the mysterious boundary jewel. This is an incredible treasure. It is a world of its own. With it, a difficult problem that has been lingering in Yang Kai's mind but could not be solved will be easily solved. Moreover, Yang Kai also felt that if he could really refine this mysterious boundary orb completely and make its laws of heaven and earth complete, he could even allow Void Return 3-layer warriors to break through and advance to the Void King realm. The reason why the warriors of Gloom Star cannot be promoted to Void King realm is because of the suppression of the law of heaven and earth. But the mysterious boundary bead is a world of its own, with its own rules, and is not bound by the gloomy star. This is definitely a feasible method, but it's too early to think about it now. Although Yang Kai's study of space power has expanded the space of mysterious small world to a radius of 100 miles, the distance will completely unseal and refine it. Still a long way off. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai took the mysterious boundary orb back into his body, and stepped forward casually. One moment he was still at the top of Lingju Peak, the next moment he was already on the mountainside of Lingju Peak. Taking another step, Yang Kai has already arrived at the bottom of the mountain. The speed is unimaginable, the power of space is infinitely mysterious. During the period of hard training in the mysterious boundary orb, his control over this power has fully grown. This kind of rapid movement of the figure is similar to the legendary teleportation. The difference is almost the same, there is no trace at all, and it has broken through the shackles of space. Compared with the tearing space that Yang Kai first mastered, it is much more profound. There is a process of tearing the space, and it is easy to be disturbed by the power of the strong, but now Yang Kai's movements are like an antelope's horns, and there is no longer the constraint of the past. If there are shortcomings, there is one. It's not as good as tearing the space and running far. With Yang Kai's current strength, tearing the space once is enough to escape for 2,000 or 3,000 miles, but moving like this can only be more than a dozen miles at a time. Between the two, each has its own advantages and disadvantages, and it is impossible to say who is good and who is bad. But in the same way, it consumes Holy Yuan extremely. Yang Kai was constantly moving, familiar with his grasp of the power of space, and after running for more than 100,000 miles, he sacrificed the star shuttle and continued on his way. Continuing to use the power of space to travel is also a bit heavy for him, so it is better to use the star shuttle instead. On a vast and boundless plain, there were bursts of animal roars and shouts that went straight to the sky. 4 or 5 warriors, old and young, male and female, were buried together, and they were besieging a huge, hideous figure of monsters. The monster has a tiger's head, elephant's feet, and leopard's tail, and looks majestic and majestic. The tiger's head is the color of red copper, which seems to be extremely strong, and there are some strange lines on the body, which looks very mysterious. The cracked copper-headed tiger, an 8th rank monster, has rough skin and thick flesh, and is the most resistant to beatings. Among the fighters who surrounded him and tried to hunt them down, the leader was only an old man at the 2nd level of the Holy King, and the rest were only at the Holy King level. From the names and reminders of these people, it can be seen that they probably which small family warrior came to this plane to hunt monsters and earn holy crystals. An 8th order monster is equivalent to the Saint King realm among warriors. But this cracked copper-headed tiger is at the peak of the 8th order, so even if it is besieged, it is showing its ferocity. It roared and spewed out groups of extremely powerful energy balls from its mouth, which made the warriors of those small families feel uneasy. Dare to get close. But the old man was experienced and well dispatched, so even in the dangerous fight, the disciples in the clan did not suffer fatal injuries. As long as there is enough time, this group of people may not have a chance to kill this cracked copper-headed tiger. Suddenly, a wave of energy rushed from a distance. Among the crowd, a girl in green looked up and suddenly called out, "Second uncle, someone is coming." Hearing the shout, the old man raised his head and couldn't help shrinking his eyes. After all, he is older, and he can tell at a glance that the strength of the person must not be low, otherwise he would never have such a speed. When he was thinking about whether the person who came was an enemy or a friend, he ignored it and let the cracked copper-headed tiger fall from his hands. Break free. The roar of the tiger shook the sky. This 8th level monster had been besieged for a long time, and it had already become fierce. After getting out of trouble, instead of running away, it directly rushed towards the girl in green clothes, opened its bloody mouth, and bit her snow-white neck. Go. The girl was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she was a little confused for a while. She hurriedly sacrificed a secret treasure, but she couldn't stop the opponent's pounce at all. Seeing the opponent's fangs getting closer and closer to her, the girl's eyes flashed with horror. Shouts and yells came from the surrounding area, and the girl saw her second uncle rushing towards her desperately, trying to save her life from the tiger's mouth. But it is obviously too late. She saw death beckoning to her. At this moment, there seemed to be a breeze blowing by, and a figure blurred in front of him. That figure was like a 10,000 jong high mountain, which shielded the incoming storm and gave her an inexplicable sense of peace of mind. Bang! There was a loud noise, mixed with the whimpering of monster beasts. The girl clearly saw that the person standing in front of her just threw a punch, and the cracked copper-headed tiger that she and others had been besieging for a long time but failed to kill was like a sandbag. It flies far away. Its head seemed to have been deformed by the beating. He fell to the ground, only convulsed a few times, and then fell silent. The wind blew past, and the plain was quiet, with 4 or 5 pairs of eyes staring straight at Yang Kai, unable to recover for a long time, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Although the cracked copper-headed tiger is only an 8th level monster, its head is notoriously hard. Even if a void-returning mirror expert confronts it, it is impossible to deform its head with just one punch. Looking at the sturdy back, for some reason, the green-clothed girl's heart beat violently, and her nostrils fluttered slightly. She smelled a scent from that person that made her extremely comfortable. Sneaking a peek at the man, the girl suddenly found out that the man didn't seem very old, but just a young man. This discovery made her even more inexplicably elated. Sorry, it seems to have ruined your spoils. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, a little embarrassed. He also recognized what this monster is, the cracked copper-headed tiger, the two most valuable things on its body, one is the inner alchemy, and the other is its head, the former is loved by alchemists, and the latter is the weapon refiner pursue. If I deformed the monster's head with one punch, its value would definitely shrink. Hearing his words, the old man came back to his senses suddenly. With a solemn expression, he clasped his fists and said, I have seen the little brother is serious, if you hadn't acted in time, Fair would have died, and the little old man would have died. Thank you little brother for your kindness, how dare you blame me? The old man is polite, you seem to have been disturbed because of my sudden arrival. Yang Kai chuckled, speaking of it, it's still my fault. Seeing that he was so friendly, the old man also let go of his worries. After all, this place is in the wilderness, and the opponent seems to be very strong. Fortunately, the other party didn't have that kind of thought, but was quite open-minded. The old man couldn't help but have a good impression of Yang Kai. I came here just to ask what is this place? Yang Kai looked at the old man. This is Biboyuan, the old man replied. Biboyuan. Yang Kai frowned, he didn't seem to have heard of this place name, and he didn't know where he was in Gloom Star. After coming out of Xingdi Mountain, Yang Kai has been familiar with the grasp of the power of space, but he ran around and lost himself. Then where is the nearest pond? Yang Kai asked again. 50,000 miles to the west from here, there is Bibo City, and there is the nearest pool. Is there a space magic circle? As far as the little old man knows, there are, but the space magic circle seems to be closed to outsiders and is only for internal use. If the little brother wants to use the space magic circle, he can set off from Bibo City and go to a distance of 200,000 miles. Outside Zontian City, there is a space magic circle open to the public. Oh, Zontian City. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. He didn't expect to run to himself and came near Zontian City. That's right. Strictly speaking, Bibo City is also a subsidiary of Zontian City, and the two families are somewhat related. The old man, as a warrior of the small family here, naturally knows the information very well. Chapter 1534 Blue Wave City. Zontian City belongs to Lingxiao sect now. The girl in green who had been standing behind Yang Kai suddenly interrupted. She seems to want to attract Yang Kai's attention. Which girl is not pregnant? Just now Yang Kai saved her life like a god descending. At her age, she is most sensitive to the drama of heroes saving beauty. What's more, looking from the side, Yang Kai's face is rigid and hard, his back is strong, he is not very old, and there is an aura that makes her very comfortable. Of course, she wants to highlight her sense of existence and let herself get attention. Ling Xiaozong. Yang Kai laughed and looked back at her. The girl's face was slightly red, but she happily explained, yes, you must have heard of it. It is a sect that has only risen in recent years. I heard that their main rudder is in the Luyan Sand Field. Lian Xingdi Mountain, Zan Tianmeng, and Thunder Typhoon sect were all wiped out by them, and now Lingxiao sect is the most powerful sect on Gloom Star. She chattered and seemed to have endless words, and her personality was very lively. Fair. The old man glared at the girl, and secretly blamed the little girl for not knowing the importance and not being polite. It's okay, I've heard about Ling Xiaozong. Yang Kai chuckled, but I didn't expect it to be so famous. Well, you guys continue, I won't bother you. He came here just to find out where the nearest city is. Now that he has the information, he naturally has no intention of staying for long. Who would have thought that just now when he indicated that he wanted to leave, the girl in green suddenly called out coquettishly, wait a minute. What? Yang Kai glanced at her in astonishment. Second uncle, we have been out for a while, shouldn't we go back? Our father and the others should be worried, not to mention third brother and the others have all suffered some injuries, so it is not suitable to stay here any longer. The girl in green looked to the old man. Well, what you said makes sense, it's time to go back. The old man nodded slightly. Let's go with him, so we can have someone to take care of us along the way. The green-clothed girl suggested. The old man suddenly looked at Yang Kai in embarrassment. To be honest, he certainly hoped to be with Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai had already demonstrated his strength just now. Although there is no great danger in returning all the way, he is not afraid of anything. I'm afraid of 10,000, with Yang Kai taking care of him, the return journey should be very safe. He agreed with the girl's proposal, but he just didn't know what Yang Kai meant. Alright, I just don't know the exact location of Bibo City, so I'll thank you for leading the way. Yang Kai smiled and nodded in agreement. Anyway, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. The little old man will thank you, little brother. The old man was overjoyed. I'll go and collect the materials. The green-clothed girl cheered, and ran to the cracked copper-headed tiger that died on the ground. The old man smiled wryly, shook his head secretly, and said apologetically, "Brother, don't blame me, Feier's nature is like this, but don't worry, little brother, the little old man will give you all the materials later." "No need, you keep it, these things are useless to me." Yang Kai waved his hand. The body material of an 8th level monster is really useless to him. It is hard for ordinary people to imagine the wealth that Yang Kai possesses. The old man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he couldn't help but be grateful after confirming that Yang Kai didn't need those materials. The inner alchemy and head of the bronze-headed tiger are good benefits for them. Soon, with the assistance of several other people, the green-clothed girl finished processing the body materials of the monster. It can be seen that these young people are very familiar with this method, and they obviously do this kind of thing often. After tidying up briefly, Yang Kai set out on the road with these people, heading towards Bibo City. The character of the girl in green is indeed lively and full of curiosity. Once the chatterbox is opened, it tends to be unstoppable, and she chatters endlessly. What is Yang Kai's name, where did he come from, and other people's taboo questions, she didn't seem to know how to avoid them at all, and asked logically. Anyway, he was still on his way, so Yang Kai chatted with her as it was time to pass the time. After all, she didn't ask much about Yang Kai's information, but she explained her old background thoroughly. The old man was very embarrassed listening, but fortunately he saw that Yang Kai was not a person with ulterior motives, so he let it go, secretly decided to wait until he returned to the family, and then teach the girl a good lesson, let her know that the heart is sinister, you can't tell strangers about this in the future. Occasionally encountered monsters blocking the way along the road, the old man and others didn't need to worry at all, they were all easily resolved by Yang Kai. It made them gain a lot. Below the old man, several young people worshipped Yang Kai extremely. Everyone looked about the same age, but in terms of strength, Yang Kai surpassed them by a large margin. Worship and respect for the strong is an innate trait of warriors, and Yang Kai's performance completely conquered these young people. For a distance of tens of thousands of miles, if Yang Kai were to travel alone, it would only take an hour or two, but walking with the old man and others took a day of effort. A day later, a city standing on the edge of the plain came into view. Everyone went to the gate of the city, handed in some crystal stones, and entered the city smoothly. Thank you for your guidance along the way, let's separate here, everyone take care. Yang Kai clasped his fists, and with a flick of his figure, he got into the crowd and disappeared. The green-clothed girl called out a few times, but she didn't see Yang Kai turning her head back, so she couldn't help pursing her lips unwillingly. Let's go and sell this harvest first, and I don't know what price we can sell it for. The old man sighed, and then he was the first to lead the way. Yang Kai walked on the spacious streets of Bibo City, looking left and right, full of interest. He was not in a hurry to find the space magic circle in Bibo City. Since it is a subsidiary of Zontian City, it is also a subsidiary of Ling Xiaozong. As the master of a sect, it is not a problem to use the space magic circle. I believe that the master of Bibo City will not even have such vision. It's just that he has retreated in the mysterious Shaoji for several years, and now that he is out of trouble, he really wants to relax. Along the road to appreciate the people and customs of this place, casually strolling around those shops, Yang Kai is happy physically and mentally, and his mood is unconsciously settled and stabilized. In mysterious Shaoji, his cultivation level has broken through to the second level of returning to the void, followed by the important matter of stabilizing his state of mind, he will naturally not neglect it. Half a day later, he entered a restaurant. Going up to the 3rd floor, he ordered the waiter in the shop to serve up good wine and vegetables, and Yang Kai sat by the window, overlooking the scenery below. Not long after, the table was filled with precious food, and Yang Kai sipped the spirits while eating the delicious food, feeling contented. Leisurely, he turned his head and glanced at the two warriors on a nearby table with interest. On the 3rd floor, there were not many guests, these two people were talking about it just now, and Yang Kai seemed to have heard these two people talking about Ling Xiaozong just now. The rise of Ling Xiaozong is very fast. Although I have inquired about the current situation of Ling Xiaozong from the girl in green before, I know that the sect is becoming more and more famous now, but Yang Kai doesn't know how it is. Now that someone talks about his sect, of course I want to hear more. But to his disappointment, the two of them didn't intend to continue the conversation, but changed the topic to something irrelevant. Yang Kai shook his head secretly and stopped paying attention. After a while, the two men finished eating, and one of them, a burly man, shouted sharply, "The shopkeeper." The voice was so loud that everyone looked sideways at it, but after seeing this person's face clearly, everyone looked away one after another, as if they didn't dare to provoke him. Pedal pedal. With the sound of footsteps from downstairs, a half-grown old man quickly ran up from below, came to the table with two people, smiled all over his face, nodded and bowed and said, "My lords, are you satisfied with your food?" So, the big man answered casually while picking his teeth. "Forgive me, my lords." The shopkeeper bowed and said, next time, the little old man will definitely serve more delicious food, which will definitely satisfy the two of you. Well, even if you still have some eyesight, let's forget about today, but, where are the things? The big man squinted at the shopkeeper. The little old man has brought them, do you two adults want to count them? The shopkeeper said while putting a package in his hand on the table. The big man was also polite and opened it directly. A large bag of high-grade holy crystals was immediately imprinted in everyone's eyes. The big man's spiritual sense swept over him, and he immediately knew the number of holy crystals. Put it in your eyes. This is the only amount you should pay this month. The shopkeeper was suddenly terrified, and while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he cried out, "Your Excellency, it is true that the business of this restaurant has not been very good recently, so there is a lack of quantity. Please invite two adults. Forgive me for a few days, and the little old man will make it up by then." "Forgive me for how many days?" The big man snorted coldly. "I forgive you, who will forgive me? This errand is not completed, and I will be the one who will be punished at that time." Saying so, he slammed the table, and the table immediately turned into powder. The shopkeeper turned pale with fright, knelt down with a thud, and shouted, "My lord, calm down, the little old man only needs a few days, just a few days, please give me your permission." "HMPH, don't say that I'm bullying you, I'll give you 3 days, and I'll come here again in 3 days. If you still dare to be a mother-in-law, be careful that I will demolish your restaurant and twist your head." Yes, I will definitely not disappoint you," the shopkeeper said impatiently. "Let's go." The big man stood up impatiently, stuffed the package of holy crystals into the space ring, and walked away. It wasn't until after they left that the shopkeeper let out a deep breath, and with a sad expression on his face, he began to clean up the mess on the ground. The waiter also came over to help. Not long after cleaning up, the shopkeeper made another bow and apologized to the surrounding guests, and then he sighed deeply, looking even more old-fashioned. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1535, Shopkeeper, come here. Yang Kai waved at him. He had been watching with cold eyes just now, and he didn't know what happened, so he wanted to inquire about it. After all, it had something to do with Ling Xiaozong. "What orders do you have from the guest? But you still want to serve some food and wine?" The shopkeeper came to Yang Kai and asked with a forced smile. "There is no rush for food and drink." Yang Kai smiled slightly, and looked suspiciously at the stairs. Who were those two people just now? Why did they come to this restaurant to eat and drink? Not only did they not have to pay, but they also asked you to give Sheng Jing. The shopkeeper looked stunned, looked around, and found that the guests were drinking and having fun, and didn't pay attention to this side, so he lowered his voice, as the guest a newcomer to Bibo City. "Not bad." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Then you should leave early, Bibo City is not a place to stay for a long time." The shopkeeper's face was secretive, and he waved his hands repeatedly after speaking. "Isn't it a long-term place?" Yang Kai frowned. Could something happen here? He saw people coming and going in the city, it seemed quite bustling, and the situation in the city was also calm, as if there was no sign of any major event. Hee, the shopkeeper smiled wryly. "Guests, just listen to the little old man's persuasion. If you want to leave, hurry up. If you stay here for a long time, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." "What do you mean? Please tell the shopkeeper clearly." Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. "I heard that this place is a subsidiary of Zontian City, and it is the property of Ling Xiaozong. How can anyone dare to harm this city? I can't say it anymore. Although the little old man didn't have a good life for a few years, he doesn't want to die so early. You can do what you want." The shopkeeper kept shaking his head, his face was ugly, and he turned to leave after saying this. I'm from Ling Xiaozong, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. What? The shopkeeper's face changed drastically, and he looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Don't be so nervous. Yang Kai chuckled. I'm a disciple of the Lingxiao sect, and I've been ordered by the suzerain to come here for an unannounced visit. If you have something to say, old man, you may as well just say it. I, Ling Xiaozong, put it in my eyes. Are you from the Lingxiao sect? Are you really from the Lingxiao sect? The shopkeeper looked excited and suspicious, approached him, and asked urgently in a low voice. Yes, old man, don't worry. Your words can come out of your mouth and into my ears. I won't talk nonsense, Yang Kai comforted softly, earnestly and kindly. The shopkeeper's expression changed, as if he was hesitating for something. After a while, he gritted his teeth and sat down opposite Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to pour him a glass of wine, and the shopkeeper took a sip and drank it. The strong wine strengthened his courage and brewed his emotions. Before he said, the guest doesn't know anything. I told you to leave quickly. It's not because someone wants to. Ling Xiaozong is unfavorable, and it's not that Bibo City is going to change. It's really not a place for people to stay here. Oh, then please tell the old man what happened in detail. The boy is very grateful. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hey, it's hard to say. The shopkeeper sighed deeply. Guest, you also saw the behavior of those two people just now. Yes, who are they? From the city lord's mansion. City lord's mansion. Yang Kai was stunned. Hee, the guests also find it strange, right? The city lord's mansion is supposed to protect us, but why did they come to the small shop to search for and exploit the Saint Crystal? The shopkeeper said in a low tone, because that is the tax that the city lord's mansion will collect. Yang Kai frowned. As long as any shop operating in Bibo City, at least 70% of the proceeds are turned over to the city lord's mansion, the remaining 3 costs are barely enough for various expenses, but those people can't help but look for various excuses to exploit them. The small shop is lonely, and there is no way to resist, and someone died in the shop a few days ago. The shopkeeper complained. It seems that because of drinking some wine, he became more courageous, and his expression became resentful when he spoke. Stand up. Is this what the city lord's mansion means? Yang Kai asked coldly. That's right, otherwise, how could those people have the courage to act like this? Those two people just came to collect taxes. Since there are so many taxes here, why doesn't the old man leave Bibo City and find another way of life? The shopkeeper smiled wryly. Who can leave? No one can leave. Once the people of the city lord's mansion find out that there are escapees, they will be killed without mercy. Those heads hanging on the city wall are bloody lessons. Merchants with small profits are bound here, as are all the small families and warriors living in the city. They also have to pay a large part of the tax for the various income they get from adventures outside. As long as there is resistance, it will be targeted. Several small families have been exterminated. While speaking, the shopkeeper carefully looked at Yang Kai, and asked softly, Brother, I dare to ask, isn't this an order from Ling Xiaozong? How could Ling Xiaozong issue such an order? Yang Kai's face was ugly, and he snorted coldly. I, Ling Xiaozong, will not do such a thing. Well, what about Zontian City? Zontiancheng doesn't care. The little old man doesn't know, but if Zontian City is in charge, these things shouldn't happen. I just don't know if this means Zontian City or Bibo City's lord's mansion. But I heard that Zontian City since Bian changed hands, the tax has been very low, which has attracted many people to go there, but now it is overcrowded. Many people are attracted by the name of Ling Xiaozong, but they can't get in if they want to join it, and Zontiancheng can't get in either. Can only retreat to the next best thing, and go to the places related to Ling Xiaozong. Bibo City is one of them. Outsiders can't see the sinister darkness hidden under Bibo City, but the little old man can't understand it, so I let you should leave early. If you live here for a long time and are included in the roster, you will not be able to leave even if you want to. Interesting, Yang Kai sneered. Brother, since you came here for an unannounced visit under the order of the sovereign of the Lingxiao sect, then hurry up and send the news back. The little old man is looking forward to your coming from the Lingxiao sect to remove the cancerous tumor in Bibo City, so that the little old man can rest here. Live the rest of your life. The shopkeeper looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Don't worry, old man, I, Ling Xiaozong, won't just sit idly by. Yang Kai grinned. No matter what, there are many people here for the name of Ling Xiaozong, so we can't let them be bullied, otherwise it would really ruin the reputation of my Ling Xiaozong. Brother, don't be impulsive. Seeing the fierce light in Yang Kai's eyes, the shopkeeper couldn't help being startled. Don't worry, I have my own measure. Yang Kai's eyes turned cold. If it wasn't for a coincidence this time, he wouldn't have known that someone was carrying out these deeds in the name of Ling Xiaozong. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that on the way back from Biboyuan, the girl named Fair was a little hesitant to talk about the situation in Bibo City, so there was this reason. The rising time of Ling Xiaozong is too short, the number of disciples in the sect is scarce, and the foundation is not stable. Now is the time to win people's hearts, but the situation in Bibo City is discrediting Ling Xiaozong. Yang Kai naturally can't just sit idly by. At this moment, there was a sudden noise from the street below, and immediately, a wave of energy surged up and down, followed by exclamations and screams. Yang Kai looked down from the source of the sound, and a girl in green clothes immediately came into view, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. "Old mister, the money for the wine has been collected." Yang Kai casually dropped a few high-grade saint crystals, grabbed a wine jar, and jumped out of the window. In the middle of the street, in front of a grocery store, 3 or 4 young people stood there with angry expressions, looking at the two of them with red eyes. Their whole body was running with holy energy, secretly on guard, but they didn't dare to make a move easily. Behind these young people, a girl in green clothes was supporting an old man. The old man seemed to have suffered serious injuries, his face was pale, and blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. Countless people were watching from the sidelines. "Second uncle, are you okay?" The girl in green asked nervously, with a worried look on her pretty face. "It's okay." The old man shook his head slowly, uttering 2 words with difficulty. "How can you hit someone?" The green-clothed girl turned her head and shouted coquettishly at the 2 warriors who had attacked before. "Beat someone?" Hearing this, one of the burly men chuckled. "What's wrong with beating someone? Who made this old guy ignorant? Even if you are grateful to me, you dare to accuse me. Believe it or not, I will kill him right now." "You." The green-clothed girl's pretty face turned pale. After all, her strength was not high and she was young. After being so intimidated by the other party, she didn't dare to say anything more, for fear that the other party would really become angry and kill her. "HMPH, the city lord has an order, but you have to pay part of the holy crystals you get from the exchange to the city lord's mansion." "Why, old man, are you deaf or blind, and you dare to trade with others secretly? If you weren't caught by me, I'm afraid I didn't know you guys were so bold. You dare to ignore the orders of the city lord's mansion. Old man, you are getting impatient." The other person also laughed sinisterly. The old man's face was ashen, but he didn't dare to refute at all. Although there were many people watching, he didn't dare to make any changes, but when he looked at the old man, the girl and the group, they all showed sympathy. There are so many taxes in Bibo City, and the exploitation is so heavy that almost everyone can barely maintain food and clothing, and they cannot escape from this place. Therefore, if everyone gains anything from going out on adventures, they will find familiar and reliable shops to secretly trade, so that no one will find out. Dodge that onerous tax. This kind of phenomenon has become commonplace in Bibo City. The old man and his party were unlucky this time, and they were accidentally bumped into by the people of the city lord's mansion, and they suffered a big loss. Taking a deep breath, the old man clasped his fist solemnly and said, "You two, it's not that we are ignoring the order of the city lord's mansion. We were planning to pay the Saint Crystal after this transaction, but we didn't have time." The old man's words sound nice, hee, I just don't know what he's thinking. The big man obviously wouldn't believe such words. To be continued. Chapter 1536. Don't be nervous. Since I bumped into the 2 of you here, I'll save the little old man for a visit in person, and ask the 2 of you to accept these Shu Shungjing. Wonmo refuse. The old man slapped the green-clothed girl while talking. Wink. The green-clothed girl covered the space ring with her hands and shook her head repeatedly, obviously unwilling to just hand over the gains from this adventure, which was what they had worked so hard to get. "Take it out," the old man shouted. Under his majestic gaze, the girl in green reluctantly took out a package from the space ring and handed it to the old man. The old man squeezed out a smile, and said humbly, "Here are all the holy crystals we got, and please accept the 2 adults." Saying so, he threw the package over. The big man on the opposite side stretched out his hand to catch it, waited a little bit, and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. "The harvest is good, old thing." "Hee, luck is better this time." The old man laughed. In the past, they didn't gain so much in each adventure, but this time they followed Yang Kai, so the gains were indeed more. "My lords, I'll take my leave first." The old man clasped his fist slightly, not planning to stay here for a long time. "Wait, I didn't tell you to leave. Which one of you dares to leave?" The big man threw the package to his companion and gave another low shout. "I don't know what advice my lord has." The old man asked in a panic, covering his chest with his hands. This time you were secretly handing over to each other, and I was caught. What about before? When I didn't see it before, where did those holy crystals go? The big man asked with a bad look. I am wronged, my lord. In the past, I waited for the transaction, and paid the holy crystal every time according to the recruitment regulations. I have never missed a single one. Please learn from me. The old man was shocked. Hey, I'll make my own judgment if I know better or not. Today, you either hand over the saint crystals you got from previous transactions, and I'll keep you alive, or keep them all. The big man snorted coldly. My lord, you are embarrassing us too much. The old man looked anxious. We have never done this kind of thing before. How can we hand over the holy crystal? Yeah, almost all the holy crystals have been taken away by you. How can we give you any extra? The girl in green also yelled. Little girl, she's quite courageous. The big man cast a sinister glance at the girl, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he focused more on examining the girl's exquisite and plump body. His eyes revealed obscenity, and he kept laughing lowly. The old man observed the situation and knew something was wrong, so he stretched out his hand and pulled the girl in green behind him, nodded, bowed and cupped his fists and said, My lord, please hold me high and let me wait. Let you go. The big man rubbed his chin, pretended to ponder, nodded after a while and said, It's okay, I'm not an unreasonable person, but I'm also easy to talk. Since it's your first offense, it's not wrong, I can't bypass you this time. The old man was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Thank you, sir. Don't worry, I haven't finished talking yet. The big man chuckled and pointed to the green-clothed girl behind the old man, saying, There is no holy crystal, you can hand it over to someone else, this little girl stays, and everyone else goes away. Quote. As soon as these words came out, the pretty face of the girl in green clothes immediately turned white, and the old man was also panic-stricken, and hurriedly said, My lord, Fair is still young. Little one, this seat doesn't look small. The big man gave a hint with a lewd smile, his expression changed, and he shouted fiercely, I'll give you one last chance, little girl stay here, and the others get out, don't dare long-winded old man killed you all. The old man and the others were silent, but they didn't dare to express their anger in their hearts. They could only turn their begging gazes around, hoping that the onlookers could speak a word of justice or help. But meeting his gaze, everyone looked away. The old man's heart was ashamed, he never expected that this time things would develop to such a point. The green-clothed girl also had despair in her eyes. What's so lively, I'll take a look too. An abrupt voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in strong attire striding forward from there, with a tall figure, holding a wine jar in his hand, and showing a strange smile on his face. His eyes were arrogant and domineering, and his unrestrained demeanor didn't seem to put anyone in his eyes. He stopped and drank strong alcohol. He laughed and said, Why did I hear that someone is going to kill someone? Brother Yong, the green-clothed girl called out coquettishly, like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. A strange light burst out from her beautiful eyes. The old man and the others also had strange expressions. The crowd separated independently, and Yong Kai went straight to the old man and the others, his spiritual mind swept over them, and nodded slightly. The old man's injury wasn't too serious, otherwise, with his second-level Saint King cultivation, he would be killed in just one move against that big man. After all, he is a warrior at the Void Return first level. Little brother. The old man opened his mouth and looked at Yong Kai gratefully, but he still said, Why do you bother to wade into this muddy water? He sighed slightly, with a look of guilt. He knew that Yong Kai must have had some friendship with him and others before, so he would take the initiative to show up and want to draw his sword to help, and he also knew that Yong Kai's strength was profound. But this is Bibo City, Yong Kai is no match for 4 hands with 2 fists alone. If he really intervenes, I am afraid that he himself will not be able to protect himself. Don't worry about me, old man. Yong Kai smiled slightly. Hearing what he said, the old man couldn't help but smiled wryly, and couldn't say anything more. Boy, who are you? The big man's face sank, and he looked at Yong Kai with cold eyes. Looking at the fun, Yong Kai grinned at him. Boy looking for death, the big man yelled angrily. Ever since Bibo City and Ling Xiaozong got involved with Ling Xiaozong, no one dared to be presumptuous here anymore. He was naturally furious that a young man who didn't know how to live or die came to tease him. While drinking, the person rushed to Yong Kai, a hammer-like secret treasure was sacrificed, with brilliant light flashing on it, and smashed towards Yong Kai viciously. There was a burst of exclamation from the onlookers, the old man also raised his heart, and the girl in green screamed even more. It seems that the secret treasure will smash Yang Kai's head in the next moment. Yang Kai swung a punch and met the hammer. Bang! A loud noise came out, and Yang Kai was unharmed, but the secret treasure hammer was knocked into the air by a force, and disappeared in an instant. Yang Kai raised the wine jar in his hand and slammed it on the big man's head. With a loud crash, the wine jar shattered, and the strong wine splashed on the big man's head and face. Before he could recover from the shock, a big foot flew towards him and kicked him in the face. The screams came out, and the big man flew out of the distance like a kite. His face was bloody, and his appearance was terrifying. On the face door kicked by Yang Kai, his nose fell down, even the bridge of his nose the bones were shattered, and countless teeth were broken. The audience was shocked. Everyone looked at Yang Kai with weird eyes, as if looking at a monster. What shocked everyone was not Yang Kai's strength, but that he dared to attack the people of the city lord's mansion in Bibo City. When the pain came, the big man cried and howled, "You dare to hit me? What's the matter with beating you? Who made you stupid? I didn't want your life. I was merciful. You stupid don't appreciate me, but you dare to accuse me. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. You." Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically, with a mocking expression on his face. These words sound familiar. It seems that the big man mocked the girl just now. The big man looked dull. His companion's expression changed, looking at Yang Kai's eyes full of horror. Being able to bring down a big man in an instant, the strength of the opponent is no longer something he can compete with. Even if he wants to restore the face of the big man, he can't do anything. After thinking about this, his figure collapsed, so he wanted to escape from here, and wanted to report the matter to the city lord government, call someone to come to help. "I didn't let you go, can you go?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked there, stretched out his hand and popped out a golden blood thread, and shot towards that side. The golden light appeared and disappeared in a flash, and the next moment, the fleeing man screamed and fell to the ground. There are no scars, but his vitality is rapidly disappearing. Died. The eyeballs all over the place jumped wildly. If it was said that Yang Kai's daring to attack the people of the city lord's mansion just now shocked the onlookers, then this scene will make their livers tear apart. The people in the city lord's mansion were actually killed. Is this okay? In the past few years, no one has dared to oppose the city lord's mansion, but anyone who has such intentions will be wiped out. But today, there was a young man who killed a warrior from the city lord's mansion in full view of the public. It is conceivable that he will surely usher in a stormy revenge from the city lord's mansion. Even if he has great abilities, he still can't escape from Bibo City. He must die. There was a sound of gasping for breath, and everyone looked at Yang Kai again. Their gazes changed, and they became terrified, subconsciously pulling away from him, so as not to be misunderstood as having anything to do with him, and being implicated by him. "Little brother, you." The old man also had a look of disbelief. On the other hand, Fair and the other young people looked excited and looked at Yang Kai with adoring eyes, as if they had already regarded him as an idol. Young people are always passionate. "It's just killing a piece of trash, I don't need to be so nervous." Yang Kai laughed, his expression indifferent. "Little brother, hurry up and leave, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time, before the news spreads, there is still a chance of leaving now, if it is too late, I am afraid it will be too late." The old man hurriedly shouted at Yang Kai. "Go. Why should I go?" Yang Kai shook his head. The old man stared blankly at Yang Kai. "Aren't you leaving? Do you still want to stay?" "Yes." The old man was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. "Do you know who you killed just now, and how much trouble you have caused? You still want to stay, have you never died?" "Hee hee." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Don't be impatient, old man, since I'm here, I'm sure I won't be afraid of them. If they really can kill me, just do it." To be continued. This text is provided by at Bu Tai Tai Hen Mei. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1537. Have you seen it clearly? Yang Kai looked like he was not afraid of anything, and his tone was arrogant. The old man looked at him with a ghostly expression, confirmed that he was not drunk, and couldn't help shaking his head. "I really don't know what you young people think. Don't worry, since I ran into it today, it's time to clean up the garbage in Bibo City, and the old man just keep an eye on it." "Hey, little old man, I don't know what you have to rely on, but this matter is still caused by me, so little old man will be with the little brother, and the rest. Let fate." He is obviously not optimistic about Yang Kai, and feels that Yang Kai is a little too impulsive and arrogant. Even so, he chose to stay and not let Yang Kai fight alone. "Thank you, old man." Yang Kai smiled silently. Brother Yang, we will live and die with you too. The green-clothed girl blushed and shouted excitedly, while her young fellows from the same race all nodded aside, their eyes revealing a kind of courage that calls death as home. Okay, Yang Kai nodded, well, you can just sweep the formation for me. Nonsense. The old man was in a hurry, stomping his feet and said, you are too nonsense. He was willing to stay with Yang Kai, he was determined to die, he just wanted to fight for a few young people in the clan to escape, how could they have made such an impulsive choice? He was furious. Old man, don't worry, I will keep them safe and sound. Yang Kai said carelessly, his face full of confidence. Young man, I really don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Does he not know how much trouble he has caused? Does he not know who he killed? Hee, this is interesting. Someone dared to oppose the city lord's mansion. This is a good show. How could the city lord's mansion give up with him? It's a pity that such a good young man will die in Bibo City today. It's a pity. The whispers of those onlookers came from all around, many people were pointing at Yang Kai, and more warriors who heard the wind were coming here, wanting to join in the fun. For a time, this street was overcrowded, and Yang Kai and others were surrounded by 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. The previously arrogant man looked dull, he saw his companion was shot to death by Yang Kai raising his hand, and died tragically not far away, a chill hit him from head to toe, and his expression became terrified. He never thought that someone would dare to kill someone in Bibo City, and the one who killed was from the city lord's mansion. The sunlight in front of him seemed to be blocked, he looked up, and saw Yang Kai standing in front of him, arms folded, looking down from a high position, his eyes were like a giant dragon looking down on an ant, so disdainful glance. Little brother, spare me. The big man struggled to get up, suddenly knelt down on the ground, and kowtowed repeatedly. Little brother, please forgive me, it was my dog who looked down on people and accidentally offended the little brother, and please ask the little brother to be more generous. Compete with me. Compared with his own life, a little shame is nothing. He no longer has the guts to challenge Yang Kai. Want to survive? Yang Kai smiled at him. The big man nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai nodded, his expression softened. Well, I don't have to kill you. Thank you little brother, thank you little brother. The big man cried bitterly, I don't know what orders the little brother has. He is not stupid, knowing that Yang Kai is willing to let him go, there must be a price. Is your city lord still in the mansion? Yang Kai asked. Yes, the Lord City Master is in the mansion. Okay, lead the way. Yang Kai signaled. The big man froze, his expression became extremely weird. Hurry up, Yang Kai kicked and shouted. Yes, yes, yes. The big man quickly got up, not daring to be negligent, and hurriedly led the way. Fair, come with me, let's go to the city lord's mansion to make a fuss. Yang Kai waved at the girl in green and the others. Oh, several young people followed immediately. The old man was in a daze, until Yang Kai and others squeezed into the crowd and disappeared, then he suddenly came back to his senses, stomped his feet, and hurriedly followed. The onlookers were in an uproar. That young man really didn't seem to have died before. He killed someone in the city lord's mansion in Bibo City, and instead of running away quickly, he actually wanted to go to the city lord's mansion to make trouble. There really are such bold people in the world. What is his background? Is he really relying on something, or is he dead or alive? Full of curiosity, everyone wanted to know what would happen to this young man in the end, so naturally they all followed. For a time, the entire Bibo City was surging, and under the leadership of Yang Kai, a large number of warriors rushed towards the city lord's mansion, with a great momentum. But they are just watching the fun, if they really want to make them fight against the city lord's mansion, they don't have the guts. In the center of Bibo City, in front of a majestic palace, dozens of warriors are waiting in formation. Such a big event happened in the city, so naturally news had been sent back to the city lord's mansion. The city lord of Bibo City was furious and immediately ordered to meet the enemy. Tai Sui broke ground. As a subsidiary of Zontian City, Bibo City has a large number of warriors in the city lord's mansion, which is an extremely strong force. There are also a large number of warriors scattered around the city to deal with some sudden incidents. The city lord himself and the members of the presbytery are all strong void returning mirrors, and there are 2 of them in the 3rd level alone. With the power of a city alone, such a lineup is not weak. At this moment, the city lord Dan Ying had an angry expression on his face, and stood outside the city lord's mansion with his hands behind his back, staring at the bustling crowd walking towards this side in the distance. His eyes flickered, and soon fixed on a young man. He could tell at a glance that this young man was the one who took the lead in making trouble. One of his subordinates was covered in blood, and walked humbly ahead, as if he was leading the way for the young man. There was a sound of swallowing saliva, and the warriors of the city lord's mansion looked at the countless warriors who followed the young man, feeling a little uneasy. "What are you panicking?" Shan Ying yelled. "These people are just following the crowd, and they are not so bold as to dare to oppose my city lord's mansion. As long as we kill the leading young man, the others are nothing more than chickens and dogs." "Your city master is right, don't panic," a member of the Presbyterian church echoed. Hearing what they said, everyone might be secretly relieved. Not long after, Yang Kai and others arrived outside the city lord's mansion, but apart from him and a few people from the old man's family, the other spectators had already stopped at Beizong away. This is also the rule of Bibo City. The city lord's mansion has a radius of 100 feet, and no one is allowed to set foot, otherwise they will be killed. The spectators were frightened by the former majesty of the city lord's mansion, so naturally they didn't dare to go one step further. "That person is your city lord?" Yang Kai turned his gaze to Dan Ying and asked the big man in front of him. The big man's eyes wandered, and he nodded slightly in a subtle way. "Deacon Liu, what happened? Why did you bring so many people to the city lord's mansion to make trouble?" Dan Ying stared at the big man majestically and asked. The big man looked up at Dan Ying, his eyes flickered, and suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, his whole body turned into a sage, and he rushed over there like lightning. In an instant, he rushed to Dan Ying's side. Yang Kai sneered, and didn't try to stop it, as if he had expected this scene long ago. "My lord, forgive me," the big man yelled. "It's not that his subordinates are causing trouble, it's because they are persecuting them." "Who dares to force you?" Dan Ying's expression turned cold. "It's that kid." The big man turned his head and pointed at Yang Kai, out of Yang Kai's control, standing next to Dan Ying, which made him feel more secure, and he no longer had any scruples, pointing at Yang Kai and gritted his teeth. This subordinate just now together with Deacon Joe, they were collecting taxes, but they didn't want that kid to think of me as a high-level man, so he shot and killed Deacon Joe. Mansion, hand it over to the city lord. He was obviously groveling and living in the world, but in the mouth of a big man, he turned into a cowardly person who served a tiger with his body. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he couldn't help but give the big man a high look. Well done." Dan Ying nodded slightly. "Idiot, do you think it's safe to stand beside your city lord? If I want to kill you, your city lord can't keep you." Yang Kai sneered. "Presumptuous," Shan Ying yelled, "the boy is too arrogant, don't think that you can ignore the people of the world if you have a little bit of skill, this city lord wants to see how you can kill Deacon Liu in front of me." "Then you are watching." Yang Kai grinned, a golden light suddenly appeared in his left eye, and a lotus flower that was about to bloom appeared, and the lotus flower disappeared in a flash as soon as it appeared, and disappeared strangely. There was a scream, and the big man standing next to Dan Ying covered his head with his hands and fell to the ground, rolling up. The cry was horrific, it seemed that they had suffered some unimaginable torture, and everyone who heard the sound was heartbroken and shocked. No one knew what happened to that big man to cause such pain. It was only 3 breaths before and after, and there was a muffled bang. The big man's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, blood and brains were scattered all over the ground, and he was completely breathless. The sound of gasping for air sounded from all directions. Dan Ying and those warriors from the Presbyterian Church of Bibo City shook their bodies, their faces turned pale, and their eyes showed fear. The green-clothed girl standing behind Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, as if she hadn't realized what happened, but soon, her pretty face turned pale, and she ran to the side to retch, working extremely hard, as if she had drained all her bile vomited out. "See clearly." Yang Kai looked at Dan Ying disdainfully, and chuckled mockingly. Dan Ying's face was extremely ugly, gloomy and silent. He didn't know what Yang Kai did. With his void return 3-layer cultivation base, he did see something. He could kill Deacon Liu without moving, and the other party was clearly using a god. Knowledge of secrets. But how powerful his spiritual power must be to make Deacon Liu's head burst. Shan Ying asked herself that she couldn't do it no matter what. Enemy. Dan Ying no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, his expression became extremely dignified. To be continued, this text is provided by at Bu Tai Tai Han Mei. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1538 Who Doesn't Give Face? Dare to ask who is your excellency, and why did you come to my Bibo City to cause trouble? Dan Ying asked in a deep voice with a cold face. Is this important? Yang Kai pouted. Dan Ying frowned. My lord and your excellency have never met before, but your excellency is so unreasonable. Is it too much to kill the 2 deacons of my city lord's mansion? He has seen that Yang Kai's strength is extraordinary, so he dare not tear his face easily. At such an age and with such strength, I am afraid that this young man has some backing behind him. Before he finds out, Dan Ying dare not do anything casually. Is it too much? Yang Kai grinned. I don't think it's too much. I'm here today. Not only will I kill your 2 deacons, I'll even take your life, and anyone who dares to collude with you will have to die. All the warriors in the city lord's mansion were physically and mentally cold. Dan Ying's expression froze, but soon he burst out laughing. Interesting, interesting, my city lord has not seen such an interesting young man for a long time. Since you are so ignorant, then don't blame my city lord for treating you. You're welcome, kill him for me. Shameless, Dan Ying could not bear it with Yang Kai. The 2 deacons died. If he swallowed this breath, he might not have the slightest bit of majesty in the future. No matter what backer there is behind this young man, it will never be bigger than the one behind him, so Dan Ying has nothing to worry about. No longer bothering to chat with Yang Kai, waved his hand, and shouted loudly. Dozens of martial artists from the city lord's mansion were ordered to turn into beams of light and rushed towards Yang Kai with hideous expressions. Although the tragic death of the big man just now made everyone terrified of Yang Kai, but he was only one person after all, and the green-clothed girl and others who followed him were not taken seriously by the warriors of the city lord's mansion. There are so many people, they have full confidence to take Yang Kai down. There are many figures, and the brilliance of secret art treasures blooms. Shrouded towards Yang Kai. The girl in green and the others all turned pale, feeling the huge and chaotic energy fluctuations, and their eyes all showed despair. They thought they were doomed. Yang Kai remained motionless, the smile on the corner of his mouth getting colder and colder. He didn't stretch out his hand until the overwhelming attack rushed in front of him. A purple shield appeared leisurely. The shield was originally no more than the size of a washbasin, but after it appeared, it expanded suddenly, covering a radius of more than 10 feet in an instant. All attacks hit the shield. A series of tinkling sounds came, the brilliance splashed, and Yang Kai was unharmed. Void-level high-grade defense secret treasure. Dan Ying's eyes narrowed, and she recognized the grade of the shield immediately. Can't help showing hot light in the eyes. Void-level top-rank secret treasures are already hard to come by on Gloom Star, not to mention that this is a defensive secret treasure, which is more valuable than ordinary secret treasures. With this secret treasure, anyone's strength can be raised to a higher level in a straight line. Dan Ying became more and more sure that Yang Kai had a backer, otherwise where would he get such a good thing? Golden light suddenly burst out from behind the shield, and streaks of golden threads shot out. Roughly counting, there are at least 100 or so. Those golden silk threads are full of shocking energy and blood, and energy fluctuations that make people panic. They seem to be alive. The gold thread flickered back and forth, cutting among the crowd. No martial artist's body protector can resist the cutting and puncturing of the gold wire, and the thick body protector light of those people is like paper paste, which is not vulnerable to a single blow. Even ordinary defense secret treasures can't stop the sharpness of these gold threads. It was cut in half, lost spirituality, and was completely scrapped. The screams sounded continuously. Blood splattered, severed limbs were scattered all over the ground, large heads flew into the air, and corpses fell down one after another. The warriors of the city lord's mansion screamed in horror, and the survivors saw something bad and hurriedly retreated, trying to escape from Yang Kai's side. Are you going to run away? Since you are here, don't leave. Yang Kai shook his head slowly, with a faint sneer on the corner of his mouth. Under the control of spiritual mind, those golden blood threads flew and cut more and more quickly. Dancing like demons, everyone only saw a flash of golden light and heard the creepy screams. As for what happened on the battlefield, only a few people can see clearly. Hurry up, send a letter to Zhan Tiancheng, and let the Lord Liang come to help. Dan Ying turned pale, and hurriedly shouted at the person beside him. He faintly felt that even if he was himself, he might not be the opponent of this young man, so he didn't hesitate. The land sent people to move rescuers. Hearing the order, the man turned around and rushed into the city lord's mansion without hesitation. The horrific screams continued, but gradually became weaker than before. Gradually, no one screamed anymore. Jin Guangyu restrained himself, revealing the area again. Everyone looked around, and after seeing the situation there, the soles of their feet cramped. With Yang Kai as the center, there is no living person within a radius of 10 feet, and all the enemies who rushed up to attack him just now were killed and killed on the spot. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel, and the strong smell of blood soared into the sky, making people want to vomit. Hundreds of meters away, the warriors' onlookers were stunned, and some people kept rubbing their eyes, subconsciously rejecting everything they saw. Behind Yang Kai, the old man and the green-clothed girl were also stunned, staring at Yang Kai's back stupidly, their mouths opened wide and unable to close. The delicate body of the girl in green was trembling, half from fear and nausea, and half from inexplicable excitement. Just now Yang Kai said to let her come to the city lord's mansion to make trouble, let her sweep the formation. She agreed, but now she knows that Yang Kai doesn't need someone to sweep the formation, he can destroy the entire city lord's mansion by himself. The scene became eerily quiet, and the breeze blew by, sending the bloody smell to every corner of Bibo City. Few people have seen this kind of massacre. The broken limbs are flying around, and the internal organs are full of blood. It is beyond description of bloody and cruel. Dan Ying and the members of the Presbyterian Church almost collapsed. Kill him, kill them, little brother did a good job, don't let these people go, kill them all. Suddenly, the sound of shouting came from the crowd of onlookers hundreds of feet away. With every response, the whole city echoed this cry from the bottom of my heart. Warriors of Bibo City, the past few years have been very unsatisfactory, being exploited by the city lord's mansion, being bullied wantonly by those people. Even if he wants to leave this city, he can't find another way out. Many people were killed, many small families were wiped out, and some young and beautiful women were raped and plundered but did not dare to resist. They've had enough. It's just a Bibo City lord's mansion, maybe they don't take it seriously. But Ling Xiaozong and the others dare not disobey. 3 years ago, the three top forces of Gloom Star, Zontianmeng and Leitezong. Xingdi Mountain was crushed to powder under the iron hoof of Ling Xiaozong. Ling Xiaozong has become the most powerful force in Gloomy Star. This is a daunting sect. There is the shadow of Ling Xiaozong behind Bibo City, so even if the warriors here are not happy, they dare not blatantly resist. Anger and hatred are like good wine, the longer it is stored, the more intense it becomes. This scene today, the dissatisfaction in everyone's hearts erupted. They began to support Yang Kai's actions, and began to vent their anger in their hearts, wanting to see that good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Someone bravely stepped forward, walked towards this side, stood behind Yang Kai, and glared at Dan Ying and the others. More people came over. The city lord's mansion is within a radius of 100 feet. The rule that idlers are not allowed to set foot was suddenly broken. The dense crowd yelled the word, "Kill," in unison, and the murderous aura form soared into the sky, and Dan Ying and the others, who were shocked, backed away again and again, their expressions horrified. Even if a Void King realm expert stands here, he probably won't be able to face such momentum. Dan Ying never thought that these people who are usually obedient to him would dare to yell at him like this, and his calves were shaking. "My lord, right, are you committing suicide, or do you want me to do it? Say it first. If I do it, maybe you will suffer some torture, and you won't die so easily." Yang Kai looked at the front with a sneer. The corners of Dan Ying's eyes twitched, and he growled fiercely and softly, "Boy, do you know who you offended today? I belong to the Lord Liang Yang of Zontian City, and my Bibo City is under the jurisdiction of Ling Xiaozong. It doesn't matter what your background is, or where did you come from, if you dare to offend my Bibo City today, you will not end well. If you are sensible, leave quickly. The lord of this city can let the past go, if not, I will look good with you." Ling Xiaozong. Yang Kai chuckled, "Don't tarnish the reputation of Ling Xiaozong. Ling Xiaozong won't let you do those things." "You don't believe it?" Dan Ying gritted her teeth. "Do you believe me or not?" Yang Kai sneered. Who is so bold and dare not take Ling Xiaozong seriously? An angry shout suddenly came from the city lord's mansion. "I want to see, with the lessons learned from the Thunder Typhoon sect of the Zontian League, who wants to be an enemy of Ling Xiaozong." Hearing this voice, Dan Ying, who had a grey complexion, was suddenly overjoyed, and quickly turned his head to look into the city lord's mansion, like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw, and the previous panic was swept away. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a hint of evil, and he also cast his gaze there. In a short time, someone walked out of the city lord's mansion, not angry but arrogant. Behind him, one after another, the void returning mirror experts came one after another, with haughty expressions. Dan Ying has met City Lord Liang. Dan Ying hastily clasped his fists in salute. He sent someone to send a message to Liang Yang just now, but he didn't expect the other party to rush over through the space magic circle so quickly. There is help now. The strong man in Zontian City is more than a little bit stronger than Bibo City. No matter how good that kid is, he might have to catch the Lord of Shangliang without a fight. Liang Yang nodded lightly, glanced at Dan Ying, and snorted coldly, "You are becoming more and more useless as a city lord. I heard that someone is causing trouble here, but you can't solve it. Master Liang, please forgive me. Shan Ying was in a cold sweat, and hurriedly said, it's true that the brat who made the trouble was of extraordinary strength, and dozens of his subordinates were brutally killed by him. I also ask Lord Liang to uphold justice for Shan. Since my city lord is here, I will naturally not sit idly by. Who is causing trouble and not giving me face in Ling Shaozong? Liang Yang asked with a cold snort. Chapter 1539 See Suzerain. It's that kid. Hearing Liang Yang's question, Shan Ying pointed and gritted his teeth. It's him, he didn't pay attention to our Ling Shaozong at all. Shan has already told him clearly that Bibo City is under the jurisdiction of Ling Shaozong. Shan Ying, a certain person, is also a member of City Lord Liang, but this kid is arrogant and reckless, he doesn't believe it at all, so please ask City Lord Liang to teach him a lesson. After finishing speaking, Dan Ying looked at Yang Kai triumphantly, his gaze was full of pleasure and anticipation. He was looking forward to seeing Yang Kai begging for mercy on his knees, so that he could vent his anger. But to his disappointment, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic at all, he still stood there so calmly, with his hands folded in front of his chest, an inexplicable sneer at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes stared arrogantly at Liang Yang. The kid is really brave. City Lord Liang came here in person, but he was not afraid at all. At this moment, Dan Ying couldn't help admiring Yang Kai. But if he is so defiant, it will only irritate City Lord Liang even more, and the end will definitely be even worse. Dan Ying sneered in his heart, glanced at Liang Yang intentionally or unintentionally, and saw him striding away, rushing towards Yang Kai quickly. Dan Ying couldn't help but widen her eyes, secretly looking forward to the good show. The green-clothed girl and the others also squeezed sweat in their palms, and their expressions were panicked. The countless warriors who supported Yang Kai and stood behind him just now, seeing Liang Yang's aggressiveness, also subconsciously stepped back a few steps, and Yang Kai pulled open a little distance, for fear that the city gate will catch fire and the fish in the pond will be affected. Some people have secretly regretted being so impulsive just now. They have heard about Liang Yang's name for a long time. Since the Zontian League was destroyed, he has been the city lord of Zontian City, under the direct management of Ling Shaozong. Although the Ling Shao sect has been well known in the past few years, they seem to be very low-key. No one has ever heard of a Ling Shao sect disciple showing up outside. And Liang Yang seems to have become Ling Shaozong's spokesperson to the outside world. Now that he has come here, no matter how strong he is, he represents the behemoth Ling Shaozong. Even if he is an ordinary person who has never practiced, no one dares to attack him. What's more, he is still a top powerhouse in the Void Return third layer, and his strength alone exceeds that of Dan Ying. The boy is finished. Many people looked at Yang Kai, showing a trace of sympathy. No matter how big the backer this kid is, no one would dare to avenge him if he died here today. The distance of more than 10 feet was shortened in an instant. Liang Yang hurriedly rushed to Yang Kai, without the slightest pause, stretched out his hand and swung his skirt back, knelt down on one knee, and said in a deep voice, "Subordinate Liang Yang, see suzerain." The movements are clean and agile, as if they have been rehearsed countless times without any muddling. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, he looked down at him condescendingly, the sneer on the corner of his mouth was still the same, it seemed unfathomable. The eyeballs all over the place were jumping around. All the people who saw this scene opened their mouths wide and their eyes widened, almost thinking that they had read wrongly, almost thought that they had heard wrongly, as if they were in a dream. The scene was silent, but somewhere in the dark, there seemed to be a chill shrouded in front of the city lord's mansion, making many people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Dan Ying was stunned, and stared at Liang Yang in a daze. He suddenly found that Liang Yang's forehead was dripping with sweat, and the sweat condensed together and turned into sweat beads, sliding down his cheeks from his forehead. Tick, tick, Dan Ying's body shook violently, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he suddenly remembered a message he had heard before. It is said that Yang Kai, the suzerain of Ling Shaozong, seems to be a young man, and according to the various descriptions he has heard, he has some vague similarities with the troublemaker in front of him. And what Liang Yang called him just now seemed to be. Dan Ying rolled her eyes and almost passed out. The subordinates are waiting to see the suzerain, but they don't know that the suzerain is coming. If they are far away, please forgive me. Chi Chi shouted from the warriors brought by Liang Yang, shaking the world and everyone's hearts. The green-clothed girl was once again sluggish, looking at Yang Kai foolishly. It took a long time before she seemed to understand something, and a strange brilliance appeared in her beautiful eyes. Liang Yang, Yang Kai called out lightly. The subordinate is here. Liang Yang replied quickly, his voice seemed to be trembling. I haven't seen you for a few years, you are promising. Yang Kai sneered lightly. Subordinates dare not. Liang Yong's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, his whole body was like being fished out of the water, his clothes were soaked in sweat, he could hear the dissatisfaction in Yang Kai's words, he hurriedly said, this subordinate has no way to control his subordinates, let the suzerain suffer, and ask the suzerain to punish him. Well, wait for the one who punished you first, but the suzerain is very curious, when did you join the Lingxiao sect? The suzerain didn't say anything, who accepted you? Liang Yong shuddered, looking viciously at Dan Ying from the corner of his eye, the hatred in his heart was hard to describe in words. He received information in Zontian City just now, and heard that there was trouble here, and even if he brought a group of people here through the space magic circle, how could he know that as soon as he walked out of the city lord's mansion, he would see the person he feared the most in his life? He wished he could tear the eyeless idiot Dan Ying into pieces. Sovereign Master Mingzhan, my subordinates look forward to the majesty of the sect, and intend to join it and throw their heads in blood for the sect, but they have not been able to do so. The subordinates are highly valued by the suzerain. As the master of Zontian City, they govern Zontian City for the suzerain and the sect, and raise supplies, but the subordinates are only survivors of Zontianmeng, fearing that they will not be able to convince the public, so it is a last resort to declare this to the outside world. Vice City Master Zhe also knows about this. Liang Yong pondered for a while, and hurriedly reported. Really, Shao Qi, is there such a thing? Yang Kai raised his head and looked at a warrior with buck teeth in the crowd. The latter nodded. Well, since this is the case, then forget about it. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Hearing what he said, Liang Yong couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Before letting go of the heart, I heard Yang Kai say, let's talk about this Bibo City. Liang Yong's heart twitched, and a bad feeling hit him from head to toe. I heard that Bibo City is attached to Zontian City. Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong and asked. Returning to the suzerain, there is indeed such a thing. Not only Bibo City, but all the cities within a radius of several million miles are attached to Zontian City. There are about 9 large and small cities in total. Good job. Yang Kai grinned. Thank you, Sect Master, for your compliment. It is an honor for my subordinates to serve the sect. So, all the actions in Bibo City were instructed by Zontianchang. Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong with a smile. Liang Yong panicked and said quickly, that's not the case. The subordinates just let these affiliated cities pay some supplies or holy crystals every year. As for all the subordinates in the city, they did not interfere, and they are all managed by their respective city lords' mansions. The answer is not bad. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. Sect Master, Zhe Qi looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, what happened to Bibo City? I just came here today, and I don't know much. If you want to know more, you might as well ask these people. Yang Kai stretched out his finger to the countless warriors who were watching. Zhe Qi pondered for a while, vaguely feeling that things were a bit difficult, and hurriedly walked over from the front, came to the front of the crowd and clasped his fists and said, everyone, let's go to Zhe Qi to fight against the Deputy City Lord of Tiancheng, a disciple of Lingxiao sect. Let me tell you, Zhe Mo guarantees with the reputation of the sect that no one will embarrass you. The scene was completely silent, no one spoke, and they all stared at Zhe Qi blankly. They were afraid and didn't trust Zhe Qi, so naturally they didn't have the guts to expose the old background of Bibo City's Lord's mansion. The girl in green opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but swallowed it down again. If Fair has anything to say, just tell me, I am here, no one dares to do anything to you. Yang Kai observed his words and gave a sigh of relief. The girl in green seemed to have gained encouragement and courage. She took a deep breath and said softly, Fair's fourth uncle was beaten to death by the city lord's mansion 2 years ago because he refused to pay the holy crystal. And today, everyone in the city lord's mansion wants to take away the profits we have worked so hard to get. Not only that, but even Fair wants to take it away. If Brother Yang didn't take action, the consequences would be disastrous. Another young man shouted. Zhe Qi's expression darkened. Bibo City is not a place for people to stay. We have to pay 70% of all proceeds to the city lord's mansion. We can't live anymore. There is a roster in the city lord's mansion. People who are included in the roster are not allowed to leave Bibo City, but they will be killed if they find out. Many people who wanted to leave Bibo City have already died. Sporadic yelling began to be heard from the crowd, and soon, countless people started yelling. Zhe Qi's face became more and more gloomy, and Yang Kai's expression became more and more gloomy. After a long while, those quarrels gradually subsided. Yang Kai and Zhe Qi looked at each other, and they could see the anger in each other's eyes. The vicious things Bibo City did were nothing. The Gloom Star is so big, there will always be a place like this, but what annoys Yongkai is that Bibo City is acting in the name of Ling Xiaozong. Otherwise, the city lord's mansion would have been raised by countless warriors. The great prestige of Ling Xiaozong made Bibo City dare not resist even though there were complaints. This is discrediting Ling Xiaozong. If things go on like this, Ling Xiaozong will not have a foothold in the Gloomy Star. Within a radius of several million miles of Zontian City, there are 9 cities, such as Bibo City. What about the other cities? Xiaoqi, you are incompetent as a city lord. Yongkai glanced at him. Jie Qi looked ashamed. He didn't expect the situation outside to be like this. Since Yongkai asked him to stay in Zontian City as the deputy city lord 3 years ago, he has never left Zontian City, and he lives in seclusion on weekdays, occasionally paying attention to the situation of Zontian City. Over there, they strictly complied with the measures to attract people's hearts that Yongkai had promulgated when he left. The low tax was almost negligible, and attracted a large number of warriors to settle down. Today's Zontian City is overcrowded and thriving. But other cities under the jurisdiction of Zontian City are not like this. Under the cover of that glamorous appearance, some people are secretly doing some vicious and dehumanizing deeds. Fortunately, Yongkai discovered it early, otherwise the consequences would be difficult to estimate. Thinking of this, Jie Qi broke out in cold sweat and became angry at the same time. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1540. Please rest in peace. I suddenly found out that it was Monday, and begged for a recommendation ticket. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Liang Yong, don't tell this suzerain, you don't know anything about this place. Yongkai sneered and looked towards Liang Yong. The latter's body trembled, his expression was terrified, and he said in a panicked voice, Sovereign Master Mingzhan, this subordinate really didn't know about this matter, and this is the first time that this subordinate has heard of it today before knowing that the situation in Bibo City is so bad. How dare he admit that he has seen Yongkai's methods before? If he admits it, this place is the place where he will be buried today. It cannot be admitted anyway, so Liang Yong vetoed it. If you don't see the coffin, you won't shed tears. You have to find evidence before you give up. In this case, this suzerain will fulfill you, then give me your space ring. Yongkai's expression turned cold, and he shouted in a low voice. Liang Yong was breaking out in cold sweat, so he was not willing to agree, so he could only say, Sect Master, please think again. The subordinates are loyal to the Sect Master, and will never go against the Sect Master's wishes and do things that tarnish the sect's reputation. The space ring is the secrecy of the subordinates. Even if the suzerain asks, the subordinates will never agree to it, so please forgive me. Stop talking nonsense. Yongkai snorted coldly, reached out and grabbed the ring on Liang Yong's hand. A trace of struggle flashed across Liang Yong's face, and his eyes became determined. Seeing Yongkai stretch out his hand and the Saint Yuan in his body revolving violently, he wanted to resist. How could he have known that with just such a movement, the surrounding space suddenly became incomparably frozen, and waves of violent pressure came from all directions, making it difficult for him to move forward. There was a loud hissing sound, and small space cracks visible to the naked eye, swimming around him like fish. Liang Yong's liver and gallbladder were torn apart, so he didn't dare to make any moves, for fear that he would be swallowed by these space cracks. In a blink of an eye, his space ring had already fallen into Yongkai's hands, and Liang Yong's face suddenly turned pale. Grabbing his space ring, Yongkai sneered softly, his divine sense swept across the ring, his face gradually darkened. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a series of clattering sounds came. In front of the city lord's mansion, a hill-like high-grade saint crystal immediately appeared. Looking at the huge number of holy crystals, the people around couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and bursts of exclamations came out. Have they ever seen such a large fortune? Although no one has counted them in detail, there are so many holy crystals that are almost calculated in billions. If you get them, you may not have to worry about cultivation for a few lifetimes. In addition to Saint Crystal, there are also various boxes. I don't know what is contained in those boxes, but the boxes themselves are all carved out of valuable materials. It is conceivable that the contents must be the same. So many good things, where did you come from? Yongkai looked at Liang Yong sullenly, give me a reasonable explanation, I don't need to kill you. Liang Yong's face was ashen, and he couldn't explain clearly at all. The evidence is already in front of him. If he hadn't seized the wealth of the 9 cities under the jurisdiction of Zontian City, how could he have such a huge family property by himself? No one can do this. The suzerain, forgive me, the suzerain, the subordinates know that they are wrong, and ask the suzerain to give the subordinates a chance to perform their crimes and make meritorious deeds, and the subordinates will definitely live up to their trust. Liang Yong shouted loudly. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Everything can be one or two, Liang Yong, this suzerain surrounded you in Luodi Mountain and survived, and didn't take your life in Zontian City, because you are more or less usable, but now. You rest in peace. After the words fell, Yang Kai reached out and covered Liang Yong. Liang Yong seemed to want to hide, but he didn't know why, he couldn't dodge at all, and was directly grabbed by Yang Kai's head. Sheng Yuan burst out, Liang Yong screamed, and there were bursts of violent cracking sounds in his body. With the thought of the voice, his breath of life suddenly disappeared. After Yang Kai stopped, Liang Yong was completely lifeless, and collapsed on the ground, with dark red blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Everyone was silent, looking at Yang Kai with complicated eyes. Many of them are well aware of Liang Yong's strength, that is the top cultivation of the Void Return 3rd layer, even if it is not as good as the dead leader of the Zontian League, it will not be too bad. But such a strong man was crushed to death by Yang Kai with one hand. No more difficult than pinching an ant. Although most people have long heard that Yang Kai's strength is extraordinary, it is only a rumor after all, and it is only when they actually see it with their own eyes that they know that the rumors are true, and his strength is even more terrifying than the rumors. Dan Ying was already dumbfounded, she fell limply on the ground, her eyes glazed over. He pinned all his hopes on Liang Yong, thinking that City Lord Liang could stand up for him and teach Yang Kai a lesson. But the development of the situation made him terrified. First, Liang Yong called the young man the suzerain, which made Dan Ying vaguely guess his real identity, and then Liang Yong, whom he regarded as his reliance, was crushed to death. He has always regarded Ling Xiaozong as his backer, and he pretends to be a tiger, how could he know that he accidentally offended the helm of the backer? Where is there a way out here? He saw Yang Kai's gaze swept over him, but he didn't stop there casually, it was a gaze that completely ignored his own existence, as if he was not a threat to him at all. Hey, I don't know how many of you people are involved in this matter, but don't be too nervous. Liang Yong is dead, and the suzerain doesn't want to start killing again. This matter will stop here. If you still want to live, you should know how to do it. Yang Kai looked at the warriors who followed Liang Yong. Most of these people were warriors from the Zontian League, and some were recruited by Liang Yong later, and all of them were Void Return mirrors. My subordinates thank the suzerain for not killing me. Everyone agreed in unison, and immediately turned around, staring at Dan Ying. No, Shan Ying yelled in horror. It was already too late. Those people swarmed up and directly submerged Dan Ying, all kinds of secret techniques and treasures bombarded him, beat him to the bone, and died tragically on the spot. Shao Qi, deal with the matter here, and tell me the result as quickly as possible. Yang Kai looked at Jie Qi and ordered. Yes, where is the deputy city lord of Bibo City? Yang Kai looked forward again. This is my subordinate. An old man with a wretched appearance hurried out, his calves were still swaying, and he nodded and bowed to Yang Kai. Well, take me to see the warehouse in Bibo City. Sovereign, please. The old man dared not be negligent, and hurriedly led the way. A moment later, Yang Kai stood in the warehouse of Bibo City, looking at the dazzling array of supplies and a large number of saint crystals, clicking his tongue continuously. The so-called people's fat and people's ointment probably refer to these things. Let someone empty the warehouse and hand over all the things to Jie Qi, he should know how to deal with it. Yang Kai ordered, turned and left. The old man respectfully said yes from behind. 3 days later, in the city lord's mansion, Yang Kaidwan sat on a chair, listening to Jie Qi's report. Sovereign, Liang Yong, Dan Ying's space ring and all the things in the Bibo City warehouse have been dispersed. The subordinates asked the warriors in Bibo City to report the saint crystals they had paid. After checking and verifying, they returned all the things and informed them. What happened here was not instructed by me, Ling Xiaozong, but Dan Ying made a good idea, and everyone who heard the news applauded and praised the great kindness of the suzerain. Stop flattering. Yang Kai glanced at him. For some reason, the more he looked at Jie Qi, the more he felt that he was wretched, and he didn't know how Yi Xian adopted this guy back then. Jie Qi smiled awkwardly. Liang Yong is dead. Zontian City has no leader now, you have to work hard for a while, and stay there to sit in charge. If you can cultivate a capable and reliable manpower, let him take over the position of the city lord, and then you can return to the sect. Forget about these trifles. Yes, that's what I plan to. Jie Qi nodded. What about the other cities under the jurisdiction of Zontian City? Is the situation the same as here? Yang Kai asked again. It's not the same. The severity of the situation is different. Some are more serious, some are unharmed, and the most serious one is Bibo City. Well, that's good. Anyway, how to deal with it is up to you. Sect Master, rest assured that Shaoqi will not do those things that are harmful to nature. By the way, Su Master, I have sent the news of your return back to the sect. The first elder and her old man really want to know how you are doing now. Me, I'm fine. Tell her I'll be back soon, so she doesn't have to worry. Yes, Zheqi nodded. There is one more thing to tell the suzerain. Say it. Outside the city lord's mansion, there are a few people who have been asking to see you, saying that they know you. Zheqi looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Yang Kai pondered for a while, and immediately knew who was going to see him. He nodded and said, "Let them come in." Zheqi took the order to leave, and after a while, an old man led several young people in timidly. Yang Kai got up and greeted him with a smile. "I have seen Sect Master Yang." The old man quickly saluted. "You don't need to be too polite, old man." Yang Kai chuckled, glanced behind him, and looked at the green-clothed girl, who was staring at him with a pair of big eyes, unblinking, full of curiosity. "What are you doing in a daze? Why don't you hurry up and salute? It doesn't matter whether it's big or small." The old man scolded softly. Yang Kai waved his hand. "No need, this is very good." The old man smiled wryly and said, "Don't blame Sect Master Yang, these young people haven't seen the world very much, please forgive me if they offend you." Well, this old man came here just to thank Sect Master Yang for upholding justice for all the residents of Bibo City. To avenge the death of the fourth child of my family, and ask Sect Master Yang to be worshipped by the old man. Don't be too polite, old man. If you really want to talk about things here, I, Ling Xiaozong, also have some responsibilities. If Ling Xiaozong hadn't been negligent, you wouldn't have made it like this. I'm to blame for this. But fortunately, I didn't find it too late. I hope that in the future make up for it. It is our honor to live in Bibo City and be governed by the Ling Xiao sect. The old man said solemnly. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and grinned at the green-clothed girl. "Why do you keep looking at me? Don't you recognize me?" The girl in green blushed, and said in a low voice, "Are you really the suzerain of Ling Xiao sect? Are you not lying?" My biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 1541. Everything remains the same. Fair. The old man was startled, and he gave her a hasty look. The girl couldn't help but pouted. Yang Kai chuckled, nodded and said, "Yes, I am the sect master of Ling Xiao sect, there is nothing to pretend to be, right? I'm just asking." The girl stuck out her tongue, biting her red lips as if she had made up her mind suddenly, and said, "You are the master of Ling Xiao sect, so your words should be very useful, right? It should work. Then can you take me into Ling Xiaozong?" As soon as this remark came out, the old man turned pale with fright, and hurriedly confessed his crimes from the sidelines. He knew that Ling Xiaozong never accepted people. A strong man like Liang Yang is just the lord of Zontian City, and he has not really become a member of the Ling Xiao sect. Fair in his own family is only in the Holy Realm. How can he to worship such a sect? Although he was pleading guilty in fear, the old man also had some expectations. If Fair can really join the Ling Xiao sect, there will be a bright future in the future. Now on Gloomy Star, Ling Xiaozong's family is the only one, no other sect can compete with it. How can it be so bad to enter such a sect? Yang Kai stopped the old man from chattering, and looked at the girl leisurely. "Do you want to join Ling Xiaozong?" The girl nodded. "Why?" Yang Kai asked. "It's good to enjoy the shade under the big tree." The girl replied immediately without thinking. The face of the old man who was listening twitched. Yang Kai was also stunned for a while before bursting into laughter. "If I become a disciple of the Ling Xiao sect, no one will dare to bully the disciples of our family in the future," the girl added with a blushing face. Yang Kai smiled more cheerfully. "Okay, although there are some selfishness. But it can be considered straightforward by nature. Since you want to enter Ling Xiaozong so much, then the suzerain will accept you." Ah, the girl's expression froze, as if she didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. She thought she would definitely be rejected, and she was already mentally prepared. "Stupid girl, why don't you thank the suzerain for your kindness?" The old man quickly winked at the side. Only then did the girl come to her senses. She quickly knelt down and prostrated. Several young people who came with her looked at her enviously. "Okay, get up. I'll give you a day to deal with family affairs. I will set off to return to the sect in a day. You will come with me when the time comes." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Yes." The girl bit her red lips, blushing and replied excitedly. There is no need for Yang Kai to worry about Bibo City, and Zantian City does not need him to deal with it. A day later, Yang Kai took the girl in green through Bibo City's space magic circle. Pass directly to Zantian City, and then go to Demon Blood City from Zantian City's magic circle. Today's Demon Blood City, it has been renamed Lingxiao City. It is a bridge between Ling Xiaozong, who lives deep in the Luyan Sandy Land, and the outside world, and it is also a city directly under the jurisdiction of Ling Xiaozong. A few years ago, the great elder of the Demon Blood sect and the glamorous leader died in the hands of Yang Kai in the Emperor Garden and his party. As a result, the Demon Blood sect continued to fight among themselves, causing countless high-level deaths and injuries. After a few years, the sect almost collapsed. Seeing the situation, Yi Xian led people to occupy the Demon Blood city closest to the Zongmen and renamed it Lingxiao City. Not to mention that the Demon Blood cult is now in decline and dare not resist, even in the heyday of the Demon Blood cult, with the strength of the Ling Xiaozong, if they wanted to occupy the Demon Blood city, the Demon Blood cult did not dare to resist. The Demon Blood city was acquired so easily and became the property of Ling Xiaozong. All materials and warriors are transferred through Lingxiao City. Although Ling Xiaozong is still inside Luyan Sandfield, it is much more convenient to communicate with the outside world. As soon as you appeared on the space magic circle, Yang Kai heard roaring shouts. The subordinates are waiting to welcome the suzerain back to the sect. The tidy voice startled Lu Feier, and the girl in green hurriedly hid behind Yang Kai in a panic. Yang Kai swept his eyes, and suddenly found that almost all the high-level officials of Ling Xiaozong were here, and the leader was Great Elder Yi Xian. They were obviously hearing the news and waiting here. Yi Xian couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief seeing that Yang Kai was intact with no missing arms or legs. During Ling Jufeng's battle, Yang Kai, Qi Tianchi, and Fang Peng suddenly disappeared. This disappearance lasted for 3 years. The entire Lingxiao sect was worried about Yang Kai, and they also searched for news from all directions, but unfortunately they found nothing. Yang Kai seemed to have disappeared from this cultivation star for nothing. Now that she finally returned safely, Yi Xian is of course happy. After looking at it, Mei Mo couldn't help shrinking. She suddenly discovered that Yang Kai's cultivation had already reached the void return second layer. However, Yi Xian's mind is calm, and he has seen countless strong winds and waves, and he can't help but be shocked by this discovery. It's only been a few years, and he has made another step forward in the void return mirror. Isn't the suzerain's cultivation speed a bit too exaggerated? The great elder has worked hard. Yang Kai nodded at Yi Xian lightly. Everyone has worked hard too. The suzerain is serious. We have nothing to work hard for, but the suzerain has been troubled in recent years. Yi Xian pursed her lips and smiled. Her beautiful eyes turned on Lu Feier, and she looked at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing how he brought it. A girl from the Saint King realm came over. This girl wants to join the Lingxiao sect, and the sect master decided to accept it. Yang Kai explained casually. I see. Yi Xian nodded. Come on, don't hide, meet the elders first. Yang Kai fished Lu Feier out from behind. The girl in green blushed and swept across everyone's faces excitedly, her beautiful eyes filled with adoration and reverence. These people are the strongest people from the most powerful sect on Gloom Star. Everyone here stomps their feet casually, and Gloom Star will probably tremble 3 times. She has never seen such a big battle. At last, I have a good temper. After calming down, I hurriedly bowed and saw you. There is no need to be too polite. Since you are included by the suzerain, you will be a disciple of my Lingxiao sect from now on. If you practice hard in the sect, if you perform well enough, you may not be able to worship the people in front of you and become their disciples. Yi Xian looked at her kindly. Yes, Lu Feier nodded excitedly. Let's go back and talk about it first. Yang Kai signaled. Half a day later, Ling Xiaozong took the helm. In the meeting hall, all the elders gathered to report to Yang Kai the situation of Ling Xiaozong in the past 3 years. The best way to describe it is to come in by leaps and bounds. Not to mention anything else, just the joining of more than 200 warriors from Xingdi Mountain made Ling Xiaozong's overall strength leap to number 1 in Gloom Star. This is indisputable, no sect can compare with today's Ling Xiaozong. In addition, led by Zantian City, each city under its jurisdiction also earns a large amount of income every year, and today's Ling Xiaozong doesn't need to worry about training materials at all. There were not many people. The materials are continuously transported in from all directions. Now Ling Xiaozong has 3 large warehouses, each of which is full, but it is still not enough. Yi Xian plans to open up more. There are also 2 major allies, Qian Tianzong and Shadow Moon Palace. These 2 forces have always been friends with Yang Kai. During the 3 years when Yang Kai disappeared, both forces have provided great help to the development of Ling Xiaozong. So Yi Xian also decided to form an alliance with these two sects. Under the combination of the strong, it can also be mutually beneficial and exchange what is needed. There are countless forces that want to form an alliance with Ling Xiaozong. However, he had no way to make a relationship, and could only envy the opportunities of Shadow Moon Hall and Qian Tianzong. Yang Kai listened for a while, nodding in satisfaction. Today's Ling Xiao sect is on the right track. When he founded the sect, he never thought that the sect would have the scale and lineup it has today. Back then, he just brought Wu Yi and others, drove a battleship, and came here to settle down. It can be said that the destruction of Zontian League, Lei Taizong and Xingdi Mountain provided unimaginable assistance for the rapid rise of Ling Xiaozong. Without the demise of these three forces, there would be no Ling Xiaozong today. They have all become stepping stones for Ling Xiao City to become famous. Half a day later, the elders dispersed, and Yang Kai left Yi Xian behind. The great elder also knew that Yang Kai must have other important inquiries, so before Yang Kai could speak, he took the initiative to say, if the suzerain wants to ask about the situation of the adults, the subordinates can only say that everything is as usual. Is everything the same as before? Yang Kai murmured. Well, the suzerain don't need to worry, since your lord said that you can sleep for 10 or 20 years, then we just need to wait patiently. That's right. Yang Kai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. In addition, the suzerain's weapon spirit is currently recuperating in the 5th floor's earth lung fire veins, and the subordinate of the green long sword has also brought it back and placed it in the suzerain's Tianyi palace. I see. In fact, Yi Xian didn't need to say much. As soon as Yang Kai returned to the flowing flame sand field, he sensed the position of his two great helpers. After all, whether it is the fire bird or the dragon bone sword, they are all connected with him. Back then when Qi Tianchi used the mysterious boundary bead to drag him into the mysterious small boundary, the dragon bone sword Dikui was still outside, and later in the battle, the fire bird artifact spirit was also exiled, leaving only stone puppet around Yang Kai. Yi Xian will naturally bring them back. Back then, what happened? Why did the suzerain suddenly disappear? Is it related to the emperor's treasure? Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then asked solemnly. She only knew that the mysterious boundary bead was an emperor treasure, but she didn't know the power of that bead. In the history of Xingdi Mountain, no one has been able to refine it, and Yi Xian has no clue about the power of the bead. Well, Qi Tianchi got me into a mysterious small world. Yang Kai replied. Shaoxuanji. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Fortunately, after spending 3 years, I finally got out of trouble. The great elder doesn't have to worry too much. Seeing that he didn't intend to talk more, Yi Xian naturally didn't ask any more questions. After thinking for a while, he suddenly took out something and handed it to Yang Kai Dao. My lord sent me a message in my deep sleep, asking me to give this thing to you, saying that I want you to keep it safe. Star Emperor Token. Yang Kai looked at what Yi Xian handed over, and gave a low shout. Reaching out to take it, caressing Xingdi Mountain, Yang Kai's face was full of dignity. I already have more than 4 pieces of this kind of thing in my hand. The first piece was given to him by the ghost ancestor, and the emperor's supernatural power was sealed inside. 3 pieces were brought by Zhe Qi, and the 4th piece is the one in front of me. To be continued. Chapter 1542 Freak. Yang Yan also said before that the great emperor made a total of 10 star emperor tokens, each of which was sealed with a magical power that belonged to the great emperor. Now that she wants to keep it safe by herself, is there any mystery hidden in this Star Emperor token? But no matter what is hidden, I am afraid it will take 10 yuan to reveal it. But it's not easy to get it all together. It has been so many years since he entered the star domain, and by various chances and coincidences, he only has $4, and God knows where the remaining $6 are. The only thing Yang Kai knows is that the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce has a piece on the main planet Shuiyu, which was unintentionally learned when he was chatting with Shuiyu back then. He didn't think too much. After carefully collecting the 4th Star Emperor token, he asked Yi Xian to send a message to Qian Tongfeijitu and Qian Tianzong, telling them that the time had come, and then left from the hall. 3 years ago, Yang Kai was planning a long voyage. If there is no previous incident, I am afraid that he is already in the star field now. Because of the provocation from Xingdi Mountain, I had to delay it. Now that I have escaped from the predicament, it is time to sail away to find the way home, and to find the beautiful woman who does not know where in the star field. On the way to Tianyi Palace, Su Yan's face flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, his eyes softened. Back then, Tongshuan continent parted ways, and looking back, it has been more than 20 years. In the past 20 years, through ups and downs, his cultivation base has also climbed from the Holy Realm to the Void Return Mirror, which is more than 100 times stronger than when he broke into the star field without hesitation. But there is no peak in martial Tao. The higher the realm of cultivation, the more Yang Kai discovered his own shortcomings. He desperately wants to become stronger, to climb to the peak of martial arts, stand on the peak, and overlook all living beings. Cheers and shouts came from the ears. Pulling Yang Kai out of his nostalgic thoughts, he turned his head and saw a group of people gathered together, and they didn't know what they were doing. It seemed very lively. These people were all disciples of the Heike family back then. Following Wu Yi, he left the family and followed Yang Kai all the time. Although their cultivation levels were not uniform back then, with the assistance of various cultivation materials and a good cultivation environment in recent years, their strengths have improved by leaps and bounds, and most of them have reached the Saint King realm. Yufeng and Wu Yi were only one step away from breaking through to the Void Returning Mirror. Practice in Ling Xiaozong. As long as the aptitude is not too bad, there is no need to worry about the problem of breakthrough at all. There are various panaceas and miraculous medicines to assist, as well as the Wanian incense from the Ascension Dragon Hall to drive away the demons and distractions, and the Juku Jingyushu helps the warriors understand the way of heaven and martial arts. Every martial artist doesn't feel any difficulty when breaking through, everything will happen naturally. Now, more than 20 people gathered together, rushed to the center of the field to watch and shout. It seems that two people are discussing and fighting, and the sound of fists and feet is constantly heard. It is a good thing for the disciples to improve their strength and check their own deficiencies in the sparring. Yang Kai smiled lightly, and did not intend to join in the fun. But when his eyes accidentally caught sight of a figure who was exchanging lessons, he couldn't help but let out a little gasp, and hurried over there. Everyone's minds were attracted by the battle in the field, and Yang Kai's arrival did not alarm anyone. In the middle of that scene, there were indeed two people who were exchanging ideas, but different from what Yang Kai imagined. They did not compete with secret art treasures, nor did they compete with Saint Yuan, they were just simply competing in strength and reaction, fighting hand to hand. One of them, Yang Kai looked familiar, but couldn't tell his name. He was a burly man with a strong body and strong muscles. At first glance, he is the kind of person with brute force, and his cultivation is not bad, at the first level of the Holy King. What Yang Kai cares about is the opponent of this big man. That was a little girl. It looked like he was only 10 years old, but his petite body was as agile as an ape's, moving around the side of the big man with incomparable swiftness. The little girl's hair was still a little yellowish, and she tied it casually with two laces, hanging on her shoulders. She had delicate features and looked very cute. As she tossed and tumbled, her strands of hair flowed as gracefully as her own. Although she is young, she already has a beauty. When avoiding the attack of the big man, he can often find the opportunity accurately, wave his small fist, and hit various parts of the big man's body. The seemingly light punch contained amazing power. With a body like a big man, being punched was a huge shock to his body, and he grinned for a while. Yang Kai found that both eyes of the big man were black and blue, obviously because he was hit by the little girl. The big man didn't seem to show any mercy when he shot. He swung his punches, and the whistling sound made Yang Kai feel a little nervous, for fear that the little girl couldn't bear it and would be beaten to pieces. But his worry was superfluous. None of the onlookers worried about the little girl. Everyone yelled and shouted, some made fun of the weak man, some cheered the little girl up. The scene was very lively. Lin Yuner. Yang Kai suddenly recognized the little girl's identity. She is the little girl that Yang Kai brought back from Linhai City back then. It was the one adopted by Huang Wan. When I brought her back that year, the little girl was only 7 or 8 years old. Now that 3 years have passed, she is almost at this age. Yang Kai knew that Lin Yuner's small body could erupt with great strength, but when he saw her today, he realized that he had underestimated her potential. Merely 10 years old, the current her, in the competition of pure strength, she has already surpassed that big man at the first level of the Holy King, and even surpassed it, otherwise the opponent would not be at a disadvantage. What kind of freak is this? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement. Just when he was looking at Lin Yuner with great interest, the little girl flickered, and suddenly slipped under the big man's crotch, then jumped high, and hit the big man's chin with a beautiful uppercut, sending him flying out. Bump! The big man fell to the ground, his face was flushed, and he struggled for a while before getting up in embarrassment. The onlookers laughed out loud, and among them Yufeng laughed the most heartily. After defeating her opponent, Lin Yuner seemed very happy, jumped up excitedly, and yelled. Yang Kai looked at her, his eyes revealing the color of pondering. If it was a real life and death struggle, the little girl would definitely not be the opponent of the big man. After all, there was too much difference in cultivation level. But only in the competition of physical flexibility and strength, the little girl won by an absolute advantage. She is only 10 years old and has unlimited potential. If she can teach students according to her aptitude, her achievements in the future will be limitless. Interesting. Really interesting. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Hey, you are that uncle. Lin Yuner suddenly spotted Yang Kai, pointed at him and shouted. Yang Kai's face turned black. Ah, it's the suzerain. Yu Feng turned his head, exclaimed, and quickly covered his eyes with his hands. It seems to be covering something, and the eyes are wandering. Yang Kai glanced around and found that most of the people gathered here had dark circles and shame on their faces. They've all been brought down. Yang Kai wondered. Yu Feng was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole in the ground and go down. He is now at the 3rd level of the Holy King. He was only one step away from being promoted to Void Returning Mirror, but in the competition with Lin Yuner, he accidentally got punched by the other party, and the result was like this. This matter is the shame of his life. What a shame. Yang Kai curled his lips, and waved at Lin Yuner again. Yuner, come here. The little girl was very obedient and hurried to Yang Kai. After thinking about it, she said crisply, Disciple Lin Yuner, I have met the suzerain, uncle. Yang Kai nodded, showing a harmless smile. You don't need to say the next 2 words next time. Yes. The little girl nodded. Yi Xian taught her well. Yang Kai looked at the little girl and was extremely satisfied in his heart. After bringing her back, Yang Kai asked Yi Xian to teach her, and now she can be so sensible. Obviously it was Yi Xian's credit. Do you like this place? Yang Kai asked with a pleasant face. I like it. Lin Yuner immediately replied. There is food here, no one bullies Yuner, Aunt Yi and other uncles are very kind to Yuner. Just like it. Yang Kai grinned and smiled. Have you found a master for you, Aunt Yi? Lin Yuner shook her head slowly. Why? Yang Kai was stunned. Although Lin Yuner is young, but it is obviously a rare genius, such a person, it is hard for Yang Kai to imagine that the group of guys in Xingdi Mountain will not break their heads. Although they were strict in accepting apprentices, Lin Yuner definitely met the requirements. It was a bit strange that no one accepted her as an apprentice. Aunt Yi said that they have no one to teach me. Lin Yuner replied crisply, tilting her head, and said happily, Yuner is now practicing with Aunt Yi, and she doesn't need to ask other masters. That's right, your Aunt Yi is very powerful, follow her to practice hard, it's better to have you. Yes, well, let's continue. Yang Kai waved his hand and turned to leave. There was a sound of sending off from behind, but Yang Kai fell into deep thought. Yi Xian actually said that no one can teach Lin Yuner, which is a bit strange. Although there are only about 200 warriors in Xingdi Mountain, they all have their own fields of expertise. It is not a problem to find someone among these elites to teach this little girl Lin Yuner. Since Yi Xian said so, there is only one possibility. She was very optimistic about Lin Yuner and didn't want her to act carelessly. She probably wanted to teach Lin Yuner the best. You have to ask Yi Xian about this matter. Yang Kai is really curious, why does the little girl have such amazing power at such a young age? Presumably, Yi Xian has been with her day and night for 3 years, so she should understand something. Mind wandering, Yang Kai returned to Tianyi Palace. As soon as he stepped into the palace, there was a faint dragon chant from the depths of the palace, and then a green light shot from there. Yang Kai grinned, stretched out his hand and held the green light in the palm of his hand. The light dissipated, and it turned out to be a green long sword with no edge or edge. Dragon Bone Sword, Dikui. There was a feeling of mind and heart being connected, and the feeling of blood merging spontaneously, and the remnant soul of the green dragon swimming behind the sword seemed to be happier. Not seeing each other for 3 years, the aura of the Dragon Bone Sword seems to have become stronger. After all, in the battle 3 years ago, Yang Kai killed many people, and the Dragon Bone Sword also swallowed a lot of flesh and blood essence. The precipitation of 3 years can indeed make some changes in it. After carefully examining it and confirming that he felt nothing wrong, Yang Kai happily put away the Dragon Bone Sword. Chapter 1543 Power Overlord Body. Turning his head and looking around, everything in Tianyi Palace remains the same. Although Yang Kai had been missing for 3 years, no one would bother this place as Lingxiao Sect Master's dormitory. Yi Xian just had people clean up the place every day to keep it from being polluted by dust. After watching around for a while, Yang Kai secretly nodded, and when he was about to take a rest, his face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Who?" While speaking, the power of spiritual consciousness exploded, attacking somewhere in the void. At this moment, he suddenly felt a feeling of being spied on. There was no mercy in the shot. The void was distorted, and Yang Kai's huge spiritual power was contained in the attack, and the void return 3-layer couldn't resist it. But the distorted space stabilized in the next moment, as if an invisible hand had smoothed it out. Yang Kai's attack did not have any effect. This discovery made his complexion change, and his eyes burst into light. A group of inexplicable energy visible to the naked eye slowly came out from there, twisting and changing, appearing mysterious and unpredictable. Spiritual consciousness transforms into form. Yang opened his mouth and shouted in a low voice. He let go of his vigilance after being shocked, because he sensed a sense of familiarity from the power of spiritual consciousness visible to the naked eye. As soon as he finished speaking, that wave of divine power suddenly transformed into a figure. Although he was a bit erratic, he was wearing a black robe that almost covered his head and face, only revealing a pair of star-like eyes, and his figure was extremely graceful. Yang Kai shrank his eyes, staring straight at the figure, his mood fluctuated. The other party was also looking at him, motionless, with an expressionless expression, showing no emotion. After a while, Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Yang Yan, or the Great Emperor?" This figure transformed by the power of divine consciousness is exactly the same as Yang Yan. It was clearly transformed by the spiritual thoughts of the person sleeping on the 6th floor of the flowing flame sand field, but Yang Kai is not sure now, whether she is the Yang Yan who has been with him day and night, or the starry sky Great Emperor that exists in the legend. If the former, everything is easy to say. If it is the latter, Yang Kai has to deal with it carefully. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the figure frowned and said, "It's both." "That's right," Yang Kai responded lightly, "it seems that you have already begun to fuse." "Not bad, but it will take some years before it can be fully completed." "Then what should I call you? Whether it's the person you know or the emperor you speak of, they are all called Yang Yan." The figure replied. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Then you are not sleeping in the attic, why did you put your divine sense here?" "I feel that you brought back something interesting, so come and have a look." Yang Yan smiled slightly. "Interesting stuff." Yang Kai frowned. "This," Yang Yan said, stretching out his hand to move towards Yang Kai. The movement seemed extremely random, but under her move, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if something had been drawn out of his body. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have the thought of resisting. Wagwang flashed, and Yang Yan already had an extra bead in his hand. Mysterious boundary bead. Yang Kai shrank his eyes, staring blankly at the seemingly inconspicuous bead. "Yes, mysterious boundary bead." Yang Yan nodded lightly, and after finishing speaking, he closed his beautiful eyes as if he was sensing something, and after a while, he opened his eyes and said softly, "That's true, you really can refine it." Yang Kai is proficient in the power of space, Yang Yan knows this. As for refining the mysterious boundary bead, the most basic requirement is to understand the power of space, so after tens of thousands of years in Xingdi Mountain, no sect master has been able to refine it. It was not until Qi Tianchi's generation that he discovered the mysterious boundary by chance. The mystery of the bead. In the end it was cheaper for Yang Kai. You have even opened up a space with a radius of 100 miles. With your current cultivation base, this is really remarkable. Yang Yan seemed to have discovered something that surprised her and praised again and again. Yang Kai frowned, pondered for a while and said, "I know this bead is yours, and I refined it to leave it. If you want to take it back, I won't stop it. But you can't lend it to me for a while. I need it to hold some people." "Lend you?" Yang Yan glanced at Yang Kai and smiled, "Why do you want to borrow you? You have branded your own life traces in the mysterious boundary bead, this is already yours, I will not take it back." Quote. Saying so, Yang Yan stretched out his hand and threw the mysterious boundary bead back. Yang Kai took it and looked at her suspiciously. Although he hasn't figured out what kind of secret treasure the mysterious boundary orb is, since it is an emperor treasure, it obviously has a huge effect on the existence of the great emperor. He thought about using it to bring his relatives and friends over from Tongshuan continent. Without the mysterious boundary orb, he really couldn't bring so many people here at once. "You got one thing wrong," Yang Yan said softly. "What?" "I don't own this mysterious boundary orb." Yang Kai was stunned. "Strictly speaking, I have never refined this mysterious boundary bead, I just kept it." Yang Yan's soul body floated down from the void, standing in front of Yang Kai like a real person. "It is actually something from a friend of mine." "Your friend?" Yang Kai was shocked. Yang Yan's body is starry sky Great Emperor, the Great Emperor's friend. Doesn't it mean that he also exists like a Great Emperor? Well, a friend of mine. Yang Yan nodded. My friend and you have a similarity, guess what it is? Yang Kai fell into deep thought. Leisurely, his eyes lit up, and he whispered, have you cultivated the power of space? Not bad. Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai approvingly. He, like you, has cultivated the power of space, but his power of space has reached its peak. This mysterious boundary orb is the space law he has mastered. It was formed by refining an interface. Although I am not inferior to him in strength, I don't have much attainment in the power of space, so the mysterious boundary orb doesn't have much effect on me, and I can't fully expand the space in the mysterious boundary orb. Yes. You are different, you have a lot of research on the power of space, maybe in time, you can have a chance to reach his height. Yang Kai's face twitched, not because of Yang Yan's high opinion of him, but because of the origin of this mysterious boundary orb. It is actually a martial artist of the same level as the Great Emperor, refining an interface to form. This is too sensational. Yang Kai has never seen a Void King Realm expert make a move, but according to his estimation, a Void King Realm expert definitely does not have this ability. The Great Emperor is indeed an existence beyond the Void King Realm. Above the Void King Realm, there is indeed a higher level, martial arts, there is no end to it. Yang Yan knew you before, and we are also predestined. Since the mysterious boundary pearl has been branded with traces of life by you, then it is yours. Expand it well, maybe one day, you can find something in it. Yang Yan pursed his lips and smiled, appearing unfathomable. Yang Kai's head moved, his eyes were full of light. There is something in Yang Yan's words. Could it be that there is some mystery hidden in the mysterious boundary orb? Yang Kai didn't ask too much, he knew that if he asked now, he might not be able to ask anything. He pondered for a moment, and said, your friend. I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him for hundreds of thousands of years. Maybe he is wandering around and turned into a member of the crowd. Maybe he has fallen, who can say for sure? Understood. Yang Kai nodded. Expanding the space in the mysterious boundary bead will be of great benefit to him in cultivating the power of space. Even if there is no Yang Yan's words today, he will not slack off. Now that he vaguely knows that there is another mystery in the mysterious boundary pearl, Yang Kai will spare no effort. Well, by the way, I'm going to go on a long voyage in a few days, you should be very safe sleeping in the attic, I will let people take care of it. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. Yang Yan opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it, he just said lightly, there are many dangers in the star field, you have to have a good journey. After finishing speaking, the figure suddenly disappeared. Just as she came suddenly, she left so suddenly. Yang Kai stood there frowning, and it took him a while to calm down, sitting cross-legged on the bed, meditating and adjusting his breath. On the second day, hundreds of flowers were in the center. Yang Kai found Yi Xian and asked her about Lin Yun'er's situation. During the 3 years of getting along, Yi Xian did research on Lin Yun'er's body, and also vaguely knew something. Yun'er has a special physique. Sure enough, Yang Kai looked as if he had expected it. There are always some special people in this world who are born with advantages that others cannot match, and this advantage is reflected in their bodies. For example, Shaning Shang's Yaoling Saint physique is naturally proficient in alchemy, and there is no need to learn at all, and alchemy is cultivation, the more pills she refines, the higher her strength will be. Shan Qingluo's poisonous widow physique is extremely poisonous, once she becomes emotional, anyone who touches it will die immediately. Shuiyu's dragon marrow and phoenix body will allow her vital yin energy to help people greatly increase their strength, without any hidden dangers. The functions of special physiques have their own advantages and disadvantages, but they are all extremely rare, and it is rare for ordinary people to see them. Yang Kai thought about what kind of incredible power Lin Yun'er possessed at such a young age, and there was only one explanation. She has a special constitution. The answer he got from Yi Xian now coincided with his guess. Then what kind of physique is she? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the little girl who was sitting on the side, eating melons and fruits, and hurriedly asked. I've read a lot of classics for this. If I'm not mistaken, what she possesses should be the powerful overlord body. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Hegemony of strength. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. People with this kind of physique are born with supernatural power, and with the increase of age and cultivation base, their power will only become stronger and stronger. They are the favored children of heaven. When they grow to a certain level, they can compete with warriors of the same level with their physical strength alone. Fight and gain the absolute upper hand. Yang Kai's eyes revealed a look of horror. But, Yi Xian suddenly frowned again, looking at Lin Yuner worriedly. But what? Yang Kai looked up at her. However, because the power possessed by people with this physique is too strong, even they themselves cannot bear it, so they are often unable to exert their full strength in battle. Yuner is still young and her cultivation level is not high. This kind of the disadvantages are not obvious yet, but when she really grows up, this power will become her constraint. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, your support, that's my biggest motivation.